少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harmed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harmed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harmed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين وجميع الحاضرين، وميت أهلين وسهلين ومرحبتين فيكم في يومنا التاريخي لنهائيات دوري المحترفين مواجهة الأبطال MPL MENA سيزن 5. معاكم في تقديم الحدث داوود سانسوم داوود، وبتشرف بتواجدي معاكم في الفوف جيمنج أرينا في عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية الرياض، لننهي مواجهة الأبطال ونتوج بطل للإقليمين. فريقين متأهلين متواجدين معانا في البطولة العالمية، لكن اليوم بتنافسوا على لقب أبطال الإقليمين وتمثيل الإقليمين في البطولة العالمية. المنافسة شرسة وما حطول عليكم، بدنا نعرفكم على طول على الفرق المتأهلة والمتواجدة معانا في هاي النهائيات. وأولهم الوصيف للموسم الماضي من البطولة. رحبوا معي في مسرح الفوف جيمنج أرينا تيم فالكونز. تيم فالكونز مكون من دينج، كنجي، جود نايت، لارك وسوبر، باحثين على الانتقام من عدوهم اللدود أول منافسهم في نهائيات البطولة. ومين يا ترى حيكون المنافس في هاي النهائيات؟ حضورنا الكرام رحبوا معي بالفريق الآخر المتواجد معنا في هاي النهائيات، TWIS and FLCN. فريق مكون من سانجي، حودة، كوفن، سانو وترول. 4 من 5 لاعبين من الأبطال للموسم الماضي بيبحثوا على ثاني لقب وباك تو باك تشامبيونز في بطولات MPL. تويستد مايندز تيم فالكونز، واحد منكم أنا عارف لازم يكون في كلام، لازم يكون في تصريح قبل ما نفوت بالمنافسة. رحبوا معي بحودة من تويستد مايندز وكنجي من فريق فالكونز. حودة، هل في أي شيء حابب تحكيه لفالكونز قبل ما نفوت بالنهائيات؟
مفيش حاجة عايز حاجة النهاردة، احنا جايين ناخد الكاس ونمشي.
هي قدامك بس لازم تفوز على الفالكونز مبدئيا، بس بنشوف ايش يا ترى اللي حيصير معانا. كنجي ايش ردك لهذا الحكي؟
هو الكاس دايما بيختار الابطال، بيختار الافضل، فنشوف مين الافضل النهارده.
ايوه هذا اللي بدي اسمعه منهم، هذا هو الكلام. لكن بالنهاية مين اللي حينتصر ومين اللي حيطلع معانا بطل الإقليمين ويمثلهم في البطولة العالمية؟ شباب حودة تويستد مايندز، هل أنتم جاهزين؟ فالكونز كنجي جاهزين؟ حضور الكرام هل أنتم جاهزين؟ كلنا جاهزين حضورنا الكرام وأعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، فهيا بنا إلى الاستوديو التحليلي لنبتدي هذه النهائيات مع يونس، ياسو ودون بيج.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5. As you can see from that glorious opening that we just witnessed, we are here for that trophy right in the middle. Twisted Minds takes on Team Falcons in a best of 7, and to accompany you through this best of 7, it's me, Miracle, joined here by our analyst, Mr. Bookman, Bookboy, Arashi.
What's up, guys? Here for the analysis portion of the whole situation. And I'm looking forward to this game, man. We've seen a lot of different looks coming in from both these teams, but I really enjoy that both teams are really willing to just throw it down and go head-to-head, just go for an all-out brawl. And I think that makes for a very exciting spectacle, especially from the caster desk.
We've been seeing so many crazy, stuff happen in MPL MENA, man, all the way from day number 1. The tournament favorites R8 getting knocked down, kind of like a similar fashion to another team that I will not mention in MPL Indonesia. You know, number 1 in the standings of regular season, but then losing twice in the playoffs and ending up losing their chance to represent MENA to MSC. And now we technically do already have both of the representatives for MENA. We have Falcons and also we've got Twisted Minds. But for you guys back at home, don't forget to catch the limited time return for the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen skins. Obviously with a few revamps here and there with the Ultimate of Yin. Arashi's been playing a lot of those Yins because of the skin actually, so I think we'll throw it over to him.
I mean, it's really cool. They've changed the... When you ultimate, usually it's a bit bland, right? That was the main critique of the skin. Everything else, all the other skins have been amazing. But for Yin particularly, they've revamped it. They made it look a lot better. And so all the animations and even the actual character model of Yin during the ultimate, it just looks so clean right now, guys. So I've been using it again and again just to try and get a glimpse at that, you know, that Sukuna action. But yeah, you guys should not miss out on it at all.
If you don't even get the skin like that you want, you know, maybe you're going for the Yin, but it's okay because the Nobara skin's great, the Gojo skin, and even the Julian Megumi skin, all those skins are amazing. But I think we're gonna get back straight into what the main event is, right, Arashi? It's the best of 7, Twisted Minds, and Team Falcons. We've seen both these rosters, even in the international scene for the most part, though they have changed their rosters quite a bit. You know, Twisted Minds, obviously a jungle change now with Hoda being in the lineup from their previous tournament in M5 at least. When I remember them, it was Triple Esports and it was still Tarzan in the jungle. And funnily enough, Tarzan is not going to be in the grand finals, I think, in the main lineups here for both these teams.
I mean, interesting change. The fact that they're just willing to just switch out players really is quite surprising. But let's look at the qualification schedule so far, right? This is what has been happening. What has transpired to bring us to this grand final stage right here. It's been a bloody rout, a lot of close matches, a lot of action for sure. And I think everyone at home must be really looking forward to seeing this actually play out to the end.
It just seems like Twisted Minds are on a level of their own. It really seems like this is kind of... It's very similar. You can draw parallels to MPL Indonesia, man. Not losing a single game in the playoffs. Not yet, at least, right? I mean, Twisted Minds, they've even beat Falcons once already when they first met in the second day of the playoffs, as you can see earlier. So, with this being kind of a rematch, will we see a redemption arc from Team Falcons? Have they adapted? Have they changed their strat? Have they improved that much in the course of a few days? Or are Twisted Minds just that much better?
I think with the current meta, for sure, it seems like adaptability becomes that much more impressive, because now it's just so flexible that if you have spotted some weaknesses in one single match, it's very rare that we've seen a team get away with it without making any improvements to their strategy going into like a rematch. So now, especially because there's like a revenge story going on, I think Twisted Minds are the ones who have to be a bit more careful here, because they have technically been cruising on an easier route. So they're up against someone who is a bit more desperate, a bit more warmed up.
The lower bracket finals went 3-0. Both the matches technically yesterday went with a full sweep. Again, Twisted Minds were able to beat Gike 2-0, and then Gike unfortunately were not able to translate that loss into a win up against Falcons. So both of them coming into the grand finals with a bit of momentum. Obviously, a little bit of difference there because Twisted Minds, they did win 2-0. It was only a best of 3 in the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, though, for Team Falcons, they dominated Gike 3-0 in the best of 5 in the lower bracket finals. So I think based on the draft as well, it's just really different how both these teams play. Twisted Minds, a little bit more emphasis on that early game pressure to snowball and create that death ball that we all love from Twisted Minds. But then we take a look at Team Falcons, and it's a bit more late game oriented. Really loving that Natan pick and really loving to stay on red side. All 3 of their game victories yesterday came through red side for Falcons.
And I think it's important to note as well that both teams like drafting for some kind of AoE package as well. Of course, it's not always every single game, but they really enjoy having like great setup and a big like signal, right? A big gong to signify that this is where the fight really begins. And so you're seeing less of that maneuverability, mobility approach, more so for the direct confrontation, bring in with a massive knockup, with a big stun. It just seems to be the style that both teams prefer. And now if you look at the asset on screen right here, Twisted Minds next for Team Falcons, they have been just taking out the opposition in quite dominant fashion, as you mentioned, Mirko.
it really seems like Team Falcons are on that route, right? The lower bracket trajectory that we've seen a lot of teams find success in. I mean, for the most part, even in international tournaments, lower brackets have been the way that we actually find new champions. Every single time, for some reason, the lower brackets have a buff, especially when you've been able to beat your opponents in the lower brackets quite convincingly too. 3-0 against GK Esports. So, sure, Twisted Minds, they still definitely look like the dominant team. They are definitely the heavy favorites coming into this matchup. But hey, don't be surprised if Team Falcons comes in this game with an absolute banger of a draft. Maybe they even swap their styles, Arashi. Could that be a possibility? Because again, against GK, they did go for a more late game centric draft. You know, they love those Natan picks. But maybe up against a composition of Twisted Minds that love to play in the early game, do they want to fight fire with fire here? Do they want to just go in the early game, start fist fighting all the way from the start?
I mean, especially if Twisted Minds are kind of underestimating Team Falcons. They have in the back of their heads that, oh, we've beat this team before, right? We can do it again. They kind of know their tells. That can be something that they can take advantage of. And like you say, Mirko, to just fight fire with fire. And if they can get the right tools, I think that's the main point here. It all goes back to the drafting phase. But if they can get the right tools for the job to try and get that early game dominance, we've seen that being a very popular strat that a lot of teams, not just in MENA, take into the fold to try and get that more guaranteed early game to mid game power spikes and go for a more clean victory.
It seems the pattern still stays true here for the most part. When we compare every single region, the blue side has been more successful compared to the red side in the regular season up until the first few days of the playoffs. But then we get to the later stage of the playoffs, and it's also the same here. Like in MPLID, the last two matches, we definitely saw a huge emphasis on the red side, a huge advantage when it comes down to how you can react to the enemy drafts. And yeah, red side has been so much more successful in the last two matches that we saw, upper bracket finals and lower bracket finals. But that's the thing about Twisted Minds. It seems like they're just able to get these prio picks more often than their opponents. GK, I think the most notable one yesterday was the fact that they left the Harith open on blue side, leaving Twisted Minds to pick the Harith open in game number 2. But I think we'll stop talking about that for now. Let's talk about the two junglers. This is the comparison for Hoda and Kenji. Kenji, KDA, KP. We can take a look at these comparisons. Arashi, what can you tell me?
Well, you can see that both junglers at least really like fighter style, and who can blame them, right? Right now, going for those assassins, it's a very high risk but also high reward. But especially that risk part, a lot of teams really fumble when they're trying to find the balance. Even though now it's not easier, there's less chances to be invaded, especially in the early stages of the game, you still have to be very, very careful. And one single misplay on an assassin is a lot more punishing than a big misplay even on a fighter, right? They can kind of tank in some damage, and even if it gets taken out, the team can kind of capitalize on the situation, on the fact that a lot of time and a lot of resources has been spent to try and take out this big beefy fighter. I think a big point to be made here is also in the hero pools, right? Because for Kenji from Team Falcons, he's one of the junglers with the widest hero pool, with 10 unique heroes right here. And if we're talking about adaptability, about being on red side and trying to find counters and weird picks that can kind of fit into very particular games, I think that hero pool can come in very handy.
It's so interesting to see these fighters, you know, come up in popularity, but man, especially for Hoda, I've watched him all the way from ISF. Like, all these tournaments that I've seen Hoda in, he performs the best on the assassin. So, hey, I mean, if Kyrie can do it on those assassins, right, who's to say that Hoda can? I want to see Hoda back on the Fanny. That was definitely the pick that caught my eye because, hey, for the longest time, I don't think MENA were known for the assassin picks, right? But Hoda really was able to bring out that factor, that kind of X factor. And maybe in the grand finals, we'll get to see that. Because even in MPL Indonesia, we did get to see a lot more assassins in the grand finals from Annabelle, from Kyrie. I'm really hoping that'll happen here, but I don't know. Knowing how early game centric their gameplay is, getting the dominant fighter jungler in is just such a prio, and that's really been the way that they've been able to get victories here and there in the early game. And you know what? I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a fun fact. The last time we saw Twisted Minds, well, the roster at least, not the team, because in M5 they were known as Triple Esports, right? They were up against Onyx in the group stages, and they actually were able to give Onyx a run for their money in the early game. So the fact that they have still brought in that kind of early game death ball strategy and they've refined it to a point where they're undefeated now in the playoffs is very, very scary. I'm really excited to see what they can pull off in the grand finals. I really hope, you know, they don't pull an R8 here and just kind of fall flat, even with all the high expectations, because they're looking really strong and they're looking like a very, very good representative for MENA in MSC.
I think with that being said, we have to really kind of figure out and kind of predict right here what kind of play. Because we talked about the death ball strategy. It's always good fun. But at the same time, you know, with a lot of teams kind of adapting also, learning how to deal with aggressive early games, you have to wonder what's that mid lane looking like, because we've seen a lot of different options here. Either it's utility or sometimes straight out damage, or, you know, between burst damage and spammable spells like poke damage. So I think there's a lot of options in that mid lane as well, and I think that directly ties in to the success of the junglers, right? Because without a successful mid lane, a strong mid lane that can match that kind of wave clear, it's going to be a bit difficult for the jungler to really get prio, to get the backup, especially when it gets messy in the mid game.
Oh, it's going to be so hype, man. I mean, looking at the crowd as well. We've got a crowd here for MPL MENA Grand Finals, and the players definitely look ready. Lark, good night. Me personally, for Team Falcons, the man that I'm looking at, the man that I want to highlight has got to be... Oh, wait. We see Maro here in the stands watching his team from afar. Shout out to Maro there, watching Twisted Mind, supporting them from the crowd. It's great to see all these, you know, veteran players still there, still supporting their team. Even though he's not going to be able to play, I think he's glad that he'll be able to, once again, represent the MENA region. Man, Maro, and now together with the triple esports lineup that is combined together with Twisted Minds. It seems the draft has actually already started here, Arashi, so... any expectations in the draft before we get into it?
I think we're gonna see a lot of surprising picks, because we've seen both teams kind of sort of cruise without really push to a full series on the way to the grand finals. I think a lot of pocket picks will start showing up now, but along with that, like I mentioned, I think wave clear becomes something that's so important, and I'm looking forward to that EXP lane battle as well, because we've seen a trend, especially in Indonesia, of having those aggressive fighters that want to really win and beat out the lane opponents. Before, it's about the maneuverability, it's about the wave clear, but now it's also about that 1v1 potential. And if you're too far behind when it comes to that dueling prowess, you're going to really fall behind in rotations as well.
Whoa, interesting start for Twisted Minds here on the blue side, actually banning out the Harith, not forcing the opposing team to go for the Harith ban. The Lo Yi gets banned out together with the Harith and the Barats. An interesting choice, but they have left the chip open, Falcons. Maybe they want to try to trade this with something like a Mathilda. That really hasn't popped up for Team Falcons in the 3 games that they played in the lower bracket finals, but it has been seen by Twisted Minds. Valentina, so much respect given over to Cuffin in that mid lane with a Valentina ban early on.
We have to see what the idea is right here, because they have good early game, they have banned away a lot of the fighters as well, but trading out that chip, it's going to be quite dangerous. It's going to be a bit expensive here. And if they're only going for a Roger, I feel like just the pick alone won't really justify that expense. It has to be comboed in with something to try to either get some kind of synergy or some kind of combo towards that mid lane, the mid game. And as you predicted, Mirko, the Mathilda shows up right here. Yep. But so far, this Roger can technically kind of be flexed around still. But now, if Falcon wants to go for something that's a bit more immobile, they can try and supplement that with the Mathilda.
Usually when Team Falcons go for that Mathilda, they love getting more mobility in like the box gen. I think that's what Twisted Minds kind of anticipated. They left the Mathilda open and banned out the Barat. Someone that's as dominant as that in the jungle, getting the mobility of the Mathilda is still very, very good in the jungle for early game control. And it does seem like Falcons, something that we already kind of anticipated as well, we talked about, Arashi, is the fact that Falcons might actually turn 180 from their late game playstyle that we saw yesterday to now kind of an early game snowball playstyle. But Twisted Minds want to fight fire with fire, obviously. They've been the early game kings for the longest time. Falcons with a Farsa pick to end the first phase. That's some outrage, but man, that is a risky choice up against this chip.
It's the bird combo coming in from Falcons. They have all this mobility tools, they have the Mathilda, the guiding wind, the wings by wings as well. So they can go around the map really, really fast. The Roger can kind of come along, looking for a very aggressive, very fast mobile trio mid lane. But how fast can you be when you're up against people coming through portals, showing out around the map out of nowhere? Especially with a Martis and a Vexana, there's a lot of brawling potential in the hands of Twisted Minds, more so than Falcon, I think. If Falcon can catch Twisted Minds off guard, maybe this can kind of work out for them. But in the proper collision, I think Twisted Minds will get the better of them unless they try and get some kind of fight here.
Interesting choices here by Team Falcons. The Benedetta ban and the Arlet ban as well. Full respect over to Sanji. No respect to the gold lane, not just yet. It does seem like they're very, very confident with that Roger in the gold lane for their gold lane matchup. Talking about Sano though, you know, he has been picking a lot of these very early game-centric heroes in their drafts for Twisted Minds. In the last match that we saw them in upper bracket finals, it was the Clint in game number 1 up against Geek. It seems 3 XP bans will come through. 2 from Falcons, 1 from Twisted Minds here. No macro control, no Paquito, no Benedetta. And for Team Falcons, what do they want to go for? I think Xborg, even though Twisted Minds, they don't have someone as tanky as the Baksha. Actually, Falcons pick it up, and now Twisted Minds technically get the chance to go for that Xborg. I think it'll be a very good option to just try to burst down these beefy members in front. Even Roger, I think, will have a little bit of trouble executing the Xborg if Twisted Minds do go for that Xborg. Yuzong is also another good choice, though, that, you know, I think Team Falcons might pick up if Twisted Minds don't deny it away from them.
The Xborg will be really, really good. Now in the front line, kind of becoming a big threat for these supposedly safe heroes that can be saved by the Mathilda. It can also be used to really deny the Farsa a impact in the big team fight, right? By just jumping on and just demolishing the backline with the true damage. It's gonna be a glue though out of nowhere. So this comes down to a brawl. The all-new glue actually is stronger with more brawls, but he doesn't really heal as much outside of those big fights when he can't really land his spells on his opponents. So again, Falcon has to go with some kind of hit and run strategy right here, and that seems to be the case, right? Wings by wings, along with the shield unity. There's a lot of ways for Falcon to go all around the map. I think it's gonna be on the shoulders of the chip right here to really try and find them, locate them, and look for opportunities to try and get those shortcut plays. The final pick for Team Falcons, though.
I think the Yuzong would be a good choice, but they go for something even crazier. It's the Masha, something very, very good to flank into the back line, and I think Team Falcons have got themselves a very scary draft to play with. The only thing that I would say is scary for Team Falcons is the fact that we haven't seen a lot of this early game from Team Falcons, especially not yesterday. Yesterday, they banked on the late game, they banked on the Natan, they banked on scaling towards the late game, outscaling their opponents to win their game. So, Twisted Minds, the king of the early game for MPL MENA Season 5. Will they crumble to this Roger Masha Farsa? It's such a weird composition, but I definitely get what they're going for, right? It really does seem like it's kind of it's a similar draft to what we saw in MPL Indonesia, Arashi. I think Fnatic Onyx were the ones to try to utilize this kind of composition as well. Full dive. Both drafts actually look quite convincing, man. Twisted Minds, Sano, and his Clint pick, and his unorthodox gold lane pick. I really wonder how he's going to make this Clint work up against the Farsa and the Masha. The Farsa, I think, is going to be a big problem. If Twisted Minds don't shut him down in the early game, Good Night will not give Twisted Minds a good night.
Ooh. Well, I really feel like for Falcons, it's just a bit of a wild composition, quite literally, right? With the tortoise, with the birds, the wolves. Everyone is just so wild and aggressive. And for Twisted Minds, I think the issue is that whoever is the main target, the first guy, needs to take a lot of punishment. And in that sense, the glue will be really good. But like we said, if the glue and the chip are just in charge of staving off that aggression, that means that the backline are going to be free. And especially against a Farsa with a Vexana matchup, for Twisted Minds, they're going to have a lot more card control to try and create around. But if the better airstrike doesn't really get threatened, doesn't really get denied away for Team Falcon, then they can very easily zone out the marksman and the mid laner, and through there, just win out the fight by an attrition battle with their frontliner.
Alright, definitely have to see how the execution goes for this match, because in game number 1, it seems both teams want to go and try to look for that momentum. Momentum is going to be key in a best of 7, but remember stamina as well. And obviously, I think in a best of 7 in the grand finals, the mental factor will have the biggest impact on the game. Will Falcons, with this fire with fire style that we spoke of, that we hinted at before the draft started, will they be able to make it work? The Masha, Baxia, Farsa, Roger, Mathilda, the beasts in the draft for Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. It really definitely, I mean, for both these teams, it really seems like their drafts reflect really well on their team names, right? For Twisted Minds, they really want to twist their opponent's minds. And for Team Falcons, they want to drive or actually fly straight into their opponents, try to catch them off guard. Just like the Falcons in real life, man. But alright, Rashi, it's time for the big boy predictions, for the Bookman predictions. Game number 1, Team Falcons or Twisted Minds based on the drafts.
Alright, so based on the drafts, I must say, with Twisted Minds having a lot more early game prowess and also having the shortcut to try and force Falcons into those plays, Falcons' draft is actually aggressive. That's a lot of damage, a lot of dive. But at the same time, if you kind of look at it, it's actually still quite late game based with the Farsa, the Masha, requiring a bit longer to really get rolling. Whereas for the side of Twisted Minds, it's a lot more straightforward except for the gold laner. So I think Twisted Minds will have an advantage on Team Falcons to try and make this confusing for them if they really want to have the chance at coming out on top.
Well, alright, Arashi, it's time for us to enter game number 1 for our best of 7 in the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Falcons up against Twisted Minds in game number 1. Will we see that 50-50 draft come down for Team Falcons, that full dive comp work out? We'll have to see in the Land of Dawn as we get straight into it. Here it is, and here we go. Straight into the mid lane we go.
Immediately, everyone just rushing around. We have to try and pay attention here to the junglers for sure, right? The fact that there's going to be a Martis that wants to be aggressive, wants to potentially invade, but also a Baxia that can clear a lot faster. With the team's intervention, that can maybe influence the clear speed. But overall, the Martis will be the one that has to keep up in farm and look for these fights where he can actually take advantage of the passive to really get an advantage, get a lead, and go in for maybe something like a level 3, a level 4 skirmish, level 4 battle that he can use to really maximize the Martis' potential. And potentially this reset as well from the Decimate.
The Decimate, the execution is definitely going to play a massive factor in how they can control this early game, man, because they have a lot of base damage, right, with the chip, with that Vexana as well. And speaking of these 2 picks, speaking of the composition coming in from Team Falcons, actually, they got 3 Impure Rages, Arashi. They really want to try to out-sustain Twisted Minds in these battles. Good Knight already getting very, very low, and Hoda is already hovering over. Shield Unity gonna be used up, but not able to connect it onto anyone, not just yet in the early game. They're still playing it safe. But yeah, it's completely different, right? For Twisted Minds, they want to go for that full burst. And Team Falcons, they want to weather that storm. Take this fight a bit longer than Twisted Minds expect, and then catch them off guard.
It's almost like they don't want to go for more like hit-and-run strategies, even though we were thinking that Twisted Minds are going to be the ones that have to go in all out and just go for a pure brawl here. So for now, with the Impure Rages, it kind of makes sense if they want to be spamming out those spells. The Glue and the Vexana, of course, are very mana-based. So in order to get a strong, solid laning phase, you need to be able to spam out your spells without being too concerned about your mana conservation. For Kenji, though, on the Martis, no mana bar means that it's a bit of extra damage and extra healing as well. With both junglers waiting around right here, just having a face-off at the turtle, it does seem like Team Falcons right here might be the ones who make the first move.
Thing also rotating a bit faster. Super in the back too. Now it's going to be Hoda who walks in, pops in, and Tortoise and Poisons gets stunned up, and the split gets used up as well for the airstrike comboed in together. And Kenji is going to fall to Sanji with a thunderclap. Troll is the one who secures the neutral objective, and take a look at that circling ego defensively, getting him out, but the flicker with the slam catches him, and Troll will fall to Lark, who has rotated over from that bottom lane, and he picks up a double straight in to that first 2 minutes of the game.
That's aggression here coming in for, for that play. 3 battle spells immediately used up just to make sure that they can get their hands in that early game fight. You're seeing that there was an attempt there by Troll to really try and help his team get out of the tough situations. But at the end of the day, when they're that mobile and they're that aggressive, flickering forwards, there's only so much you can do. Especially on the Mathilda, you can only really help out one person aside from just shielding everybody else.
You know, back into how they're actually going to utilize these drafts. Team Falcons, interestingly enough, right? You would expect the Roger to be a bit more active in the early game compared to the Clint, but it seems Sana was just out-rotated, clean out in that bottom lane. Definitely would love to see how, you know, Lark was able to out-rotate. Did he clear the wave faster, or did he completely ignore the wave? Because it doesn't seem like Sana was able to trade for anything in that bottom lane. No shots, no hits onto that turret gold, and yeah, Twisted Minds, they bursted. It is what we expected, right? Team Falcons winning out in the prolonged team fight, and Twisted Minds using all their bursts, and once those cooldowns are down, once they're actually, you know, on that cooldown, it's really tough for them to deal any more damage.
Is there a difference in spammability here for the side of Twisted Minds? And that's what we were talking about earlier. There's going to be a lot of burst potential, a lot of ways for them to really catch Team Falcons off guard. But in order to do so, they have to wait a bit longer and get some item power spikes as Troll gets jumped on.
Oh, Eternal Guard of the Decimate! Kenji picks up the kill there with the Decimate, executes Troll with no problem. The Team Falcons will continue to try to go for this turtle. No Eternal Guard to play with, but Good Knight still have that Impure Rage. Curse Blast gonna be able to connect right now with Split from Ding. Use them onto Hoda, trying to bring him back, and that's gonna be the pass to bring him over. Kenji rotates over with a shortcut to bring him all the way. He doesn't even use the Decimate. It was on cooldown. He just goes in and cuts him up.
It was a great play by Ding as well, just mounting on to Hoda and just denying his escape routes, just slamming all over the place as Super here gets chased down. But you're seeing Twisted Minds just struggle to keep up with the pace, with the speed of Team Falcons. And they have to try and avoid fights like this, where Team Falcons know where they are and can go for the straightforward approach. It seems like Team Falcons aren't really doing any real big mind games. They're just going at it and really playing to their strengths with the brawling potential, especially with the Martyrs in the early game, and that shortcut that's just, it's very useful for Team Falcons to go aggressive, but it's also kind of denying Twisted Minds the chance to try and follow up, because they see the shortcut drop down and they're immediately wondering like who's gonna come through, right? And that second guessing might be leading them to react slower in the middle of these big fights.
And it's really fun to see how Team Falcons have been able to use that shortcut, because that wasn't like a full range shortcut usage, right? Usually we see the shortcut to bring people on the other side of the map, but that was really close. I mean, technically Kenji could have just walked, but that additional blink that he got from the shortcut, even though he could have walked, that instant rotation to get the last few hits onto Hoda was what they needed, right? And now they start in the bottom lane again, trying to get that crash course down. Pops in the shortcut, and it seems like it's just to bring Ding to zone them away. Hoda trying to go for the shield unity, finds it in the back line, pops in the poisons, but it gets caught in the Eternal Guard, and now gets decimated by Kenji, who continues this onslaught onto Troll, who has the guiding wind. Meanwhile, Sanji gonna lose out on a lot of his HP bar, and the Feather Airstrike will just be used up by Cuffin to zone Falcons away from this tier 2, but it seems Twisted Minds, they are now on the back foot. Oh, what more of a fight here? Ding! They've been taken down in the mid lane. Troll somehow able to find enough damage with Cuffin and Sanji.
It's about the burst damage. That is what Twisted Minds have as an advantage. And the longer the game goes, by the way, Sanji will definitely be a big factor. You've seen Masha's just look useless for half the game, and then out of nowhere, after maybe like a BOD power spike, they can immediately just delete squishy backliners and frontliners alike. So for now, Team Falcons is doing great, but they have to watch out, man. Sanji is a ticking time bomb.
Oh, Lark though gonna be helped out. Cuffin flickers forward. Lark still able to find the kill. Good rotation, good reaction from Super. The Eternal Guard catches Sanji, but it's only to take his second HP bar away. Team Falcons are on a roll now, and it seems Troll is just trying to screen, trying to give Hoda enough space to go for this turtle, but even then, it's not going to be enough. Sana picks up the endless battle, but Kenji will be able to secure the turtle, and that's the final turtle of game number 1 for free. Not even using the Retribution, wants to go forward again towards the enemy purple buff. Hoda, still with Retribution. Ding now pops in a split, just tries his best to be offensive earlier, but with that control, even up top, Lark gets the dub with Super.
Team Falcons right here, winning in the neutral objective fight, even with a man disadvantage. Super and Lark were all the way in the top side, and yet the team, Kenji in particular, was just unfazed, standing in front of the turtle, in front of 3 or 4 members of Twisted Minds. With that kind of pressure, with that kind of power, Team Falcons can try and snowball even more. They've taken away 2 of the outer turrets on the bottom and top side of the map. So for Twisted Minds, their area of safety is getting encroached on, and it's only a matter of time, because look at Ding, knowing that he's going to be the annoying survivable one. He's just so annoying, but look at this fight.
Hoda so wanting to fight with Troll, and in the back line they get isolated. Good job by Ding. Pops in a split, diving into the back and now forcing Twisted Minds under their tier 2. Nothing they can do but to just concede that tier 1 towards Team Falcons. And man, so far, Lark has been doing such a good job on this clip. Out-rotating Sano, doing so much damage in these team fights, playing in the back, and Team Falcons as a whole, Kenji too, man, with Super acting as these frontliners, but I think the X factor has got to be big. The man's been able to isolate everyone in the back. No one's able to follow up on any of the Hoda initiations.
And especially for Twisted Minds right here, Sano seems to be trying to do some damage.
We're just going to continue right now with the purple buff. Kenji still there. Troll gets a 2-man circling Eagle, Thunderclap, but that's going to be enough now. Good night. Still going to fall. Sanji able to escape with the help of the dash there with the guiding wind. Sano jumping with the like and pounce, and the shortcut gets used up, and Super will still be able to cop in that crash course. Slam, pass onto Sano, who's still able to escape now. But it's a 2-for-1. Twisted Minds somehow able to find a good trade around the map.
I'm really surprised that Twisted Minds didn't really pursue and continue that fight. They've taken out both the main damage dealers from the side of Team Falcons, and with the mobility we've been hyping up since the beginning, the guiding wind, the circling eagle, the shield unity as well, they can very easily force another fight, and they go on Ding.
Ding gonna be deleted there, still has the flicker, but Cuffin finds the last shot of the feather airstrike. Super tried his best to jump in the flank, trying to cancel it out, but is unable to do so. And now Twisted Minds with another man advantage. No Ding. That means no isolation into the back. Twisted Minds, they can go for that full dive into Team Falcons. Lark needs that front line, and Sano is still holding on to this Lord. Twisted Minds in mid lane. Troll can be able to pop in the circling eagle onto Good Night. Eternal Guard gets popped in by Good Night. The Thunderclap is there 2 times onto Good Night, but will be traded in. Lark finds another kill in the trade, but it's a 1-for-1 for now with the shortcut placed down at the bottom lane. Wait a minute. They take a portal to the wrong side now. Kenji, Mortal Coil, trying to knock them up, but Twisted Minds is still able to escape from that Mortal Coil. It seems like Falcons will be able to go onto this Lord as Ding isolates Hoda with that split, now mounting him in the back line. He still is able to pop in the shield unity. The guiding wind brings him into the turret, into the Lord vicinity. Retribution. Hoda finds it, and now it's gonna be like pounds from Sano to pick up Lark, and Super is gonna be the next one to fall as he flickers out the safety. Ding is right there to enable the retreat, and Twisted Minds somehow they turn this game around.
Team Falcons losing all the control they had. It was going so well for them. They had Ding just distracting everyone, but Twisted Minds, knowing that they have the Mathilda advantage, brings in Hoda closer to the objective and went for a retry battle. Hoda is levels below Kenji. That really should not have happened, but Twisted Minds has found a moment right here, and they have the momentum, even sending Sanji to go for a split, possibly 1v1ing anyone who tries to come for a response, and they're jumping now on Good Night.
Still able to escape for now. That certainly Eagle. Oh, a little bit too aggressive. Troll able to find a guiding wind. Now the Decimate from Kenji, and the passive strikes from Good Night. That Eternal Guard just swinging the sword to finalize, to take and execute Troll in that bottom lane. And once again, Team Falcons, they still find themselves on the back foot. Twisted Minds were able to utilize that Lord. It's still the first Lord, right? So that's still incredible value with the first Lord. All tier 2s taken down.
No base cards taken just yet, but even the gold advantage now has just swung heavily inside of Twisted Minds as a shortcut was out there. Hoda was in a precarious spot, but now with his team caught up in gold, he is no longer as vulnerable. Even in the early game, we saw that Hoda was taken out like, what, 4 times in total, but Team Falcons were using a lot of time to really melt him down eventually. So now, with the other members being more dangerous, Team Falcons can't really afford to do that. Lark gets jumped on.
Oh, that circling eagle. Now with Hoda running him down. Look at the blue Eclipse coming onto him. Lark unable to run the Lycan Pounce, gets rid of him as Kenji jumps forward, but now doesn't have the Mortal Coil, gets clawed down by Sano, goes back to the gun version, and isn't really able to continue the chase, but still, they got Lark, they found a damage dealer. Lark is going to be down for a bit, and that lead that he got himself in the early game is all but gone, Arashi. Ding as well, falling behind, and Sano's doing so much damage with the endless battle, forcing the split defensively, and a feather airstrike as well. Now used up by Cuffin, trying to zone them away from this base. Turret Super still in the front. Ding able to regen a bit of his HP bar. The Twisted Minds will decide to back away. They'll wait for the Lord. They don't want to go for these fights that really don't matter right now.
The Team Falcons, though, this is evolving into a disaster. The fact that Lark doesn't really have a lot of solutions to deal with the Masha. Now with the Wind of Nature, maybe there's a bit more delay available to him. But overall, as a team, Team Falcons are going to be forced to sacrifice Ding, and he's looking so squishy right here with everyone catching up in the gold advantage. And Good Knight tries to zone Sano away. Yes, Falcon will be able to secure this one, fortunately. But with the Lord up, you have to see what Twisted Minds are doing. Sending already Sanji to the top side of the map, setting up for a slow push. Even with the shortcut, Team Falcons are really falling behind here in the maneuvers macro-wise around the map.
And man, Hunter Strike by Kenji. I would really want to see the item builds right now for Kenji, right? Because it seems like he wanted to go for a very aggressive build in the early game, which was great for him because he was winning, but in towards the later stage of the game, especially after that turnaround, it definitely doesn't look as good. Is that a circling eagle to the back? Good Night going to be the lead in the back. Sanji finds the thunderclap. Troll with the guiding wind, and now Super in the midst of it all, holding Hoda back. Sanji about to lose all of his HP bars, now mounted up, and that will be enough damage from Ding, who just used the split, slam, pass with the flicker. Troll gets a little bit more HP with the photo, as well that guiding wind, and Cuffin will be forced to back away. Sanji for Good Night.
This is just a good old transaction. Your Troll taking a bit more aggression, but able to escape. But for Twisted Minds, it's just the same deal again and again. Let's trade Sanji for Good Night, and now they're trying to contest this lore because Kenji is desperately going at it.
Good Mortal Coil to cancel out that shield unity, but now it's going to be Super who jumps in deep into the back line. Cuffin still able to kite away like Pounce from Sano, finding one, only Super. Ding next to the chopping block as Troll walks up forward, gets the Blood Wings, and also that photo. That shield is absolutely massive, and Sano's damage is really starting to show here in the later stage of the game. Kenji back to half HP, the Curse Blast from Good Night, trying to just poke them down. With that Impure Rage, they can still stay in these fights for quite a bit of time, but Twisted Minds find themselves in a position with an advantage. Once again, Cuffin rotating around, trying to use that wave. Sano, gotta be careful here with that damage, and now a skill one for the Martis, bringing him back all the way. Hoda now with the shield unity. Lark has been compromised, and the dive continues from the Twisted Minds roster. That full dive, Kaka in to find a kill on Lark.
Twisted Minds, despite the fact that their team name isn't a bird, they're just going airborne. Every single fight, Good Night or Lark definitely will take a lot of attention, a lot of burst damage. And at this point, almost seems that Team Falcons, they have no choice but to let go and sacrifice one of them if they really want to have some kind of impact. Because the fact that they're backing away altogether once the dive initiates means that they can't really maintain any kind of formation. Now with their backs at their base though, maybe they can really defend and use Lark on the twins to output that late game damage as Kenji.
Good Mortal Coil there, but the Lord still charges in despite his efforts. 2 BODs from Twisted Minds and a feather airstrike. Oh, Sanji jumps in the back with a thunderclap, forcing Lark to flicker as well. And that's going to be worth it because the guiding wind gets him out, and they got 3 base turrets. Kenji taken very low, now knocked up in the circling eagle, and that's going to be Sano. Walks up with Lycan form, unable to find any more kills. Cuffin forced to flicker backwards. Hoda as well, able to use a shield unity. The base was 1 hit away, but Twisted Minds are unable to end. Not just yet, though. The feather airstrike catches them in the back. Meanwhile, split from Ding. Now on the chase onto Cuffin, who has the wings by wings, and it seems like Twisted Minds will be able to send 3 of their members back. But more importantly, Team Falcon somehow, some way defend their base with 1 last hit onto that base needed from Twisted Minds to end the game.
They were able to survive, but they still have to solve this problem. Right there, though, it really seems like Twisted Minds were kind of unsynchronized. Sano and Sanji seemingly just went straight for the base, sacrificing their life to go for that victory. But everyone else were standing on the outside, just trying to lay down some damage, lay down some crowd control, maybe to enable Sano and Sanji. But at the same time, with not everyone going in together to end that game together with the Lord immediately, they just bought valuable time for Team Falcons. But as we mentioned, the same problem still persists. They have to try and either switch it up, find a pickoff, find an aggressive play, a shortcut play perhaps, to Coffin to try and make sure that they start the fight on their terms, or again, find a way to deal with this Masha, because Sanji in the late game with the BOD and Coffin as well with the Holy Crystal earlier, there's just an abundance of burst damage available to Twisted Minds that can layer it down slowly but surely, and Team Falcons will be forced to expend some of their spells beforehand, and that is the main thing right here that I think Twisted Minds is just abusing to make sure that they have an edge, especially now with all the base turrets down.
I think it's just so tough to do though for Team Falcons, right? Because it does seem like their game plan is kind of mixed. It's a bit too chaotic here. They want to dive in the back, obviously. They want to get Cuff in, right? But they also want to play front to back with the Vixana and the Clint. It's really tough for them to pull off this composition now in the later stage of the game. I can definitely see that mid-game go towards Team Falcons, and I think that was their window to actually control the game, to dictate the game. But at this point, Twisted Minds have so many angles to attack from. They don't even care about the shortcut at this point because Team Falcons can't even utilize the shortcut to dive in the back. Mark, if he takes that shortcut, I don't think you want to dive into this Masha and the Roger combo, right? Because even with Nature, there's an endless battle in for Sano. He can deal true damage. He can go through that Wind of Nature. And even then, Cuffin, without the Feather Airstrike, can still deal a lot of damage just with his skill 1 and skill 2. And it seems like that's exactly what Twisted Minds are going to be using here for the Lord. Resetting it, very well played. There's no reason for them to rush. They have that bottom wave pushing in, and now they find Super a little bit in a bad spot here. Super flickers out to safety. Just a Feather Airstrike committed by Cuffin, and that's going to be back up in no time. So yeah, the discipline from Twisted Minds, really impressive stuff. Ding! Oh! Flicker, slam, pass in the back. Now Cuffin gonna be engaged out with a shortcut too. He flickers forward, unable to get the Eternal Guard down. Good night. And now look at the bounce onto the back, but the Wings by Wings brings him all the way into the turret. Ding won't be able to utilize that. Now as the Guiding Wind brings Sanji all the way as well towards Ding. A Thunderclap and the burst from the Feather Airstrike. Not even the Immortality can help Ding here. He's gonna be taken down twice. That initial HP bar and then the Immortality HP bar.
And now with Ding taken out, gonna be a free, easy Lord for Twisted Minds, theoretically. Seems like Super is still waiting to try and make a play happen, but the Troll has his number every single time. Even earlier, he was the one that spotted Super in that rotation, and that will be it. That's a Lord and potentially a kill here on Kenji.
Oh, Kenji's gotta be careful. I'm talking about the endless battle damage, and we're definitely seeing it here. Kenji melted down Sanji with a Thunderclap. Mark buys the Immortality in time, but now the Feathered Airstrike comes down, and it's Kenji who falls. Cuffin's still able to escape. That shortcut was placed down by Super, but no one can take it. No one. And now with 2 members down, Ding can respawn back in, but Twisted Minds, they've done all that without the Lord. At this point, with the Evolved Lord Arashi, can they even defend in Game 1?
I think Twisted Minds need to mess up real bad if they really want to throw this game technically with the Lord marching down, especially with the sustain advantage the Troll has been able to give out for his team with the photo as well. We'll have to see now with the Lord coming through. Can they stop it? Can they clear? Or can they win a fight?
Look at that, good isolation by Super. Cuffin finding good night again, and the base is too open for Twisted Minds. They secured game number 1 with absolute class. Even though they lost in the early game, there was no problem at all. They were able to stay composed, wait for that power spike to hit, and utilize that chaotic nature of their drafts. That Circling Eagle plus the Masha. If we thought it was going to be a problem for the Masha to find flanks, they proved us wrong, because the Masha was able to find flanks like it was no problem at all. Every single time, it was just so easy for them, Rashi.
I mean, can you even call it a flank? That was a straight-on airline assault coming in from the front lines, just circling around. And it's not just that; it's also the peel, the protection, the escape that was granted to the members of Twisted Minds here to just go in and out. Even when, like, say, Kenji trying to go in desperately to try and get something else in that fight, get a pick off, get a reset, there's just always that guiding wind to save him. And it seems like it's just a better, more flexible, more well thought out composition. But we talked again about the early game potential for Falcon. It was great, it was good. But once that early game has passed by, and now it's a Lord situation, a Lord man situation. He scored earlier again and again, even with the Impure Rages, providing a bit of extra damage, a bit of extra healing. The fact that there's a Matilda means that, for the most part, there's no way they can kind of match up to that sustain when they're just waiting for a moment as well.
It's just so tough for Rashi. It's for them in the mid to the late stage of the game. What were they supposed to do, right? Because if they fell flat in the mid game, if they were unable to utilize that death ball that they needed to have at that point, there's so many ways, so many creative ways for Twisted Minds to dive. Firstly, it's the Baksha, and then obviously the Masha, but on top of that, you have the added layer of a guiding wind with the Circly Eagle. And then you got poked from behind with that Feather Airstrike. It's just such a complete draft from Twisted Minds, and we definitely got to give props to Lyric. Coach Lyric, he's been the coach of this team also, technically almost the same lineup without Hoda. Last time we saw him, M5, you know, with Triple Esports. And game number 1, we are going to give our MVP to Cuffin, because on the Farsa, he was able to deal so much damage, 107,000 damage for that poke, that lethal ignition too, and he did the job, right? He was never really picked, like this Farsa pick was never really picked up to be the executor. He is there to deal damage so that Sanji can execute, so that Sano can execute, and he played this so well, but also the team did too, right? They played around him. The aggression played into the front to back really well.
And don't forget that in the early game, he was one of the only ones who was still doing kind of okay. Farsa was one of the only laners who was kind of quote-unquote winning. He was roaming around, and even though they were unable to really get a lot of kills through those ganks, there's still a lot of pressure that kind of staved off the initial aggression. But in that mid-game, man, about the 10-minute mark, that's where the backline members from Team Falcons just were not allowed to play at all. And while we're on the topic of Puppin, he's always kind of finding ways to be in range for the Feather Airstrike. And all things considered, you would think that he would have a lot worse of a KDA, but look at here. He's making moves like this, walking up face-to-face against Goodnight just to try and support his team with a Feather Airstrike. And yet, for the most part, if you look at his KDA, it's still pretty good. It's very good, actually. So props to him for finding a way to be a lot safer on this Farsa, even though we thought that he was definitely the main target for Team Falcons to jump on. Looking at the post-game stats right here, it's about 22 minutes of match time. Twisted Minds surviving the early game and then bringing it to the late game where you're seeing Kanji on Twisted Minds. I really thought that was going to be a bit of a split situation, but he was very happy just fighting with the team, knowing that the Masha damage is just insane. He was one of the highest kills in this game for his team, but it's accompanied by an equally high death rate because he doesn't care. Once he goes in, his job is done. The fact that Team Falcons are forced to play a certain way is already a big, massive W for Twisted Mind.
With so many damage dealers on the team, Cuffin, the guy who's the most vulnerable, dealt the most damage. And it's that idea of the best defense is offense. Because when you have 4 members constantly diving towards a front-to-back composition, yeah, it kind of leaves Team Falcons confused, right? Who wants to dive into the back, even if that shortcut is used up, even if the chip is able to flank? Who's going to take that portal? If you take that portal, you're kind of dead anyways, right? You get Cuffin, but you'll probably be able to deal enough damage for the rest of the team to clean up. That was the story for game number 1. We'll see in game number 2 if Team Falcons can either play better with their drafts that they have, with the win cons that they have, try to stay disciplined, because honestly, even though Twisted Minds won that game, it really did feel like Falcons had their number in the early game. They were able to control the game much better, utilize their rotations a lot better as well. Lark on the Clint was so much more active compared to Sano in this game, right? I mean, that was really impressive stuff from Team Falcons. Hopefully they continue with that, but now that we've gone through game number 1, usually game number 1 is where teams start to read out their opponents. Are we going to see the normal Falcons back? Are we going to see Falcons rely on their late game compositions again? Or do they stick with what they were able to do in game 1?
I feel like both strategies are equally valid. all in all, it was still a kind of good start for Team Falcons. And to be fair, it's only one game, right? And there's a lot of games. This is a long series that they have a chance to try and experiment with. If they want to try and go for that approach again, it's valid. But if they want to revert back for now and maybe save some of the other aggressive early game strategy they have in their pocket for later on, I feel like that's an equally valid approach right here. But I feel like they need to really start noting down some of these heroes in this game, especially for Twisted Minds, that really had no real issue, no real counter to them. Like the Masha, for instance, because even though it was looking so difficult for the Masha, it really felt that once the items were there was literally no counter, no way for them to deal with it. And if they want to try and go for early game or late game, they still have to make sure that some of these heroes are kind of like managed properly, right? You have to have counters for them. Otherwise, they're just waiting on the result.
And again, Arashi, for MPL MENA, the trend stays true. The red side is a bit better compared to the blue side. That reactivity that the red side has, I guess, right? I mean, with the Masha picking towards the later stage of the game, later stage of the draft as well, I think it really caught Team Falcons off guard, especially considering they were trying to utilize that front to back-ish composition with the Vexana, with the Clint as well. The Masha is anti-CC, right? I mean, technically anti-CC. Yes, you can kill him. That's probably the best way to deal with the Masha. You get rid of the HP bar, but when he dives into the back, it's almost basically anti-CC. Every time he loses that HP bar, another Thunderclap comes in. So incredible gap closing on top of the damage. Yeah, I think you kind of called it as well in the early game, right? I mean, the Masha, we've seen this countless times, even in MPL Indonesia. The fact that the Masha will not be relevant in the first few minutes of the game, but once he gets that BOD, everybody's got to look out for this Masha, because he could be 1-4. Heck, he could be 0-4. Once he gets that BOD, he will be a threat to the backliners, and it doesn't even matter. We saw that in that game. It was one of the moments that twisted the game. Not Twisted Minds playing the game with that, you know, bird composition with the... Dare I say, Twisted Minds played with the Falcons composition, but they used it to twist Falcons' minds in game 1. We're trying to play into the names as much as we can here, guys, but man, it really looked good. It really looked good for Team Falcons, man. I predicted Twisted Minds to win 4-0, and it seems I am right, which is very weird. It's very weird to say that I'm right, you know? It doesn't really happen that much, Arashi.
Exactly.
Like so far,
right. If you guys know Mirko, you know that that's not a common occurrence. But, you know, there's a first time for everything, Mirko. Maybe it's time to turn over a new leaf, right? And start a new chapter in your superstitious expertise.
Well, we'll see in game number 2 what adaptations Team Falcons do to their drafts again. If we take a look at their lower bracket finals win against DK, they didn't use this lineup. It's nothing even close to this kind of lineup, right? They haven't done in all 3 games that they played against DK. So I'm really curious to see if the Natan will come through, because even in game number 1 earlier, Natan was left open. And maybe with Twisted Minds picking up that Roger, that was their way to kind of shut the Natan down, because it's really tough to play Natan up against a team who are known to utilize that early game so well. And it just did not work out, I guess. Yeah, I mean, the Roger was a bit too much. On top of that, I think if they did go for Natan, that would have been a worse game for Team Falcons, because if the Clint can't handle that early to mid game of this composition, then yeah, Natan's not gonna have a good time, bro. Yeah, when he gets so in the way in the lane, when he gets dove on by 4 members. Oh, but okay, if you were Team Falcons right now, if you were the coach of Team Falcons, Arashi, what adaptations, what changes would you make to the drafts?
I think considering the fact that you mentioned it, bro, they like playing for the late game. They like having reliable backline members in the gold lane or in the mid lane to try and supplement the damage. If they really want to go with that style, and that's the style that they are comfortable with, then go for it. But if you're going to go for that, then you have to try and, I don't know, ban out or at least have a hard counter to the Masha, because you cannot, you've seen it, you can't really get the game that you want if that's how you're playing. And to be fair, right, there's an argument to be made that the Masha was great, but the Matilda is what made that Masha extra dangerous for Twisted Minds in game 1. So if they want to try and go for that approach and take out the Matilda, they'll get rid of the safety for Coffin that allowed them to do all that damage in that game. They're getting rid of the aggressive playmaking that allowed the Masha to be crazy, and they're also denying the healing. So if the coach feels that the Matilda is the actual main problem in game number 1, that is an approach I can see working as well.
All right, seems Coach Lyric and Coach Jomai with Falcons and Twisted Minds are both ready to enter the drafts for game number 2. And this time around, Team Falcons will actually take that red side away from Twisted Minds. Again, fun facts for you guys back at home if you guys are now only tuning in to MPL MENA Season 5 Grand Finals. So far, for MPL MENA, it's been very, very different compared to all the other leagues that, we know based on stats. In MPL MENA, Season 5, Red Side has the higher win rate compared to Blue Side. Red Side on a 51.97% win rate compared to Blue Side on the 48.03% win rate. And we did just see Twisted Minds win on Red Side as well. But this time, hey, Arashi, they took your notes in, man. They got the Matilda banned out. They also banned out the Chip and the Loyi, but they left open the Harith. Oh, Twisted Minds. We know Sano plays a mean Harith. He played that in game number 2 against Geekay in the upper bracket finals just yesterday. Do you think anything is more prior than the Harith right now?
Compared to the Harith, I feel like it has to be the main go-to. We've heard rumors that some teams are letting it go, are thinking that they can kind of deal with it with the nerfs, with specific compositions only. But I feel like it's a bit too costly, man. It forces you, even if you can counter it with a very specific composition, the fact that you're going to be forced to do so, right? To actually show, to use a particular composition, that's already a win for your opponent. So now for Falcon, what can actually be as valuable as this Harith pick, man? Because if you want to go for something aggressive, it has to still be in the end you can look at the Harith pick. Because otherwise, it might be too dangerous. Twisted Minds might really just snowball out of control and take over the game from that goal lane.
A very early Edith pick from Team Falcons and the Baksha too. This is an interesting start for Team Falcons, but it is the same start that they went for up against Geekay Esports game number 1 in the lower bracket finals when Geekay got the Harith. So this is their way to counter the Harith, and I will say it is a very good way. The Edith is an amazing pick to go up against the Harith. I think we suffered a defeat as well in a ranked game just yesterday up against the Edith Arashi. It is very, very good technically, especially when you give the Baksha over to the enemy team too, right? So Edith to deal damage in that prolonged team fight where once the Zaman Force has expired, Edith will be able to outdamage you, and then the Baksha putting down that anti-regen so early on. You don't even need a Dominance Ice in the early game. So if Twisted Minds decide to rotate the Harith in the gold lane, oh, that's another Farsa though. Yeah, but if they decide to rotate the Harith early on from the gold lane to participate in the turtle fights, it'll be kind of scary. But I expect the Team Falcons to actually go for a very similar draft from the match against Geekay yesterday in lower bracket finals, which was Edith Baksha first pick into the Natan pick. But they're shifting things a bit. They need a bit of that dive, and the Benedetta comes through. I think that's a very good adaptation. And I think if we take a look at the second phase bans now for Falcons, they might want to take the same route that they did in game number 1, which is ban out that Paquito, ban out some of these XP laners up against Twisted Minds, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna go for that just yet. They're more concerned about that dive getting stopped by that Minotaur. They have a Baksha, they have a Benedetta, technically also the Edith. All these members very vulnerable to CC like the Minotaur. So Twisted Minds, at this point, they try to target down Good Night because they banned out Valentina 2 games in a row now, Arashi. They now try to limit Good Night again.
They want to have a lot of big ultimates, right? To really try and get some control in these fights. The fact they got ran over, right, must have really showed in their minds like, okay, we have to have good DPS, but we also have to have these tools, right? Especially with the Farsa being the MVP for game number 1, the Benedetta will be a great addition, but the Paquito becomes something that's questioned, that's usually used to match this Benedetta. So hopefully, well, potentially, it will be banned away as well from Falcon here to really secure that strong playmaking style in that EXP lane, so that they can actually get a proper front to back.
I think they have to, yeah, they have to respect the Paquito. The Paquito's going to find so much more value in this game compared to the last game. The last game was already a pretty good Paquito pick too. That was banned out also by Falcons, but now with the Benedetta, kind of have to do it now. Twisted Minds, they go for one final ban. I think it might be the Novaria pick. The 3 picks that we have seen from Good Night has been the Valentina, the Novaria, and the Vexana. Those are the 3 most comfortable picks, so Twisted Minds have a chance to try to just take all of these picks away from Good Night and force him on a pick that he might not be too comfortable on. But hey, Twisted Minds, they might go for a gold lane ban too. I don't see that really. With the Harith, you're automatically almost going to win out this lane. Unless the Edith gets flexed into the gold lane.
What?
We'll see how creative Falcons want to go with this draft. I really don't think they're going to go with that much creativity, with that much volatility. I think it should just be a Novaria ban here. But let's see. Countdown onto that last ban. What is it going to be? Oh, we're just going to have to wait on this one.
It's going to be a few more seconds until they're forced to reveal it. But I agree. Some kind of utility tool will be great here. I feel like with this condition, the fact that there's a Harith on the side of Twisted Minds, they're kind of overloaded on magical damage because the Farsa also outputs magic damage. So for Falcon, they can kind of maybe predict that in the long drawn-out fights, they'll be able to really out DPS the members of Twisted Minds. So to do so, already with a Baxia and an Edith, if they can add some more damage and more importantly, some crowd control to really stop this Harith or this Farsa from just being too freely maneuvering.
What?
Whoa! Mirko, weigh in on this, Mirko.
I mean, we were talking about the late game. Do they want to rely on the late game? Yeah, I guess they want to bank on that late game, and I'm not too sure about the Mia pick up against the Harith. But there you go. I think there has been a mistake in the draft because I spotted out the bans, right? I heard the ban come through already, but no image of a hero gets popped up for the ban from Twisted Minds. So I think Twisted Minds didn't get to ban, didn't get to take away that final hero in their draft, and then we see the Mia. So I believe there has been a mistake, but I guess that's just my assumption right now. We'll have to wait for further confirmation if we do have a remake on the game. Because yeah, when I saw the no ban from Twisted Minds, I was already kind of skeptical, and then I saw the Mia pick, and yeah, I don't think I would pick Mia against a Harith. And it seems Coach Lyric is enjoying himself too in the back there. You can see him just, you know, I don't know what he was doing there, what kind of pose he was doing, or what kind of emote he tapped on, but yeah, well, I guess we'll wait for further confirmation here.
For now, though, what do you think will be put in the gold lane, though, Mirko, right? The Harith has been so good. A lot of people have been saying, people I know at least, that it's not only about the matchup. It's almost like if you're up against a Harith, it needs to be a team effort. You need to bring other people into those lanes, and then maybe you can get a bit of an advantage. The Mia is definitely, I don't think, the answer. I was trying to theorize immediately, like, okay, is this supposed to, you know, just like stealth to the back line and take out the Farsa? Like, what kind of crazy strat is this? But most likely not. No way.
Who knows, right? I mean, they have been able to utilize late game for the longest time. All right, they're taking their IEMs out, right now. So I definitely think we've gotten somewhat visual confirmation that we will have a remake and a redraft of game number 2. And yeah, we're back here. Hey, we got Yasu there in the front, and now we are going back to our normal selves, Arashi. We shapeshifted from Yasu to Arashi and Mirko again.
Our normal selves. Interesting choice of adjective there, Mirko. Yes. Normal, just a pair of normal guys right here, unlike the mana casters. Looking very sharp, by the way. Shout out to them. But, alright, this is the question, Mirko. Like, what can they do right here? Because we're seeing that they were trying to do some respect, right? They're trying to adjust the drafting phase. Then the Harith comes out, right? We're talking, like, again, about the red side and the blue side. It really seems that for red side, this is the main weakness, right? The fact that this Harith is always looming in the shadows.
You can say it's a weakness, but for Twisted Minds, that's been their strength, right? They've been able to just bait out so many of these bans out, and good on them, leaving the Harith open, leaving the chip to be banned out by Team Falcons as well. They left so many picks open that it kind of forced one to be up for grabs. And Falcons, they decided to go with it. They decided to trade that one pick for two of what looks to be more prio picks for them, the Edith and the Baksha. And again, they have made this work before. Just yesterday in the lower bracket finals up against Geeky Falcons, game number 1, they left the Harith open, they let the Harith go, and they picked up the Edith, the Baksha, and then the Natan. What changes? They picked up the Benedetta instead of Natan here as the last pick in the first phase. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see if that is even their plan. Maybe the mistake started all the way from the Benedetta pick. Maybe they wanted to go for Natan, and maybe. They made a mistake there. Based on the template, definitely doesn't seem like the normal draft that they go for. But again, technically it is also normal. I don't know, man. That XP lane has just been, like, Ding has been so phenomenal on these flashy picks. He's kind of like, if I were to draw a comparison from, you know, MPL MENA to MPL ID, I would say Ding is kind of like Aran. He's been doing so well on those Benedettas. Cutting up these waves, split pushing, and joining the team fights with that Benedetta. Loves to play that Benedetta, and it's been respected every single game by Geeky in the lower bracket finals. 3 games, 3 bans onto the Benedetta.
Well, for now, we have to wait and see if, you know, that was the actual option that Team Falcon was trying to go for. But on that point, Mirko, about the Edith, I really like that as a solution here for Falcons to try to round out their composition, because they want to be aggressive, but it seems like they're also kind of struggling, especially in the late stage of the game. Edith kind of helps out in both, right? You're still aggressive in the early game, you have good clear, you have utility if you want to try and help out in some of these fights, and later in the game, you can transition, quote-unquote, to a bit of a damage dealer, and that kind of gives you the best of both worlds. Of course, it also means that you're also a jack of all trades, master of none. So I think that's the trade-off, right? In the early game, in some aspects, either that's the 1v1 or the wave clear, you're gonna maybe falter a little bit, especially that mobility, I feel like. But afterwards, it's solid, unless, of course, Twisted Minds are gonna try and twist their minds some more.
It reminds me of a quote from a very close friend of ours, you know, from the Philippines, Mr. Joseph himself. I think if Twisted Minds can continue to practice their minds off, they will be able to twist the minds of Falcons. Shout out to Naisu, our good friend there. But yeah, again, that really has been their way to beat Falcons so far. I mean, we only have game 1 as a reference, but technically in the first round of the upper brackets, when Twisted Minds also met up against Falcons when they won 2-0 in the best of 3, that's also what they did. They were able to just outdraft Falcons straight off the bat in the start of the game, start of the draft, so well by... I think they really didn't pull off anything too special in the drafts. They just stayed consistent with it, right? They understood what was prio. They understood what is prio to their players and to their own compositions, and they got the picks by picking the right side, reacting to the right picks. It's all about using the fundamentals. It's all about having that great foundation, and for Twisted Minds, that's been the key to all their victories. There's a reason they are undefeated so far in the playoffs of MPL MENA. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, bro. This is a crazy run. Well, technically 2-0, 2-0, and 1-0 right now. We'll see if that continues to be a 2-0, because based on the draft earlier, after that Mia pick, I would have automatically counted Falcons out of that game. But luckily it was a mistake. Or maybe, luckily, hey, for some people, they might want to see the Mia.
Some people love that Mia, dude. So I can
you probably want to see
a few
the Mia.
people. I mean, there's someone in our region well known. I mean, his name is literally Top Global Mia, you know? So, I mean,
oh my God,
there's people like that who wants to see it happen, man. But I think that's a great point, Mirko. And I think it's just so difficult, right? When your opponents aren't really making use of a particular pick or a particular style. It's just all fundamentals. It becomes harder to counter, technically. And I think it's scarier, because you don't really know which part is the actual problem. You just know that in general, in the basics, the fundamentals, they're just better. And that can be a very daunting situation to be in, man, when you're trying to do everything differently, you're trying to find weird solutions, and in the end, they're just better. We've seen that happen.
We've seen that happen a bit too many times, I think, you know, especially for us. It's been the pattern for us. If you know, in our own region. But it seems MPL MENA, this roster, Twisted Minds want to start that dynasty of them for themselves as well in MPL MENA Season 5. And it's really, really cool to see that the MENA teams have been developing at such a staggering pace. They've been improving so fast. Again, Triple Esports, with this kind of similar lineup, Triple Esports back in M5, they already impressed me a lot with how they were able to play, how they were able to give Onyx back then in M5 a run for their money in the early game. But now it seems they have refined that style even more, like we said before, game number 1. And I guess we'll have to see if Coach Lyric has a few more tricks to show us up his sleeves, or maybe he just wants to stay normal, you know, with the orthodox picks. Don't want to really go for anything too creative, too experimental in the grand finals, maybe. But hey, you have players as good as, you know, these 5 players that you have in the team. Might as well maybe pull off a crazy pick and try to surprise Falcons, because it seems like Falcons, slowly but surely, right? Very slowly but surely, they are actually adapting. They are actually catching up to that early game playstyle that Twisted Minds have been able to utilize for the better part of the season.
I think with how dominant they've been, right, with how eye-catchy they have been, I think it'll be a bit more confusing if teams don't start trying to catch up at least, or trying to take some notes from, you know, a page in Twisted Minds' playbook, because it's been so effective, right? And that's, I think, the beauty of a big, long tournament with long matches, potentially long series, even though it's been pretty dominant right here. But in those long series, that's where you can really see them, see all these strategies put to the test, and even sometimes countered a bit or taken to the late game where it's not supposed to be. And you can kind of see how the original creator of that strat kind of adapts it or adjusts in those unfamiliar situations, and that is what leads to a solid, just like well-crafted, well-smithed meta that I think that we are always looking forward to seeing, especially as casters.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can utilize this again, continue this run. I'm really excited to see the drafts again, especially after that Mio pick. It was so bombastic. At that point, even though I counted them out instantly, I was really rooting for them deep down, you know? If I count you off, usually that's a blessing in disguise. So, hey,
right.
Hopefully the Mia does actually show up in game number 2. But if it doesn't, right? Do we see an unorthodox pick or no? Because they tried to pull off the Clint. That is a bit unorthodox. It was actually used by Sano yesterday, not by Mr. Lark. So again, I guess we'll see on that. And also for the mid lane, if that actually does happen in the second phase, if Twisted Minds want to just take as many heroes away from Goodnight as possible. We saw the Valentina in the first phase. In the first ban of the second phase, we saw the Vixana. And it was really looking like it was going to be a Novaria ban. It really looked like they really wanted to shut Goodnight down. If that does happen, what is Goodnight going to play? Is he going to be forced on a Faramis per se? Something that is really good, but it's more of a utility hero. When compared to all the other heroes that we've seen from Goodnight, he likes to be the carry of the team. He wants to deal as much damage as possible. He wants to be the X factor, the secondary damage dealer to the gold laner in the games that we see for Team Falcons. If that gets denied from him, how is he going to adapt to that style? Because even all the way from, I think last time I saw Goodnight was MPLI. Back then when Falcons also still had Hulk and Lotrick too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was their style too. They had Lotrick as the primary carry, and Goodnight was the secondary carry. But when they got denied of those heroes, or when they got shut down in lane, yeah, they were not really able to find any success. Usually the X Factor back then was Maro, if you remember, again as usual on the Franco. That was the crazy pick.
His signature.
Yeah, it seems for now their playstyle is a bit more initiation heavy. Not a lot of X factors. They want to play it front to back, and that's how they usually win, and that's also how they usually lose, right? They're a bit too one-dimensional in that aspect.
But I feel like that's a whole trend of having a mid laner that wants to be a secondary damage dealer, an actual serious carry and not just utility. I think that's also what is allowing the more variety in the golden as well. So honestly, I'm not opposed to it. I think it opens a door for a lot of very interesting situations. Just early on in the season, when we're talking about playing early game, just dominating the early game phase, just taking it over to the mid game and ending it before we get to the late game fights. We talked about having fighters in the sides, but then losing out on damage. Well, maybe more high damage output mid laners come back into the meta, we can see a bit of a difference there. So I'm really looking forward to how it kind of develops later on over time again. But I mean, for now, we have to still wait and see. I think we are getting confirmation that it's going to be a redraft, but we're waiting on confirmation on whether it's completely from the beginning or from a particular pick.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, the first few, I think the first phase, there was no problem at all. Both teams got what they wanted to go for. But again, yeah, we don't have any confirmation as to how the redraft is going to work. But I'm glad you brought that topic up, Arashi, with this new meta being so reliant on damage output. The more damage dealers you have, it seems the more success you will find. Yesterday, Twisted Minds in the upper bracket finals, they used a det in the mid lane to counter the dive that, you know, Geeke wanted to try to utilize up against them. And even in game number 2, they picked up Julian in the mid lane. Geeke picked up Julian in the mid lane. Twisted Minds didn't, but I'm really excited to see these assassins start to come up in the mid lane, and, you know, maybe some unorthodox picks like the Odette. So hopefully, are we in a meta where we can say that damage output equals to victory? Because from the looks of it, from the patterns as well that we've been seeing in MPL ID as well after the patch, yeah, the more damage output, the more damage dealers you have in your team, it just seems like you have more success, you have more ways to win the game.
I think it depends as well on the composition, right? Especially in our own MPL, we've seen not just assassins, we've seen like the Sicilian make a comeback as well.
That's
talk about assassins, I immediately got flashbacks to Sans with the Grushin mid.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. But more damage output is great, but I think a lot of teams are preemptively already adjusting, because you see, at least in our own MPL, a lot of the items, a lot of the playstyles, it's all about mobility, remember? We were initially confused to see a lot of these big frontline tanks go for like a brute force breastplate, because now people are understanding that with the Natan rising up in the popularity back then, a lot of these heroes, you can't really stand there and tank anyways, right? It's only a matter of time. So they're going to go for more mobility, and it's about getting out of range. It's about getting away from the danger zone instead of just being a beefy tank. So if that becomes the prio, then damage output is still important, but the speed of the damage output becomes even more critical.
It's so strange, Arashi, because on cam, right, I can look left usually and I can see you, but this time I look left and I can't really. I can see you. Man. Yeah, but yeah, continuing this, you know, discussion. Well, at this point, right, as we have the pause, as usual, you're kind of welcome to a new segment of MPL MENA. I think this is the first of its kind. Welcome to the English Desk podcast with Arashi and Mirko as we wait for game number 2 to continue. I'm thinking of other ways that Falcons can actually take this game, because they already tried their best to bring up crazy stuff like the glue. What did you think about that glue pick in game number 1? Did you think it was a good pick? Did you think they kind of overthought that glue pick? Did you think it wasn't really effective? What's your take on that glue?
I think it worked well for what they needed it to. They needed someone who can be sustainable and a bit more untargetable, because he's going to be diving in to 4 members just to kind of scare them away. And they're also using him as a bit of a catch tool. So technically, you can kind of draw comparisons to a Yu Zhong. I feel like it's used in a bit of a similar situation, right? Oh, big turtle fights coming in, split. We saw from Ding earlier. Sometimes Black Dragon form can serve the same exact situation. It's just more sustainable, a bit tankier. We've seen that in recent times, the Black Dragon has just been having a bad time, man. He's been flying around and getting shot out straight out of the sky again and again. So maybe that's why we're seeing a bit more experimentation to try and find something that can kind of operate the same way and yet still be a lot more useful when it comes to utility and sustainability as well.
Well, it seems they have taken your notes, Arashi, because they want to get straight into the drafts in this game. Will they utilize the sustainability? Because yeah, the Impure Rage, we had 3 Impure Rages just last game for Team Falcons. Twisted Minds wanted to go for the burst route, and the burst route actually worked for them really, really well. They cycled through their cooldowns So I think the layering from Twisted Minds was really what made them special, because it wasn't just the composition, right? The composition was obviously really good for Team Falcons and also Twisted Minds, but the execution was just a tad bit, or not, you know what, a lot cleaner by Twisted Minds. They understood what their composition was meant to do, and Falcons, they kind of understood that too in the early game. For a portion of the game, they understood their win conditions, but then when it got to that mid to late game, this is a problem that a lot of teams deal with, by the way, is they kind of forget how to be creative. Twisted Minds, they were in the same boat just a year ago at M5. They were able to get the early game up against so many different teams, but then in the mid game, when the Land of Dawn gets a lot more creative, you need to be a lot more creative to get advantages, to utilize the advantages that you get from the template early game that you've already won. That's when they find the hardest obstacle. And that's kind of what we're seeing for Team Falcons. Hopefully they are able to jump across that obstacle, maybe shatter the obstacle. That would be the best way for Team Falcons. Actually, no, they're Falcons. What am I saying? They should just fly up.
They should just fly over it and rise above all these troubles that they have. But it all begins here, man. In the drafting phase, you have to wonder, with this quote-unquote extra bit of time, how much more value are Falcons squeezing out of the brain of their coaches, man? Because they need every single drop right now. Everything lies in the balance.
Everything.
And you're talking earlier about just the Imperial Rages, the long drawn-out style, kind of. I feel like they have to be a bit more creative, not just in the mid-game situation, but also in how they want to use some of these picks. Because, I mean, as a immediate example, we saw the chip let go. It's a bit of a prio pick for a lot of teams. But even in MPL ID, just to draw some comparison here with our own experiences, that chip doesn't always become like an insta-win, right? Some teams have just found ways to be a lot more menacing, a lot more creative with that chip. So I'm saying, if Falcon wants to go for that aggressive style, it doesn't have to only be in the drafting phase. It could be in how they rotate, in the execution. Because you were saying it earlier, for Twisted Minds, it just seems a lot cleaner. And I would add on, a lot more thought out compared to Team Falcon so far.
I somehow, you know, you're right, obviously, but it just felt like a little bit of a diss, brother. You know, you're saying a few teams failed to utilize the chip. Are you referring to one red team in particular who failed to use the chip in MPL Indo, man? I feel like you're throwing a few jabs at me here. I'm joking, obviously, Rashi, but it seems like we are going to continue with the drafts for game number 2, and it will be a complete redraft, I believe. It does seem like it's the same band so far, just in mind with the Angela and the Fredrin, and it's going to be the Lo Yi and the Mathilda. So, if I remember correctly, yeah, that's a Valentina, and it should be a chip from Team Falcons. And okay, so it seems in the first phase we won't have any changes, so that's great, at least, unless Twisted Minds decide to not go for the Harith here. All right, there you go. All right, it should be confirmed now.
All right, now with the Harith, Baksha and Edith, okay. Seems like we're gonna see it all just play out the same up till that final confusing pick for sure. Or it might be this one, Mirko. We talked about how it might not be a Benedetta, but it is gonna be the Benedetta. So now for going back into it immediately for Twisted Minds, the fact that they have a Barats here that's not really that good at just catching people, and a lot of mobility tools from the side of Falcon. It's like Twisted Minds are going into the same kind of battle here. A lot of people running around looking for opportunities, and they have to try and survive through it.
Okay, so it's not going to be the Novaria ban for Twisted Minds. It's actually the Roger ban. Falcons, now they have a shot. They have a chance to go for the Novaria pick, but technically, they can try to just leave it later. The Farsa is already picked up by Twisted Minds, so it doesn't really put them in any rush to go for the pick into the mid lane. But technically, it's also the same for the gold lane, right? It just comes down to what they want to prio for their team. I think with the Roger taken away, with the Harith in the enemy team as well, something like the Natan could work if they want to really just weather the storm in the early game, hold out. But it seems they want to go for the carry instead. They want to have a little bit more shred damage towards this Barats, a very tanky member in the lineup. But again, this lane is not that great up against the Harith. You can dodge away from the Synchro Fission. You have ways to counter the Harith. But overall, if the Harith plays it smart, it's going to be tough. And especially now with the Tigreal too. And the Masha, that short range of the carry. now you're kind of in a pretty bad spot. Do they still want to go Novaria here, Arashi?
Novaria into this? I feel like it's a bit too dangerous, a bit too risky. I would prefer something with a bit more crowd control to help out with this Masha issue, with the Tigreal issue, or maybe something with just a bit more damage. And you know, the best crowd control is death, but otherwise, something utility-based, I think it would be better compared to something that's just so squishy, so far in the backline.
Okay. So the Faramis is still up for grabs. We did mention the Faramis a few times earlier during our whole podcast segment, and it will be the pick for Falcons. It's a great pick, honestly, for Team Falcons, but I just have one doubt about this pick. Is Goodnight going to be comfortable on this pick, right? Because, hey, he's a damage dealer. He's not really much of a utility player for Team Falcons based on what we've seen. So, what are your thoughts on this, Arashi?
I think it buys him a bit more time, and in theory, with an Edith, a carry, there's gonna be a lot more ways for you to really burst through and like out-damage your opponents. But the Masha becomes a big equalizer here, because a lot of people seem to be stuck on the mindset that, okay, as long as we have the Netherrealm from the Faramis, we can kind of get a straight advantage. But no, if you are bursted down so fast that you're immediately put into stasis, you immediately lose the whole Netherrealm HP bar, then you're basically just a sitting duck, right? And there's a chance that this can be capitalized on with a Masha and a Farsa. We're talking now so much about the Farsa being a big component here. If the Masha comes in and they're able to save, let's say Lark, one of the backline members from that Masha, by using the Netherrealm, then the Feather Escher can just seal the deal after. And that's before even talking about the split push potential here. Because we've seen this matchup before. The Benedetta will have a way to lane, to kind of clear, but when it comes to later on, the mid-game or late-game 1v1, just roaming around the map situation, the Masha just has so much more going for her with the better burst damage, with the better survivability as well. That's technically a bit less skill intensive than the Benedetta.
Those lanes, the Masha into the Benedetta, the Herith into the carry. These are some solid lanes that Twisted Minds have to play with. On top of that, Marat, someone that is known to clear super fast, but honestly the Baksha should be able to handle him in that department. We'll see how the game gets played here, as we are going to be welcome, ladies and gentlemen, with you guys watching as well, into the land of Dawn. Soar beyond limits. This is MPL MENA Season 5 Grand Finals, and we are entering game number 2. Into the land of Dawn we go. Will Twisted Minds be able to get that second point in this best of 7, or will Team Falcons equalize on the board, making it 1-1, making this go to a game 3 on equal footing? We'll see as we get into the game.
All right, both teams rushing through for sure, but with Hoda on the Barats right now, it's going to be a whole different situation, man. Kenji will still be able to clear fast, but the Barats we've seen fall out of popularity because now it's not as simple, as easy to really try and punish that kind of rotation, that kind of invasion. So Hoda will have to try and bank really on that mutual objectives contest. And with the Tigreal, I guess technically there are ways for Twisted Minds to really come out on top here.
And, you know, Goodnight with the Lethal Ignition still. Even though he's on the Faramis, he still wants to deal as much damage as possible. Still has that carry genes in him, Mr. Goodnight. Lark with the QC, though. Still, again, just wanting to stay alive in this lane. I think it's going to be a bit more of a passive lane in the gold lane. I don't think there's going to be a lot of skirmishes, especially for Lark's sake on this carry. He wants to just get into that mid-game with his items, but very early on, Falcons are putting on pressure on Hoda. He's still able to go onto his jungle. Cuffin gets chunked in the mid lane quite a bit, forced to use that regen. Goodnight and Super are doing a really good job in the mid lane so far. But is anything pique your interest in the emblems, Arashi? The choices of emblems from Team Falcons or Twisted Minds?
Well, Kenji actually isn't going for a concussive blast, so out farming, just fast clearing, really isn't in the agenda for him. He wants to have some more mana and a bit more damage with the spammable shields he'll be throwing around in the Land of Dawn here. With Lark and Goodnight going with the Purify, I feel like it's almost a given. It's almost a necessity. If he didn't go for it, I think it would be a bit of a foolish maneuver. So with that being said, now, collision on the bottom side.
Yeah, shield unity used up. That's it as welcome by Hoda defensively, but again, Team Falcons, super fast pace in the early game, able to find first blood just like they did in game number 1. And look at the timer, it's perfect for the turtle that's about to spawn in 2 seconds. Kenji will get straight onto that turtle, but the question is, will Twisted Minds try to rotate over towards the turtle? Will they try to contest this? Troll is already around the vicinity now of that turtle, trying to get this opening, but look at that. Jetson is welcome once again, going to be used up, but now into the final blow. He goes eye for an eye, able to catch him, and Hoda will be taken down for the second time in this game. In the second minute, Team Falcons pick up all the wins early.
Looking kind of close right there, Twisted Minds, making it look kind of terrifying, kind of scary for Team Falcons. But overall, that's just that early game damage coming in handy. For Twisted Minds, it's the same idea, but implosion though.
Yeah, with the shove as well. Good night, finding a stampede right into the Earth Shatter, the Primal Rat Super. Wow, well played to Good Night. Amazing stampede to turn that around.
Great turnaround, and Troll, I guess Twisted Minds are just trying to go a lot more aggressive here. They want to lose the initiative that far, like in game number 1. But so far, it's kind of looking like the same game. You have to remember, in game number 1, the main person who just kept getting taken out, getting beat on, was Hoda. And in game 2, so far, not so different. But Coffin getting taken out once here, it's going to curb his pressure around the map as well. And you're really seeing this Benedetta pick from Ding being so useful. The fact that he can just clear so fast and go around the map and supplement some of this clear even for the mid laner, allowing the rest of the members to try and find place somewhere else.
Well, it seems they're already looking towards that top side of the map where Hoda will be forced to use Detonus Welcome again defensively. Good missiles, bringing him back into the shove. He goes, but Earth Shatter connects as well. Good for the airstrike. Now into the combo. Good Night will be taken out by the Zaman Force used up in the Synchro Fission from Sano. And Cuffin takes 1 kill over as well. That's 3-4-0. Twisted Minds, some way able to equalize again. Deja vu to game 1.
That just came out of nowhere, man. There's a lot of setup from the side of Twisted Minds, and I think compared to game 1, there's a lot more setup, and Team Falcons were really respecting it. The fact that Troll and Hoda can kind of punish aggressive maneuvers from their team seems like something that they're not really used to. And Good Night not popping the Netherrealm, got taken out with the Purify down, I believe. That was just a big unfortunate situation as Troll waiting for a play.
No implosion just yet. No death is welcome as well. Earth Shatter comboed in with a flicker and the onward to the final blow into the back line with another realm. Gets used up and Lark again rotates a bit faster in the bottom lane. Sanji is just looking for a trade and Team Falcons get the dub. That's a turtle and 3 kills. But Sanji does get a bit of compensation. He does get a few hits onto the turret gold in the bottom lane.
That's a confusing situation to see, man. I mean, if the idea is to go for a trade, did they really have to go all in like that, especially knowing that there is that massive Netherrealm power spike that Team Falcons can use to try and get an advantage? And I must say that Hoda is absolutely taking a beating right here. In that fight, I believe he lost the majority of his HP bar just by Ding and the Electro final blade.
Blow?
So he needs to... Final blow, sorry, yes. So he needs to try and maybe maneuver around a bit more and stop walking in so straightforwardly because he's getting absolutely punished for it.
And now Twisted Minds find themselves in a spot that's a bit tough, but again, it's deja vu to game number 1. The exact same circumstances, at least in the early game. Hoda behind, 3 deaths already on the Barats. But Twisted Minds still have a way. They always are able to twist the game somehow, some way. But Team Falcons this time, it does seem like they have a composition that they're more comfortable to play with. We were talking about how Good Night will perform on this Faramis. So far, he's doing a really good job. And even Ding in the bottom lane now gets thunderclapped by Sanji. Pops the eye for an eye and doesn't let Sanji get that reset on the thunderclap. Doesn't allow that to happen. He doesn't go for the damage onto the HP bars of Sanji to reset.
I'm surprised for Twisted Minds though, the fact that they do have a very strong gold laner, they really haven't been using it, or rather abusing it at all. Now with Team Falcons gaining the momentum, just being able to be around the map faster than Twisted Minds as well. Especially with Hoda being on the Barats now, he is capped when it comes to that mobility. He has to walk around, lumber around so slow compared to everyone else. And that also leads him to be susceptible to getting caught out. Lark finishing the golden staff means that Hoda will just be taken out that much faster.
Alright, again, a free turtle. Twisted Minds tries to rotate up top. And there's going to be a rotation as well. Sano going to be caught in the onward. Good Night finds the burst with a lethal ignition, and Troll is caught in the attack damage of that Primal Wrath. Good shield unity to cancel out the conceal, and Good Night again with the Ghost Bursters picks another kill up. The man's 4-1-3. Team Falcons are soaring.
And 4-1-3, immediately picking up the Lightning Truncheon as well. You said it, Mirko. He wants to be a damage dealer, and on the Faramis, it's no different. The utility will be great, but at heart, he wants to try and take members out. He has the highest amount of kills in the game so far for his team, and for Twisted Minds, they just really seem to be overwhelmed. Every single time they just get beat on, just dashed out in the dive as Ding goes for a bit of a 1v1. And same problem here. Sanji though, still scaling on the Masha, not really shut down, and in fact getting a lot of gold from that turret gold in the bottom side earlier. That is something that Team Falcons have to try and mitigate.
Oh, Good Night able to purify out of the implosion, pops into the realm, tries to go for the stampede to bring them back again, to try to do what he did earlier. But Super was not around to really help, and the onward will be used defensively. We do have a pause, so ladies and gentlemen, please do be patient with us as we try to resolve the technical problem. But Falcons is really doing a good job right now, man. They are able to get such a massive lead at the start of the game. That's almost a 4,000 gold lead, 8 kills to 3, and full neutral objective control.
And they have been able to really stave off the Harith, right? We talked about how the Harith is supposedly this absolute menace, this crazy pick that really can snowball out of control, but they really haven't been bothered by it. And in fact, the carry is the one that has been finding success in being present and being a bit more active in these fights. So the targeting from Falcons is definitely great here, and you're seeing that the Farsa and the Harith in particular are finding it difficult to find opportunities to walk up without risking getting completely locked down and taken out.
I think with the Harith, they've been able to win out in that initial fight that we saw in the gold lane, but that's it, right? I think you brought up this point already, and I just want to really emphasize this point. They have a winning lane in the gold lane, but it just doesn't seem like they're playing towards it. Every time they play around the gold lane, it's always them at a disadvantage for some reason, right? Twisted Minds, they try to fight around the turtle, the second turtle, I believe, with the Harith, but then the Masha is all the way in the bottom lane. So it's a little bit of a disconnect from the winning conditions, definitely from this composition for Twisted Minds. And so far, Team Falcons have been able to outplay them in every single team fight, and Sanji might just be next in the chopping block here with a gank already being set up by Team Falcons. Does seem like Sanji will read it out, and Falcons will just be happy to take this objective. Big structure down again, tier 1 in the bottom lane.
In the middle of the map though, that was a big play initiated by Troll, but Ding was able to get out of it. So that was a big time investment, and yet they were able to get anything from it. Daytona's Welcome allows Hoda to get out of there, but now it won't be available for the next Lord fight. Twisted Minds just being completely outmaneuvered here.
Wow, I mean, like, great reactions from Hoda. That would have been a great pickoff for Team Falcons had the Earth Shatter connected and towards the onward, but they baited out the Detona's Welcome, like you mentioned. I think it's a bit more worth it for Team Falcons now in this team fight. Compared to that, now Flicker Implosion finding one, but another realm again. Good Night saves Ding. And just like that, they'll be able to utilize this neutral objective setup to control it once again. They used it to try to bait out the Detona's Welcome earlier. Now they baited out the Feather Airstrike and the Implosion Flicker. So any way that they had earlier to go for this fight is going to be bad for them. Super gets a good onward into the Earth Shatter as well. Hoda melted down. Even with the Detona's Welcome, it won't save him. And in the bottom lane, Sanji can only look for a tier 1 trade. Team Falcons secure the big neutral objective of the game.
Good guy Hoda though, just taking the beating for the team. But with the Feather Airstrike, it seems like Twisted Minds are trying to delay, but Team Falcon immediately using Lark to go aggressive. A whole different look right here compared to when he was on the cliff, right? He's not really as concerned, and he has the damage to really shred down Sanji even later on in the game, you know, provided that the ideal circumstances are met. I think the big problem here is it's going to be on the hands of Goodnight here to decide, right, when to pop in that Nether Realm. Is it when Sanji goes in, or is it when Coffin comes in with a huge feather airstrike? That is where things can get kind of confusing, and he goes in the front though. Good night.
Yeah, I think he's very confident right now at this point in the game, and why shouldn't he be, right? He's 4-1-4. He's up against a team that is severely lacking damage at this point of the game, and he has another realm to play with too. Final blow by Ding, an eye for an eye too, as he baits out the Zaman Force, and I think that's really valuable because Good Night gets the stampede down onto Sano. Doesn't find enough damage to really threaten him in this bottom lane. But so far, so good for Team Falcons. They weren't able to take all the tier 2s, but they took the side lane tier 2s, which are very, very valuable at this stage of the game.
And taking the side lane tier 2s technically allows you to cut off your opponents when they're under the mid lane turret as well. So it's still pushing towards the same value the longer the game goes. At 11 minutes though, Twisted Minds compared to game number 1 really seem to be struggling more because they can't really find the same kind of playmaking in the hands of Troll. Even with the Tigreal, the fact that the main 2 carries that usually get targeted don't really have can't really get picked off due to the purifies here. I think Twisted Minds have to wait for a chance to go for a pick off when those plus are not active. As you can see now, the Harith in the hands of Sano trying to make the plays happen, but it's just so limited.
Yeah, well played to Good Night and the rest of Team Falcons too. Not overreacting to that play. Knows that Sano will not take that 50-50 because Good Night still has another realm anyways, right? And Sano is just used up the Zaman Force. Luckily, it's on a very short cooldown, so he will be able to have that in the next team fight. But again, for Team Falcons, they kind of did what we were expecting them to do right after game 1. The adaptations made by Team Falcons, right? Understanding their win cons, understanding how to play through their winning conditions to get this early game and finding creative ways to actually utilize the early game lead that they have. And Sanji, again, caught in the bottom lane, goes in for the Thunderclap, and now with the few strikes that Ding is able to provide, Sanji only gets petrified! Good pick by Team Falcons, 1-0. And Twisted Minds, they're all corralling on the neutral objective, but they can't really go for it anyways.
The timing on that, and now even Troll getting jumped on, seems like Team Falcons want to go for it.
Kenji's just gonna bait that out, man. He has the play sounds to play with. Doesn't even pop it. Goes to the region. Goes for the creeps in his own jungle. That's a good miss sound. A death to his welcome now. Now we'll see a final blow to zone him away. Good eye for an eye too, and it dealt enough damage towards Hoda to take this Lord for free. It's an enhanced Lord. Good night again with a stampede to bring Hoda back. No death to this welcome means you are vulnerable, and Team Falcons again punish Twisted Minds for their overextension.
Now sitting at a almost 6,000 gold lead, 8,000 almost. Team Falcons here just making sure that they're trying to stifle every single possibility of Twisted Minds to try and mount a comeback. Looking at the items, the Masha has the damage, has the items, but now does not have the opportunity to even go in the back line. And usually with the Wind of Nature, there's still a chance that the Masha can still be that big of a problem. But with the Netherrealm as well, wow, there's no real way, no real counter as Team Falcons barrel in, and with the Netherrealm, they can force for a quick end.
Defensive Zaman Force used up by Sano to clear up the Lord, and that's actually really effective for Twisted Minds for now. They're able to clear out the waves really, really well, but another wave is coming down on them. Good night, rotating. Oh, the damage comes with the glowing wand. Good night, lethal ignition and the glowing wand on the Ghost Bursters as they clump up together to give even more burst damage to Good night. Final blow into the back line by Ding just to clear out the minion waves, however. And Team Falcons, they will decide to disengage. They are happy with just the base turret up top. Well played by Good night. Onward again from Super. This time, not really going to go for that initiation. Hoda as well, holding on to that death to his welcome. It would have been a bad engage had they gone for that. But it seems Team Falcons want to continue. In the mid lane, they go as an Onward. With a Flicker Earth Shatter coming down, Troll gets an implosion, but no one is there to follow it up. Another final blow. Death to his welcome gets connected to the back, but again, Hoda gets melted down, and he will not be able to survive. A good thunderclap from Sanji to finally trade Good night over. That's a double kill for Sanji and a good shutdown. A big bounty picked up by him.
That's a great turn of events for Twisted Minds. I mean, losing 2 base turrets definitely ain't good, but at the same time, the fact that Team Falcons gave away 2 kills to Twisted Minds right there, the goal difference is still at about 8,000. That's how far ahead they were. But all things considered, getting any kind of kill has to be so good for Twisted Minds. And Sano here picks up the Divine Glaive as well, so he'll be having a lot more burst damage, and Team Falcons have to start to maybe respect some of it, because otherwise they might be caught off guard, and if especially Goodnight panics and pops that Netherrealm a bit too early, that will be a very fatal situation to be in, as Twisted Minds are the one proactively setting up for a trap here, but Super might have spotted them on the way in.
Oh, Implosion Flicker, they've spotted him! Super, now with another realm, good night, good timing. Dexter's welcome though, munching on him, Dim in the backline with a final blow, and the eye for an eye assassinates Cuffin, but he will be caught, still able to dash away now as Twisted Minds find themselves in an awkward position. Sano re-engaged upon, and Super takes him down. Sanji trying to recall, but look at the cancel coming down from Super. He will lose his life, but Falcons are already in the enemy base. Troll brought back as he pops in the shove to try to escape the Shadow Stampede, but gets melted down by Lark again. Sanji, in the midst of it all, goes in for the Thunderclap, and that's another one to find a kill on Zeding, but it will not be enough. Team Falcons, they equalize. They fly high in the sky up against Twisted Minds in game number 2.
Soaring above the mind games, they have cracked the code. Just immediately demolishing Twisted Minds, and they have not allowed them any opportunities this time to try and equalize. What a play from Team Falcon right there. The calculations, the strategy just seems on point. That is the adjustment that we have been waiting for.
The equalizer, it will not be a 4-0 clean sweep for the first time in the MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs. Twisted Minds have dropped a game.
A very surprising development, but you know, with Mirko in the picture, right? Who said it's gonna be a 4-0, you just know that it just can't happen.
It won't.
It's just like a law of nature type thing.
That's exactly what it is, right, Arashi? And I'm glad to see it happen here 1-1. Hopefully we do get... Actually, you know what? I won't say that I hope for anything, right? Because it's usually the opposite.
Right.
But I did hope for a 4-0. You're on the way to getting all the 7 games. 1-1 right now. It's good equalizer by Team Falcons. And good night on the Faramis. We were doubting his capabilities on the utility pick like the Faramis, and he turns the utility pick into a damage dealer. Forcing Twisted Minds... Or not forcing, really. Twisted Minds played into that Faramis. They were all clumping up together. And Good Night just got so much value every single team fight. Ghost Bursters, Ghost Bursters, Ghost Bursters, the Lethal Ignition. And then right before that final burst damage onto Cuffin Arashi when he burnt down to the Glowing Wand and the Lethal Ignition. He just got that Glowing Wand before the Ghost Bursters. So that couldn't have been a better time to finish an item like the Glowing Wand, because the final ticks of the Glowing Wand took him down. And obviously your MVP for game number 2 has to be Good Night.
Like we said, he wants to be a damage dealer, but even then, if you look at the Netherrealm usage, it was very much on point. There were times in this game where maybe he could have preemptively popped it, but he always waits and he has the patience to try and save it. And with that being done, every single fight here, it just seems like Team Falcon has what it takes every single time. Even if Sanji tries to make these plays happen, when it comes to a proper blown out fight, Lark in particular just does way too much damage, and now he just can't be bursted down. He's a bit too tanky, and he has 2 health bars, and I think Falcon played it perfectly and denied Twisted Minds any real counterplay that they maybe would have been looking for in the drafting phase.
And in that skirmish, right, Ding played it really well, dude. He just jumped into the back line, played it so well, utilized the chaos that Twisted Minds actually utilized first in that team fight. And really well played game so far based on what we've seen by Team Falcons. If they continue this run, it'll be spectacular. Ding. Now we know, Arashi, why GK Esports banned out the Benedetta 3 games in a row in the first phase yesterday up against Team Falcons. You just cannot let this man play the Benedetta. And technically for Twisted Minds, they also did adjust in game number 1. They did ban out the Benedetta in the second phase. But at this point, maybe they might have to take that away in the first phase. Heck, at this point, what do? Because they'll have to still respect Good Night, but they'll also have to respect Ding.
I feel like they have to just try and make a choice and then go for it. Because right now it's a bit of both, right? It's the fact that the Benedetta can be a threat to the Farsa, but technically they also want to try and go and dive in. If they replace the Farsa with something a bit more aggressive, then they won't have the problem of having a vulnerable, squishy backline long distance mage that can be dove on by the Benedetta, right? So that can be an option, but I think they have to try and make the difficult choice. By all means, it is a difficult choice for sure, because it's the grand finals, but they have to try and make one and then go with it, right? Make the difficult call now so that your players in the game will have a clearer picture on how to approach it, because it really seems that Twisted Minds were getting kind of twisted up in their own minds there. They went for a full-on front to back in that final sequence that allowed Falcons to actually take 3 members out and go for the end. And with that kind of composition, I really felt like that really wouldn't go in favor for them. So they have to try and also in the game, at least identify losing moments, losing positions, and avoid those and try and maybe go for something a bit more equal. If they can't really go for a fight outside the base near the Lord, then at least take it. If they can't win the fight front to back, at least take it in your base. Something like that to really try and recover from this one defeat for Team Falcons.
It's all about the adaptations. Now that Twisted Minds have dropped the game, though, this is something that they're in a territory, uncharted territory, technically. They haven't lost a single game thus far, up until this moment, this very moment. So losing a game after having such a splendid run in the playoffs, it might have a few, it might have had a few bad blows into their mental. I don't know if they're able to adjust as quick, right? Obviously, they will be able to adjust, but will they be able to do so just with this short break between games, between game number 2 and game number 3? I hope they are able to do so, because in the regular season, we've seen them do that many times. But again, playoffs, a bit different, right? It's a bit different. It's a different stage, different ball game. You're not just fighting for any other game. You're fighting for the title in the best of 7. So the mental has to be strong. But speaking of mental, man, Good Night, after that game 1 destruction of his Vexana by the Farsa of Cuffin, his mental still so strong, and it goes to show this man. You know, there's a fun fact, Arashi. Good Night, he kind of has a first runner-up curse. He has that curse going for him, and it seems he really wants that curse to go away. You know, so far, so good for him. He was able to come back and in a very bombastic way, I would say, in game number 2, because he legit carried on that pick, on the utility pick, like a fair miss. I thought the carry, I thought maybe Ding on the Benedetta, heck, even Super would have been the carry in the game to try to like take the damage dealt into their own hands. But no, it's still Good Night who decided to go for a very aggressive emblem setup with the lethal ignition. But for Falcons, there's another thing that I do want to talk about again, Arashi, for the second time in a row. The composition with more damage dealers have won. Twisted Minds, they had 3 with the Harith, with the Farsa, and the Masha. They had 2 tanks. Meanwhile, for Team Falcons, Fermis, Carry, Benedetta, and the Edith. 4 damage dealers compared to 3, and they won. So is this meta just all about damage output?
You have to try and get in the context of like the region as well, because we're seeing a very aggressive style here from MPL MENA, and it's great. I love it. You know, we in the regions, we love that aggression every single time. Talk about the death ball strategy as well. But when it comes down to it, you're not seeing a lot of weird long-term maneuvers, right? We're not seeing a lot of like, let's say, waves being set up to push to try and crash in the next minute. I'm not seeing a lot of like big rotations, and even in game 1, even with a chip, we didn't see a lot of crazy macro plays. So if the games really end up being decided by a full-on late game 5v5 team fight near the Lord Pit, then in that sense, it's gonna be all about the damage output. And that could be something that both teams might be recognizing. But if one of these teams can really throw a curveball and start applying some of that macro style, people like to refer to the PH style, full credit to that region, then it's gonna be a whole different story, because damage output is great as long as you get the chance to output it. If you can get outmaneuvered so that you can't be in position, that is how a lot of teams have been able to deal with that kind of full-on damage dealing strategy, which is why we're seeing it not being like the peak meta as of right now.
Speaking of the Filipino discipline, technically we have two Filipinos in this matchup, right? For Twisted Minds, it's Coach Lyric, the man who's been drafting, the man who's been trying to set Twisted Minds straight in this series. But also for Team Falcons, hey, Good Night is a Filipino import. He joined Team Falcons just last year, I believe, and he's been doing great so far. So good for him as well, especially after picking up that MVP. So we'll see if the Filipino discipline comes in for the MENA teams here for both Team Falcons and Team Twisted Minds as we get prepared to get into game number 3. So far, again, also the pattern has stayed true, not only for the damage output, but also for Red side. Full 100% win rate on Red side thus far. Twisted Minds, game number 1 on the Red side, got the victory, able to react to the picks. And even here, when we thought the Harith would have been a done deal in MPL ID, usually when we see the Harith, I think in almost all MPLs, you see the Harith and you're like, all right, man, 100% win rate speaks for itself. But here, Falcons found a way. They picked up the Baksha, the Edith, and then the Benedetta. It's a different route to what they did against Gike in game number 1 yesterday in the lower bracket finals. They went for the Edith, Baksha, and the Natan. But heck, it still worked, right? They were able to set up for Ding. On top of that, the Edith and the Baksha all the way from the early game with the anti-regen, and I think that's really what stopped the Harith from being a threat. Usually, okay, you definitely expect damage to be number 1 for Harith, right? That's the biggest threat that the Harith brings to the table. But another very annoying thing that he brings to the table is that disgusting sustainability. The shielding he gets with every single dash, and in that game, it wasn't visible. I think the Tortoise, for the most part, the passive for the Baksha was able to deny that sustainability from the start, and that's why they were so comfortable taking the fights in the turtle areas, even though they were in the gold lane side, which was the strong side for Twisted Minds.
I think that definitely has a factor to play here. The shield in its own was already nerfed by quite a bit. The flat amount and also the scaling amount with the magical damage that Harith will build up has been reduced. I believe from 180% to 120, 130%. So quite the significant reduction already. And then 50% on top with the Tortoise presence. That definitely is a big problem. But overall, you're also seeing that sustain, that shielding has always been great, but not in a full-blown team fight. At least not until you start snowballing, right? Usually it's in those skirmishes, the 2v2s, the 3v3s, where there's not enough damage to really seal the deal completely, so that you can still get some damage in and still be safe with that sustainability, with the shielding for the Harith. But in this game, I mean, one of the bigger moments where we saw the Harith kind of step up to the plate to try and be a damage dealer was near that turtle fight, and he was the first guy immediately bursted out. So it's almost like they had the Harith pick, Twisted Minds, but they weren't able to really put it to good use. They weren't able to use it to bait out ganks and survive, or even outplays, and they were unable to set up for a lane bully type situation as well. So these prior picks are always so good, but it's only as good as the team uses it, right? If the team isn't able to actually use it to get great value, then it really starts to look less prio.
That's what we saw in game number 2. They were able to just counter that prio pick with the Edith for the prolonged damage, for the prolonged team fights, and the Baksha to reduce that sustain. So they had an answer to both. The damage from the Harith, with the damage reduction that you have from the Tortoise's Poisons, from the anti-regen to take away that sustainability, it seems Baksha is just a solid pick when you go up against the Harith, right? Because usually we would expect up against the Harith, the number 1 choice would probably be the Esmeralda, but no. Meta changes, you know, the meta changes and the ways to counter different heroes changes as well. Even though Twisted Minds, I think they had another pick in mind. They thought the Roger was going to come up and they banned it away from Team Falcons, but in the end, that Benedetta was also able to just create so much space. And also shout out to Ding. We were talking about Filipinos earlier. Yeah, Ding is also a Filipino import. And this guy was able to isolate so many times in the back line. Cuffin, every single time. Cuffin wants to go for the Feather Airstrike. In game number 1, he was free to pop in that Feather Airstrike. Almost no one was able to catch him. Because, again, we were talking about how offense is the best defense for Cuffin in game 1. They had 4 members that were constantly diving into the front-to-back composition of Team Falcons. So it kind of gave Coffin so much space to play with for that feather airstrike. This time though, it was the opposite. More damage dealers, more divers for the side of Team Falcons, especially with that signature Benedetta on the hands of Ding. So a little bit of that adaptation necessary for Twisted Minds. I don't know, Arashi. Based on what we've seen, we've kind of seen mixed results for that matchup, right? For the Masha versus the Benedetta matchup. For in our own region, we saw that for Fnatic Onyx versus Geek Fam. It was when Luke took on Lutpi. Luke, obviously, the one on the Masha, and Lutpi was on the Benedetta. And it went well for the Masha. This game, it was different. Good Night and Ding were able to outplay the Masha so many times with the Netherrealm, and then with the Eye for an Eye. I think what's most impressive is the Eye for an Eye. You have to time that perfectly to get away from the Thunderclap, right? And it almost looked like it was a natural reaction from Ding. Every time he's able to find the Eye for an Eye, bro. The Thunderclap was just non-existent in lane, and he's able to escape every single time.
And that's a big deciding factor. And also the fact that it's just a team fight in the end again and again. So we have to see what the response is, because if Twisted Minds wants to really double down on winning out a team fight, surely there are things they can change up here and there as well. If they want to maybe embrace a different style, a bit of a pick-off heavy style, I feel like that could have been a potential choice as well. If that is what the coaches are thinking about, then maybe something a bit more single target, a bit more spammable will be great. Because we saw the Twisted Minds, they were trying so hard to try and get some plays off the back of the Tigreal, but it just wasn't enough. So that's what it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. There was the setup, which is quite expensive, the implosion with the Secret Hammer, but the damage output also didn't come in fast enough to seal the deal several times, which is what allows Ding to actually be so impudently walking around, and he was able to escape from a 3-main gank. As we go straight into the drafting phase, no Faramis, but Falcon bans away both Chip and Lo Yi though.
They leave the Harith up for grabs too, and Team Falcons, they don't care about it, seems. They go for the Edith pick. Technically, the Harith can still show up here in the first phase. But yeah, dude, we were talking about how the Faramis was going to be a problem for them if they don't ban it out after that game. And instantly, now the reaction, the adaptation for Twisted Mind is to double down on banning Good Night's pick. I think at this point, Team Falcons will have to adjust by picking up a hero for Good Night early in the first phase, right? Because we know exactly what Twisted Minds are going to do here in the second phase. They've already banned 2 in the first phase. That's kind of unheard of against a mid laner usually. But they're doing it here. They really are respecting Good Night. Let's see if Falcons want to pick up a mid laner. No. Whoa, early carry for Team Falcons, leaving the Harith open again. Do Twisted Minds take the Harith though, is the question. They were beaten up by the Edith and the Baksha earlier. They go for the Farsa and the Paquito. Harith ignored. Wow.
Wow, I really thought that with the Faramis out of the picture, with no Netherrealm to extend the lifespan of the backline members, they're gonna go for the Masha once again, because that was a big problem for the Masha, right? Going in, waiting around for the Netherrealm respawn to happen, and then getting taken out before securing a kill. But no, they're gonna go with the Paquito right here, and as a response, an Arlet. So both teams seems to be making adjustments. I think for Twisted Minds, it's looking like they're trying to secure more damage in the early game, so that when they do go for those pickoffs, for those plays, when they can isolate Falcon, they can get a secured kill. Whereas for Falcon, it seems like they're really doubling down here on getting a winning team fight composition.
It's interesting how, again, right, for Twisted Minds, despite them losing in game number 2, they've decided to stay on blue. So their priority still is to pick up these prio picks over Team Falcons. But again, the most prio pick in this meta that we have come accustomed to, the Harith, has been left completely ignored in the first phase. That's unheard of in our region, at least, Arashi, and most other regions. But for Team Falcons, now they will ban out the Harith. I think leaving it open in the second phase would be a bit too greedy by them. They finally ban it out. And Twisted Minds, it does seem like they're not really going to double down on those bans towards Good Night. They're actually opting to go for the jungle instead. So Kenji's going to have a few of his heroes denied away from him. The Nolan, to try to out-farm the Fredrin and the Baksha too. So trying to take away that sustained duel, but Goodnight gets his hands on a signature pick of his again, that Vexana. That didn't work out in game number 1, but definitely wants to try to make it work here with crazy amounts of CC Arashi. Look at Team Falcon's composition. They have an Edith, Arlet, and Vexana.
And so a lot of crowd control, and if you're not something like a Uranus, something that's just a full-on, full-blown tank, I don't think you can really survive a full-on layered crowd control burst attempt coming in from Team Falcon. So for Twisted Minds, what's the idea here? Do they want to try and go for that snowball, get some aggressive roamer with a spammable crowd control like we were talking about, or do they want to try and find ways to maybe disengage from some of these fights? Because there's a lot of big ultimates on the side of Falcon, and if they go all in for it, it can kind of be, they can kind of walk away from the fight, but they go for the Lolita as a counter to this DPS strat coming in from Falcon. Now the Edith and the carry has to think twice before going in and just outputting that damage that can shred their opponents, but can now shred themselves as well.
Alright, then last pick, Team Falcons. Let's see what it is in the jungle. Up against this kind of composition, up against a Fredrin, what do you want to go for, right? We did see Kenji pull off the Martis in game number 1. Technically in this game, you already have a lot of damage. You can go for that Executor, and there you go. The Martis called out and picked up now by Team Falcons on the Martis. We'll see if they can make what they wanted to execute in game number 1 work in game number 3. This time, do you think the Martis will have a better impact on the game, Arashi, or is it kind of just like the same as game number 1? Will it just be the execution of Team Falcons that will be questioned by Twisted Minds?
I feel like, funny enough, it's going to be on Twisted Minds to really give him what he needs, right? If you look at the composition, every single member on the side of Twisted Minds have mobility, and that is usually the way to deal with the Martis, right? You want to kind of like move away from him, don't let him sit there and just hit you with all that basic attacks with the boost in the attack speed in the early game. So they can kind of kite away from him, and I feel like if Twisted Minds oblige Falcon to go for those early game fights where all these crowd control tools can be put to good use before Twisted Minds themselves have started scaling, have secured like a positional advantage at least, then it's going to be a bit similar to game number 2. But if they're played a bit more patient and they're waiting for the right time to go for big fights, then Twisted Minds, I feel, can once again outscale and in the end outmaneuver, outdamage this roster coming in from Team Falcon.
Remember, the Primal Wrath basic attack and the carry basic attacks. On top of that, the Terrify as well, technically, for Good Night, can be returned back to them with the Guardian's Bulwark. So, Troll, he's definitely going to be doing a lot of trolling if he does pop that Guardian's Bulwark in time, but it'll be trolling towards Team Falcons, right? Because they'll get shredded by their own damage, by their own basic attacks. The battle of execution continues as we soar beyond the limits. MPL MENA Season 5 Grand Finals in game number 3. 1-1. We're still fighting for the second point in this best of 7. We'll get straight into it as we enter the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3. Will Twisted Minds or will Falcons claim that juicy second point of this best of 7?
Intense series here, progressing swimmingly as everyone makes their move very, very early on. You're seeing the concussive blast for Hoda. He wants to be farming around, matching Kenji's farming speed on the Martis. Trolled with the concussive blast as well, so he'll be actively trying to help with some clearing, help with some aggression. And with Sanji with the quantum charge, this usually leads to something more of a split push for Keto. Usually a bit of an assassin for Keto would go for like a lethal ignition. So we'll have to see where Sanji takes this pick, especially in this matchup against an Arlet. It's more of an all-in for Ding. That's quite different compared to the Benedetta in game 2.
You can see the instant difference here from Twisted Minds. They're trying to do what Team Falcons have been doing in the early game. Rotate a bit quicker. Good Night throws the Terrify in. Cuffin gets a 2-man immobilized there, lands his abilities. And Team Falcons are able to read out, screen out that early attempt of a pick-off from Twisted Minds. But for Kenji, this is something that we've seen 3 games in a row now. He just really loves the Impure Rage, Arashi. Oh, good Earth Shatter onto Troll. And it does seem like, Arashi, Good night, skill 1. Yeah, you can't really return that over, even with the Guardian's Bulwark, because he still got Terrified and there was no Terrified back towards Falcons.
You would think it could be reflected, but maybe it's a weird interaction or timing thing. We'll have to wait and see again. But now in the mid lane, another fight breaks out.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage placed down on the Troll. No Curse Blast. But followed up over again, and Cuffin just gets a bit of damage back towards Super. Good Terrify into the Curse Blast, and it forces the Flicker out from Cuffin. Wow, Team Falcons always in the mid lane, getting advantages, even in the bottom lane. Wow, Bruno versus Carry. Lark doing a good job.
It really feels like they're not really respecting the potential for Team Falcons. We immediately talked about so much crowd control, so many ways that if you get hit by one, everything else can be piled onto you to lock you down for longer than expected. The fact that they were still walking up right here, especially Cuffin with no Purify, with a Flicker, right? It's definitely a risky move, but with the junglers the same level, seems like Twisted Minds will be attempting to try and get something here.
Hoda, dash forward onto Good Night, and you'll be able to force the Flicker out or shatter into the Eternal Guard as well to Decimate! Continues Kenji, running Troll down, and now one final shot should do it. A triple kill early on, and Team Falcons again. The pace of the Falcons in the early game is unstoppable.
Great start for Twisted Minds to go for a burst play, knowing that there's a Paquito on their side. But I think that the targeting, I believe they went for Ding there and they were able to take him out. But we were talking about the Martis and how he's gonna be so lethal in the early game. And now look at this, his Luminous Blast hitting Good Night. He's like still gonna be no real big plays as Twisted Minds. They're trying to play balance, but you're seeing bursts of aggression. You just have to try and target it towards the right person.
I love the way you put it, Arashi, right? Twisted Minds definitely not respecting Team Falcons. They are just brute forcing their way in these team fights, not respecting the AoE and the CC. We started out in the draft itself. Team Falcons have crazy CC. They got the Arlet, they have the Edith as well, and the Vexana, right? And then on top of that, they have the Executor. So Twisted Minds played into the winning conditions of Team Falcons. They were grouping up for Super to get the Earth Shatter, for the Eternal Guard to connect on 3, and then last but definitely not least, Kenji on the Martis, getting those Decimates down. And now, even with the Concussive Blast, Hoda won't be able to match that farming speed of Kenji.
And that's the Martis power, right? It's not just the brawling, it's also the crowd control immunity and the resets and the farming speed, right? That extra attack speed from your passive makes it very easy for you to clear out the jungles. And with the pressure now from the mid lane, from Good Night and Super just moving around together as a kill squad unit, you're seeing that Kenji is just free a lot of the times after clearing his jungle to try and go for a gank.
Well, we'll see right now. They want to continue this chase. Again, the bottom lane they go. It seems for Team Falcons, they're just handling this turtle with care. Absolute care. Really taking their time now. Even with the rotation in the mid lane, it seems Sanji also not really caring too much about this. Twisted Minds out macro completely, and Team Falcons will continue this. They will just take the turtle for free up top as well. Let's see if Ding can actually stop this turret from being taken. Turret shield gonna be used up. Ding able to find these vengeances onto Sanji, buying enough time for the Eternal Guard to knock him up with the Terrified too. And Hoda, he does have the Appraiser's Wrap, but not for long. Kenji gets the Decimate. Well played, Team Falcons.
Seems like Twisted Minds, they're trying to just trade, but now they're being forced into these situations. Kenji goes for more.
And Sanji won't really be able to withstand as he pops in the 2 shields that he gets from the passive, from the jabs, and that's it. He just walks back, and the turret will actually fall towards Team Falcons. Team Falcons are taking everything on the board, Arashi. There was nothing Twisted Minds could do. The turtle they could not contest. The turret they could not contest. They couldn't even trade it out, and it's actually Team Falcons who get the turtle, get the turret, getting the kills as well. They're controlling the game.
I thought that they were gonna go for trades because they've identified that the early game is just a bit too risky, especially with Kenji getting 3 kills in the first neutral objective fight. I thought that was pretty smart actually, but they were roped into a fight by Ding, outplaying them, buying so much time for the cavalry, the backup to arrive, and just like that, now, ooh, Eternal Guard.
Oh, into the turret for 3-man! Super with a flicker forward, the Earth Shatter, the final slash connects onto the back line, and the further airstrike will not do anything. Troll just gets walked down by Super. So well played by Team Falcons, layering the CC on top of that Purify, and Sano could not withstand it. Now in the bottom lane, they found a tier 1. In the mid lane, they've taken a turret 2. What did Twisted Minds do, Rashi? Knockout strike by Sanji. But at this point, he gets ran down as well. Now shoot away from this river.
Funny enough, I feel like they can maybe wait for the late game where some of these damage tools from Team Falcons are short range. So if Cuffin can get rolling, can get some gold, some items going, the Feather Airstrike will be starting to be more dangerous. And later on, technically, Troll can do more damage with the Bulwark. The more damage is being done. But look at his Feather Airstrike though.
Good onward to cancel out that straight from Sanji. Now it's gonna be the execution once again. Kenji gets a decimate, but not with a reset. Dang! Final slash onto 4! Beautifully done by Team Falcons! The layering was perfect. The plays were phenomenal, and it ends up with another free neutral objective.
What a play by Dingbear. Getting everyone, just sealing the deal for Twisted Minds, securing yet another turtle for Team Falcons. Man, it is such a dangerous composition because they can come from anywhere. And for Twisted Minds, the fact that Troll now goes for the class of the Oasis means that he's not as tanky. So Hoda will be the main front line, but he's also the jungler. This leaves a lot of ways for Team Falcons to try and focus him down because no one else can take that spot, right? Troll is too squishy. Sanji is on Pakiro, not really a tank. So now it's like Twisted Minds are kind of stuck without really a real good solution. And that Numeron Blast hasn't really been working out at all for Twisted Minds. If Troll can land a big one, maybe that is what they need to try and get some equalizers.
9-1, Arashi. With a 7,000 gold lead that's still building up. It's still building up to be that 7,000 gold lead. They've taken away the purple buff as well. And Hoda, at this point of the game, 2 levels down on Kenji. Good Night having another phenomenal game. And Team Falcons are just playing it as disciplined as they can. They're trying to freeze up the waves, wait for that big neutral objective because, hey, if you were watching this entire game, you would expect this game to already be at the stage where the Lord has spawned. But no, we've only just gone through the first 3 turtles. That's how fast-paced Team Falcons like to play it. And so far, Twisted Minds, like you said, Arashi, they're banking on the fact that they need to wait for the late game. But how do they wait for the late game when Team Falcons control everything? Even in the team fight that looked kind of good for them, Ding finds a play to turn it around. Troll opening up the map onto Kenji, who still has the Mortal Coil. Will be able to use it now. Knock control up. Eternal Guard as well. The Decimate should come through, and the Cursed Blast from Good Night will send Troll back to the base, back to the fountain, where he should respawn in 16 seconds. Ooh, Falcons want to go for more. Look at that Terrifying. Into the Cursed Blood again. Hoda trying to run away. The Earth Shatter not there just yet, but the Mortal Coil from Kenji chases him down, and the Feathered Airstrike, it barely does any damage. It just tickles Team Falcons.
They jump immediately on the Lord right here, knowing that there's a window of vulnerability.
Wow.
Twisted Minds with no response at all, getting completely shut down here as Lark picks up the Demon Hunter's sword, amplifying that damage even more. Team Falcons, they're just playing this so well, and they seem to have learned from game number 1. Even Kenji, who we kind of criticized for having too aggressive of an itemization, he went for the Sky Guard and Helmet there, just in case it becomes a bit of a back and forth struggle, back and forth situation. So for Team Falcons, they don't really have a lot of ways to really to really make a mistake to really ruin their chances of winning this game.
They're using the waves really well. Firstly, right? Using the first waves to get the tier 2s that they needed. Eternal Guard again into the back. Huffin displaced into the Decimate of Kenji. Once again, Turret Splash in the mid lane used up already. Hoda trying to go for that taunt, but the Mortal Coil is clean by Kenji. The Numeron Blast used up. That's 4 members stunned up, but there's no follow-up. They cannot do anything with that Numeron Blast connecting, and now Ding again with a vengeance just uses it up. Appraiser's Wrap baited out. Hoda caught with a Terrify, melted down. Goodnight picks up the kill, the passive. Final slash not connecting. Sanji just trying to shoot him away with the knockout strike. Troll, Numenon Blast not available for him. He can only use the Guardian's Bulwark as a Feather Airstrike gets used up. A Kenji, look at the happy feet, just dodging away from everything. Troll forced back in the Eternal Guard. Once again, will be utilized to just zone them away to get them out of the siege.
It was looking kind of close. I feel like if everyone just rushed and immediately hit the crystal, that could have been game for Team Falcons, but they take the base turret and they were forced to back away by Twisted Minds. But look at the control. Same issues still persist. Even if they want to be a bit more careful, even if Twisted Minds want to wait for the late game, who exactly is supposed to walk in head first into these bushes? We saw that Troll was the one trying to do that earlier, but he gets immediately deleted. The lack of mobility and the lack of tankiness in their composition is just allowing Team Falcons to have such an easy time in punishing them.
They're taking everything away from them, Team Falcons. Purple buff, orange buff, all the mini waves frozen as well. Obviously the top lane, they can't do much about that wave. They can only just hope that Twisted Minds don't clear it because it will automatically be slow pushing all the time towards Twisted Minds. But in the bottom lane, in the mid lane, they know what they're doing. They're just freezing it up. And we were talking about this, Arashi, as well before the game. That discipline, where will we see it? How do these teams utilize the discipline? And so far, Team Falcons have been able to utilize that way better than Twisted Minds in game number 3. Ding, though, the X factor of the team, in this game at least, right? In the previous game, he was able to isolate. In this game, man, these sets have been amazing. These final slashes.
He just knows the right timing to even go for it. And for the most part, he is very patient with it. In game 2, we were talking about how Goodnight was the one just holding on to that Netherrealm. It seems like right now, it's Ding is waiting around with the final slash. And with the abundance of crowd control, this is what it lends you. Not just the full lockdown, but it also means that there is no pressure on Ding to try and catch someone, to try and be forced to use it to protect the backline. Because there's the Edith, there's the Vexana as well. So he can just patiently wait for the right moment to go for a massive 5-man, and the team will absolutely follow up on it. That's a Blood Wings for Troll, though. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I mean,
interesting.
Yeah. It is very interesting. I guess he's just trying to stack up on the shielding that he gets, right? He gets some shielding from the passive, and then now the Blood Wings. We haven't really seen that build a lot of times, right? What do you think about this, Arashi?
I feel like it's okay. It's great for maybe games where there's going to be a lot of poking, right? A lot of sustained battles. But in this game where you're just trying to withstand the massive force, the concealed play coming from Ding!
Again with the final slash, Numenon Blast gonna be charged up, but he's gonna be cancelled out. No limit of blast into the backline, even with the purified Ding. Gets the immortality out. Coven Dovon. Oh, Ding! In the fountain, he still finds the kill. Sanji melted down. Hoda's next to the chopping block, and Lark's just free hitting. But look at the AoE damage coming down back onto Lark, who's still able to kite away. Sanji gets a knockout strike, but it's only on the super, who pops into Earth Shatter, but is unable to fight it again. It's gonna be Kenji, who pops into Mortal Coil. The base wide open. Good night, and Lark will secure it, taking the crystal down. 2 points now for Team Falcons.
What an abrupt ending right there. And it even looked kind of sketchy for a bit, with the members getting comboed by the AoE we saw, but they were able to actually secure that game. Even getting a kill in the base, by the way. Ding is just an absolute maniac there, going in without any care at all. That's what we're talking about. If you want to go for a lot of these shieldings, a lot of the quick regenerated shielding, that's great. But when Falcons come at you like that, in that aggressive fashion, there's no time, man. You just get ran over.
You get flown over. Not as definitely not as threatening, you know. Yeah, ran over definitely seems more aggressive, seems more threatening. But either way, you know, you get the gist. Falcons are flying high, man. It just doesn't seem like Twisted Minds can catch them in the air. They're playing so much better compared to game number 1. What happened between the breaks? Is this just the power of red side, Arashi? Because again, if we want to go back to the draft, Twisted Minds, after the game 2 loss, they decided to stay on blue side. They did not go for the prio picks. And again, those reactive picks coming in from Team Falcons was able to get the job done. The Edith again. The carry even in the first phase that we kind of, you know, were questioning a little bit. Why pick carry so early? Turns out it was masterful. Then they last picked the Martis. And man, it was just beautiful to watch by Team Falcons. I think the Arlet as well. Ding, bro. Oh my goodness, Ding. Shoutouts to Ding, but it seems Good Knight will still be able to steal that spotlight. Obviously, with the Vexana, not as flashy as the Faramis, definitely, but still very, very scary. Good Knight. This is the reason Vexana was banned in the second game.
It's just a lot of AoE, and you saw that being a problem because you hit the guy in the front with the Fear, with the Terrify, and the guys behind him can also get hit by that AoE. So it's very subtle, but it's actually a very disruptive tool in the middle of a fight. And you're seeing that for the most part, Twisted Minds just could not get their footing here. Even here, when they're trying to go for some kind of pick-off, some kind of fight, you saw Sanji was forced to walk and take 2 turret shots. And here, I think early on, Twisted Minds were banking too much on being able to get a massive Numenon Blast. And Falcon did a great job just sidestepping it, avoiding it again and again. And in fact, when Twisted Minds were just waiting for that moment, waiting for the big Numenon Blast, that's where they were just unaware, unexpecting of Ding just come in and make that play happen.
Ridiculous amounts of CC, right? I mean, we did talk about it in the draft itself, but it's not just the overwhelming presence of the CC, but it's how diverse the CC is. Because sometimes you would expect, all right, sure, there's going to be a few stuns on the enemy team, but it's not just stuns from the enemy team. There are stuns, there are terrifies, there are abilities like the final slash that will that will displace you. And again, skill 1 for the Martis, knockups as well, and a very, very weird, awkward knockup with the onward 2 that's a bit different that pulls you in, right? So many different, like, so many crazy varieties of CC that Twisted Minds were just overwhelmed. And again, yeah, the Bloodwings, Arashi, for Troll with the photo we get, right? But the Bloodwings, and then it seems like he's gonna go for another magic damage item. Maybe in a winning game, I would understand that, but is this just the normal build for Lolita? Have we just gone to a point where the Lolita builds full magic damage to try to capitalize on the fact that you get that shielding from the passive?
I don't think that's the way to go just yet. I mean, if it has potential, it hasn't been proven, at least on the highest stage for now. And on the flip side, we are talking about adjustments. Kenji on the Martis, man, went for the full tank build, knowing that, okay, there's a ton of damage and crowd control already available for my guys, right? All I need to do is make sure I do my job with the neutral objectives, and if anyone gets low, I just come in with that quick decimate, and then I get a reset, and I can set up for the rest of my team for the chase yet again. So it all kind of works out really well draft-wise for Team Falcon, and surprisingly, it's almost the exact opposite for the side of Twisted Minds. It's like they're trying to think 2 steps ahead to try and get a counter. They see the Edith, they see the carry, oh, Lolita. But it doesn't seem that the Lolita kind of synergizes well with the whole team in general. And even the Paquito pick, we thought it's going to be used to really shut Ding down, just beat him up in the lane. As we saw, Ding was more active. He was able to rotate to the fights more often and first before the Paquito. And even in the late game, the Paquito just seems to be there because he's a Paquito, not because there's any real underlying strategy laid out by Twisted Minds.
It's sad to see the fact that Twisted Minds, like you said, Arashi, they were confused, right? They picked up the Lolita up against that much CC. The Lolita is great. It's a great pick, especially considering there's going to be a Primal Wrath, there's going to be so many basic attacks thrown your way, and yes, you can reflect that damage. You can try to give it back over. But then a few changes have been made, I guess, to the Lolita, where we weren't aware of as well. I think it happened in MPL Indonesia, where we were talking about how Drian picked up the Lolita up against the Franco of Audi TZ. We thought, you know, that hook will be cancelled out by the Guardian's Bulwark, and even he thought that was going to happen, but turns out it didn't. It goes through the Guardian's Bulwark, and it's the same thing here that we are seeing for the Vexana. Skill 1 doesn't go through it doesn't get reflected. It actually just goes through the Guardian's Bulwark like it's nothing. He gets terrified anyways. So the whole idea of him utilizing it to cancel the prime, or not cancel, but to reflect the damage of the Primal Wrath and the basic attacks on the carry, sure, that can still work. But then the Numenon Blast, it was just not a non-factor. I think the Numenon Blast was able to stun members only twice this entire game, and that's definitely not the numbers you want on the Lolita. There's a bit too much CC. for that very long charge to actually catch Team Falcons, right? They have so many ways to cancel that. Heck, they have an instant CC ability in the Arlet just with the skill 1, bop, and you get canceled. And I think on top of that, even if the Lolita wants to walk up, you use your dash, you get caught in the onward Earth Shatter, and then there's no way for you to use it in Non Blast, and then you just get shredded before you can even use the Guardian's Bulwark. So too many layers of CC coming in from Team Falcons, and again, a bit of overthinking, I think, for the side of Twisted Minds. They were overthinking their drafts. They were trying to outplay, but they instead outplayed themselves with those drafts. But I guess, Arashi, we will give them time to take a break, to adapt. We shall adapt as well to these crazy, crazy games. But it's been me and Arashi. We'll be right back after this short break. See you after this break.
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fourth game of MPL MENA Season 5 Grand Finals. As usual, as per the last 3 games, you will be accompanied still by me, Mirko, and we've got Arashi. Hey, yo, Arashi! I think you got a bit too excited, brother man. You know, I can't hear you, actually. But it's okay, Arashi. It's okay, because maybe in a bit... There you go. Whoa, I can hear you roar. I think you got the wrong team. Falcons don't roar, Arashi.
Oh, what sounds do Falcons make?
Caw? No. What? I don't know what Falcons make. What do Twisted Minds? What do Twisted Minds make? What sound do Twisted Minds make?
Is it just like a long sigh? Like, ah.
I don't know, but yo, Coach Lyric, look at the notes there that he has taken. I don't know. I think we can see a little bit of those notes, man. Is the cameraman doing him a bit dirty there, as we can see a little bit of those notes. But it's all good so far. Team Falcons versus Twisted Minds. All right, game number 4. Hey, we're gonna get straight into the draft. It seems, Arashi. Okay. No waiting on this one. And Team Falcons still stay on the red side. Twisted Minds losing again on game number 3 on blue, and they decide to stay on blue.
That's confusing, but we'll see. Maybe they have something cooked up, right? We talked about how there are multiple ways to approach a loss. Is it in the draft? Is it in the pick order? Is it in the picks and bans? It turns out it is gonna be in the bans here. The new approach from Twisted Minds is to take away that Edith. It's not just the damage, it's also the playmaking in the early game. It's also the pressure around the map, so that will no longer be available. And for the most part, Falcon is going with the exact same selection here. No global presence wanted for them, and no saves from the Mathilda either. So they're trying to force Twisted Minds into a full-on, all-out brawl that they can't really like bail out from.
But I think this time they will have to go for the Harith, right? It's a bit too greedy if they don't go for the Harith, because in the previous games they've had the Edith to counter the Harith. So they kind of wanted Twisted Minds to go for the Harith pick, but no, okay, Team Falcons want to double down again on the anti-Harith operation. Carry and Minotaur this time. No Edith, and Minotaur does the same thing, right? You want to wait for the enemy team to engage, and then you react to the engages. Twisted Minds, they take away that Arlet away from Team Falcons this time around, and honestly, at this point, I think going for the Harith would still be a good option. No Edith.
The Harith, I think whatever they take is fine, but they just have to make sure that when they do pick it up, they put it to good use. They have a plan for it in the early, mid to late game, right? They'll let go of the Harith still though, opted to go and take away the Vexana. So they're really liking the previous composition that Falcon was able to get in the previous game, and they're trying to use that against themselves.
I love this, man. Signature coach lyric, right? Just trying to take what the enemy team was able to find success on, and it does both things really well now. You deny these comfort picks away from Team Falcons, and you get yourself a composition that was already good. You saw it from last game. It's kind of like a... Usually we say the phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But technically it didn't break for the enemy team. So... yeah, if it ain't broke, copy it, right? That's what Twisted Minds are trying to do. They're trying to twist the drafts here and there, but they've left open that Fermis. That was a key factor to how Team Falcons were able to win the game in game number 2.
Now with the Minotaur as well, we've seen the majority of these games so far really boil down to those massive big team fights. If the same story unravels here in this game, it's going to be a tough situation for Twisted Minds. Faramis as well as Minotaur, and of course the carry, right? If they want to go for some kind of dive pick to deny the carry, they still have to try and figure out how they want to deal with the rest of the team. So for now, you can see that Team Falcon, they're trying to reduce these high damage output gold laners, trying to make sure that they have the final say when it comes to that matter. Moskov banned away as well.
Wow. With the Claw and the Moskov banned away, technically for Twisted Minds. Is this just a force from Team Falcons? Are they that confident up against a Harith that they would much rather just have that Harith for Twisted Minds open? And now Falcons, technically, they can go for the Roger pick. The Roger pick worked for Twisted Minds in game number 1, if you remember. In game number 3, they actually... Or no, sorry, game number 2, Twisted Minds banned the Roger away from Team Falcons. So technically now Falcons could take the Roger, force that Harith on Twisted Minds, unless maybe Falcons, they played the game without banning the Harith. Maybe they want to pick up the Harith for themselves now in the second phase. We didn't see it get left open in the second phase in the last game. So what's the idea here? Falcons. No, they already have carry. What am I talking about?
Exactly.
They want both like, Harith and Roger. Completely forgot about the carry first pick. And now with the Claude and Moskov, technically that's just to set up the carry pick then. And they'll go for the Yuzong. So again, they're happy with both Roger and Harith. I was doing what Twisted Minds were doing in game number 1, Arashi. I was overthinking.
You were trying to crack the code multiple times over, but it's not necessary, man. Now with the Yuzong in the picture, more crowd control, more AoE damage available, and Ding has been just lethal on these aggressive EXP laners. So now for Twisted Minds, is this going to be an EXP Arlet? Can it be flexed? It's an option available for a lot of different teams. If they want to try and get some more AoE, honestly, for me, the Expert comes to mind here as a pick that can deal a lot of damage, have that invulnerability as well, and kind of zone away this carry. But it's going to be a Natan and a Ruby. Equally spammable sources of crowd control. but they're really gonna try and duel it out with the damage output from the Natan. Against a Yuzong though.
Against the Yuzong, and now the jungle again. Do Falcons want to continue this dive composition with another Martis pick here? Or this time, do they want a little bit more disengage? Technically, if they want to go up against Twisted Minds here with their composition, I was thinking something like an Akai would be great to disengage from some of these picks that Twisted Minds will be able to pull off, but this was the ban that Twisted Minds went for in the second phase of game number 3. They banned out a Nolan and the Baksha. This time they banned out the Benedetta and the Baksha, leaving the Nolan open, and the Nolan is a way to shut down that Fredrin. Not a normal orthodox way, but in the farming department. If the Martis was able to outfarm the Fredrin in game number 3, the Nolan will do much more than that.
And that could be a big problem for them for sure. They don't really have a lot of tools to really hunt him down in the jungle, the Nolan. So it's gonna be a good time just farming. Whereas for instead of Twisted Minds, they have to be concerned about a lot of different things. When it comes to a full-on fight though, you're seeing a bit more potential, a bit more crowd control tools. We talked about how variety is important. And even now for Twisted Minds, they have 2 displacement tools, the Final Slash and the I'm Offended. So if they can try and get a good combo with that, that'll be great. But considering there's a Natan and a Vexana, those are also vulnerabilities that can be taken advantage of if Team Falcon can manage to find some kind of flank.
It's all about the execution here as we get prepared to enter game number 4. The game could very well be match point for Team Falcons. They could get the 3 points necessary to pin down Twisted Minds, to put them in a spot that they've never found themselves in, not in this playoffs. Heck, at this point, leading in the series is already a point. Even in game number 1, game number 2, winning, getting a point off of Twisted Minds, you've already placed Twisted Minds in a territory that they are unfamiliar with. And for sure, Team Falcons are soaring beyond limits. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5. The heroic run for Team Falcons. Will it continue as they march on and they try to secure match point up against the tournament favorites, Twisted Minds, who find themselves on the back foot, but can very easily as well still equalize the series 2-2 to bring us to game number 5 to battle it out on even footing. But don't worry, before that, we'll take our time, we'll calm down a little bit because we do have a pause here. Ladies and gentlemen, please do be patient with us. We'll try to troubleshoot the problem as fast as possible. But while we do that, I'm going to be throwing it back to Arashi to talk about the drafts again.
Like I said, it's going to be a bit of a straightforward approach, but I think the difference is that Falcons, now they're the ones who have to play very, very, very much towards the neutral objectives. Without a big objective to really draw in the members of Twisted Minds, it's going to be a bit more difficult for them to get a great setup. So I think they're going to be playing mainly for the neutral objectives around it for the setup, and then they're going to use the Yuzong as a deterrent tool, and that'll be just the idea, to just keep going for that and make sure that they have good spacing so they don't get comboed. And if that happens, it's going to be a bit more difficult because for the side of Twisted Minds, unlike Falcon, they don't have an assassin. They have a Fredrin. So there's no reason, there's no concern on the players of Falcon that they're going to get picked off 1v1. So they can just spread out apart as much as possible and then try and catch Falcon by surprise. That's where I think the big decisive moments are going to be. But before that, I would really love to see Twisted Minds play for the strong lanes, right? Maybe get more ganks in that direction. Maybe orchestrate a bit of a dive, because they've been able to get some good picks, some good winning lanes in the drafting phase, and yet we haven't really seen a like a masterclass and a massive outmatch in one of these lanes, right? And considering some of these matchups, like earlier the Harith along with a carry, you would think that that's something that should happen. So I feel like the coaches must have something like that in their mind.
They must have something that they are trying to utilize, right? And at this point, I think it might just be brawling it out, Arashi. Because early on, before the Grand Finals even started, we tried to set the pace, we tried to set the stage for Twisted Minds to be the discipline early game-centric, death ball-centric team. Meanwhile, it's Team Falcons who've been able to utilize the late-game brawling style of team fights to be able to take these games over. That's what we saw in their performances against Geekay for both Twisted Minds and Falcons. But at the start of the series, we kind of saw both teams start brawling it out. We got a Chip, we got a Vexana, Martis, Clint, and Glue from Falcons. And from Twisted Minds, we got to see the Masha, Baxia, Farsa, Roger, the full dive composition of Team Falcons, the Wild Beast composition, as we were calling it in game number 1. But then it continued on, and it was just who was wilder in these skirmishes, who are wilder in these brawls that actually get the dub. It has happened in the last 2 games that we've seen, and Falcons have been able to craft the draft around those needs. And so far for Falcons, again in game number 4, I think they kind of have crafted another very similar composition to game 2 and 3. They've crafted a composition that will be able to react, that can go for picks, that can make it chaotic, and that can brawl it out a bit better than Twisted Minds composition. Twisted Minds, they need to go back to what made them special in the playoffs before the grand finals, which is neutral objective control, early game, snowball through neutral objectives. Control that and don't get reeled in by Falcons team fighting style.
Well, technically, if you want to contest the neutral objectives, then you have to have a good team fighting composition as well. And so far, that's what we're talking about. Even a bit during the break, Twisted Minds, if they're really intending on really going in for a full-on brawl with Team Falcon, right? A full-on 5v5 every single time, or at least a skirmish 4v4 at the first neutral objective, then they really don't seem to be drafting with that in mind, right? So that can be something they can figure out, because right now, you really see a bit more of an improvement, right? They have great DPS from the Natan. They do have the Ruby. They can spam out a lot more crowd control, technically. So we're seeing more changes in that direction. So now we have to see if Falcon will adjust. Will they find something? Because you said that the neutral objective will be so important. And I think it's even more important for Team Falcon here, because they don't really have a way to really go for a pick-off, to go for a catch onto the members of Twisted Minds. So the neutral objective will be the only situation where they can reliably go for something like that.
I think on top of that, right? I mean, you can go for team fights as well, but Twisted Minds, the way that they've been able to secure team neutral objectives haven't just been through team fights. It's by utilizing these pickoffs, by utilizing the displacement and just the CC, especially on the Fredrin, to get their neutral objective and then back off. As long as they're able to control it through their CC, through their poke, I think they can get the job done, because Falcons, especially with this composition, they're really relying on an all-in. They need to all-in. They need to force these fights to go a bit longer to make maximum use of their composition, with the carry especially. And I think for the most part in the series as well, Lark has just been a way more active gold laner compared to Sano. Sano is more of the normal gold laner that wants to stay in lane, farm up, and Sanji as well technically has been less active. Definitely Ding and Lark, they've been able to utilize their rotations, their faster rotations, to get the mana advantage over Twisted Minds and to force these team fights. Again, I think you already mentioned this in game 2 and game 3, but again, I want to try to emphasize this even more. But trades can happen, and trades will be great for Twisted Minds. That was what they were able to utilize in game 1 to come back. Game 1, Falcons were leading for a bit, and then Twisted Minds took over the game through what? Through trading on the map, through waiting for their power spikes, and then fighting when those power spikes hit. So, game number 4, that should be what they do as well. If they can get the neutral objective, if Falcons commit all members towards the turtle, hey, it's okay. You guys can go for the farm, you guys can go for the turret shield, and in many of the occasions that has happened in the last few matches in the playoffs before the grand finals, that has worked to Twisted Minds' side. For Twisted Minds.
That's a fair point. I mean, we're also talking again earlier though about that mental component, the mental aspect, how this is an unfamiliar situation to be in for Twisted Minds. And I can't help but immediately recall a very similar situation in our own MPL, Mirko. Unfortunately for you, but do you think that that's a real big factor here? Can a team that's been succeeding so much immediately crumble because they're just not used to just being on the back foot?
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. That's the saying that we know. And I think it's kind of the same when you're a Titan like this, when you've never lost a single game in the playoffs, when you're coming in to the grand finals as an overwhelming favorite. it does put a lot of pressure on your shoulders, on the team as well. Getting yourself in a position where it's already equalized, right? You winning game number 1 is another mental boost. It's a momentum on your side, but the fact that Falcons were able to equalize there, it already puts you in a tough spot. Now 2-1 leading, I think it definitely will have an impact. I brought this up after the equalizer of Team Falcons. How's their mental going to be? No doubt that they will be able to recover, but will they be able to recover just with that short break between Game 2 and Game 3? That was the question that I brought up, and that question was answered by Team Falcons, who stomped down on Twisted Minds, who were already struggling mentally after game number 2. In game number 3, it was just different. They were, again, reeled into the playstyle of Team Falcons instead of focusing on how they used to play, on how they're able to be such a dominant force in the playoffs. And yes, mental, big factor. So far, Falcons have been able to get the better of them in the way that they play. And I think also in the drafts in the last 2 games.
In the draft in particular, you can really see that for Falcon, it's a lot more. Some people would complain and say it's too straightforward, but if it works, it works, right? When you know that this is the inevitable conclusion, why not draft a composition that can help you out in whatever the situation is? So now, they've been just brawling it out. They've been the ones who have to play with this style so far. So in a way, they're also warmed up more for this brawling style. That is one more challenge the Twisted Minds have to try and get over, right? To try and match Falcon in their aggression. It's almost like this is like their comfort zone at this point, just because Twisted Minds have been trying so many different strategies. So, just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally back in the land of Dawn. Let's see how both these teams are gonna do.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, if Team Falcons can fly high and secure a match point up against the overwhelming favorites, Twisted Minds. Kenji on a Nolan. Now in this game, Lethal Ignition again, Goodnight doing the same thing on the Fairmist, Lethal Ignition, so they're looking to just burst the enemy team down. And last time this happened, it was very, very good for Goodnight and for Kenji. Even in the bottom lane, this is another winning matchup, Arashi, the Yu Zhong up against the Arlet. And I think, especially for Ding, he knows this matchup so well. He's an Arlet main himself. He understands how much of a struggle it is to lane up against Yu Zhong on the Arlet.
And to make things worse for Twisted Minds, when they're going for these small skirmishes, when they're going for the dance, right, the back and forth, Goodnight can regen from the Faramist passive. They have super on the Minotaur. They can heal them all back up. But most importantly, right now, Lark has to Purify. And that's what has allowed him to be all the way in the front. Even if he does have the Netherrealm and the Minion Fury reserved for him to try and save him from a bad situation, he still respects it. Sano, on the other hand, has that Flicker. So if Ding can get on top of him with the Black Dragon form, yes, we've seen that the late game Natan can shut down, can shoot down that Black Dragon, but it's gonna take some time. In the mid game, it's gonna be a nightmare for him.
Whoa, hold up. Yo, I did not notice this. Twisted Minds have swapped out their jungler. Tarzan is back in the lineup. Hoda gonna be subbed off. We didn't get this information earlier, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very sorry. I just noticed it myself. But Tarzan, yeah, we were talking about how he was in the lineup for Triple Esports just last season, or at M5, right? With this, so it's basically the M5 lineup again now, coming in for Twisted Minds. Let's see how Tarzan plays into this over Hoda.
It's gonna be a different situation, but it's an assassin versus a fighter matchup. Kenji has the level advantage, but he has the advantage also of being able to be anywhere in the map. Tarzan needs to be right next to this neutral objective, and that's where Super or Dane can try and make a play happen. Whoa.
Final Slash Flicker already committed, and it does not catch anyone. Black Dragon form now going to be used up by Ding to try to zone Tarzan away, and it does that just well. Another Fracture used up, and the Furious down with a Petrify and the Minion's Fury. How many knockups can you get? Team Falcons, they thrive in the air, and they knock them up, and they take the kills and the turtle. And Kenji wants to go for more. Straight into the purple buff he goes. Retribution still ready for Tarzan, and Kenji knows it. That's why he dashes out and gets caught by the Eternal Guard. Also an Entropy used up by Sano. Try to force Kenji away from this purple buff, and he does that, but he loses a bit of prio in his lane.
A lot of frantic scrambles here coming out of Twisted Minds. Team Falcons just seem to be a lot more calm, collected. They seem to already have a grasp on how this lane phase, rather, is gonna go. Kenji just out farming Tarzan so much. And you're seeing again that the mobility that he has on that assassin allows him to be a lot more dynamic in his farming rotations, but also in the ganks. So even when earlier Twisted Minds thought that the engagement was over, out of nowhere, Team Falcons can very easily go for a jump just like that. So we have to see what the adjustment is going to be. Because right now, if they want to go for the next neutral objective, I think Twisted Minds have to prep something beforehand, or at least go for a bit of a pickoff. Because they're also exposing Tarzan as the main frontline there, so that allows him to be really poked down a lot more than Kenji, who is just under no pressure at all, and that will play a role in a big decisive like retribution battle.
Oh, every ability missing, Fracture connecting on the troll as well, and Kenji wants to go for more, doesn't get the last bit of damage. We were talking about how the mental was going to be a problem here for Twisted Minds, Arashi. We were assuming that the mental might come as a big factor here in game number 4, and so far, Twisted Minds have been whiffing so many of their abilities. Final slash flicker just earlier in the first turtle, now an I'm Offended, Eternal Guard, and a Terrify missed as well. Is it getting to them? Kenji is already on the turtle. Tarzan's rotating over. Fracture not used up just yet, but look at the Black Dragon form now on the troll. It's a good Curse Blast on a good Knight who's still able to disengage. And again, a free turtle. No trades. On the board, they actually decide to try to commit onto it with a rotation from Sanji, but he just waits in that bottom wave, or bottom bush of the mid lane. Tarzan is falling behind very, very fast.
It's almost like a juke coming in from Team Falcons. The fact that Twisted Minds were expecting them to go full-on teamfight brawl, but now they're just using the go-to normal tools like the Black Dragon form and the Minion Fury to get a guaranteed neutral objective take. They haven't been as desperate to go for a lot of these fights. And that is something that I think is throwing Twisted Minds off ever so slightly. And this is a bad situation to be in. They themselves are relying on a Ruby as a main playmaking tool. It is possible, but with the main frontliners so tanky, so durable, so survivable with escape tools of their own, it's going to be hard for the Ruby to orchestrate a pickoff, especially not with when Sano hasn't have enough damage to really burst someone down just yet.
Very difficult for Team Twisted Minds at this point of the game, right? I mean, 5th minute and you're already down 2,000 gold, 2 turtles. And it's with Kenji, who can burst you down on top of that good Knight. And I don't think Tarzan can withstand the burst damage, not just yet. I'm really curious to see the item builds here for Tarzan, because he's gonna have to get a few more items to be able to withstand both of these bursts coming at him. And on top of that, even if he does get some of these defensive traits, physical and magical, Lark's gonna be doing true damage. He's going to shred through those physical and magical defenses that you have. It won't matter. So many ways to take the frontliners down. I think for Falcons, they've been banking on layers of CC. This time they're banking on layers of damage output.
And Lark on the carry again, just finds ways to be so more decisive. He's the one dictating where the lane is, freezing it, pushing it as he wants. With the turtle coming up, Tarzan exposes himself. But what will the rest of the team do? Conceal, already used by Troll. The Falcons go for it.
Black Dragon form spawning troll, not Bochi goes in for I'm Offended, but only catches Good Knight, who's still able to flicker out the safety. Another round comes down, and Kenji wins out the retreat battle. Sanji gets baited in, and again, Team Falcons are just too clean with their neutral objective takes, in and out just like that.
They're just so much more calculated. The fact that Super went in with the Minion Fury, misses it by the way. Tarzan wasn't knocked up, but then still, everyone is still on the same picture, the same game plan, and they just go for the fight. They have the Netherrealm that they are able to just save up because they know that they can just wait for Super to use all his spells first and then use the Netherrealm only as a last result. Now going for Troll, he'll be able to get out, but the turret falls victim. Team Falcons executing this macro play so well.
3-0, but look at the goal lead. It's overwhelming for Team Falcons. It's a 4,000 gold lead for Team Falcons, who are again flying over Twisted Minds, just flying over their prey at this point of the game. In the bottom lane, it's a 1v1 as well, but I don't think Sanji can put up a fight against a jungler, an assassin 3 levels ahead, who has a BOD at the 8th minute of the game. Is that his first item? I think that might be his second, right? Did he go for Heptaseas first or Hunter Strike? Again, would really love to see the items, but Troll, there you go. Some sort of physical defense there. Anti-Purus, but good night. Lightning Truncheon too.
Like you said, Mirko, great mix of damage. And just like that, you can see, even when Ding gets caught on, there are ways for Team Falcon's members to really step out of a fight very easily if they don't really feel like it's beneficial for them. And now, with Kenji doing so well, you can expect to see defensive items forced into the inventory of the damage dealers of Twisted Minds. Because otherwise, Kenji will just deny their participation from the game completely. And to answer your questions, Mirko, that is a happy seize into the BOD. A good night with the Lightning Truncheon after the Enchanted Talisman. That's a lot of cooldown reduction that will allow him to just spam out the Ghost Bursters. And with everyone clumping in together, there's going to be a lot of value there.
Two-man Eternal Guard, good night, able to pop in there. The realm. Ding finds the Petrify and the dive on the Troll as well. Minion's Fury. That's a four-man final slashed out by Sanji. Able to get it down with a vengeance now with a flicker as well by Sano. Going on the super, but he's able to survive for a bit longer. But in the end, finally, Twisted Minds get on the board in game number 4. But it's still just a 1-for-1 trade.
And they've traded the jungler for the roamer, by the way. So that's a whole different situation. Without Tarzan in the picture, Team Falcons go for it immediately.
Yeah, Good Night was able to survive that one. I'm offended onto Kenji, and that's a good final stack to displace him as Sano gets the free hits necessary to take him down. Sanji, and he melted down to half HP. The Lord still stopped, denied of that reset by Twisted Minds. Tarzan has rotated over, and a retribution. It's Sano who wins it out. Good Night still able to flicker out to safety, and Cuffin wants to go for this chase curse blast, but Good Night gets out. It's a good roar as well to give him HP, to get him that photo. But Twisted Minds here in the 10th minute of the game, they're able to twist the turns of this game.
They're able to get a great fight right there, knowing that Sano can do more damage from farther away than Lark. They just pushed up there and just went for more of a burst damage situation because they know the Team Falcons were fixated on that Lord. They were initially planning on just sneaking it before Tarzan was in the picture, but with Kenji immediately deleted due to the I'm Offended Nathan damage combo, now it's a different situation. With Falcon trying to defend against the Lord right here, Tarzan tries to stop it.
That's a 3-man taunt from Tarzan, but it gets melted down in the top lane as well. Kenji almost gets rid of Sano. Appraiser's Wrath on a Good Night, and they go for it, digging up top, able to find Sano some way. What happens in the top lane and in the bottom lane as well? It's an all-out win for Team Falcons, despite Twisted Minds having the Lord. Two separated fights that goes in favor of the Falcons.
Wow, man. Twisted Minds are trying to capitalize so hard, but Team Falcons immediately turn it around. 3 members down, and they just did not respect how ahead Team Falcons were. Yes, Twisted Minds were able to get a quote-unquote winning fight, but they're still in the grand scheme of things behind, and look at this play!
The Stampede brings Cuffin back! The lethal ignition that stacks upon him! It's Kenji, and then Good Night to Cuffin in game number 4, 11th minute. 20 seconds on the death timers, and Team Falcons. Whose Lord advantage was that for? Now Good I'm Offended catching 2 members down, and that's going to be Good Night punished finally. Sano picking up the kill, and that's his 3rd one this game. Scaling quite well, despite Team Falcons, who've been able to find a lot of these team fights. This is getting scary for Team Falcons, right? They were able to somehow find the advantage back, but if Sano continues getting these kills, Arashi, we know how scary, how threatening this late game of Tom can be.
Especially because the only counter available for Team Falcons is going to be Ding on the Black Dragon form. And now with the Athena shield, could be a bit tankier in those situations. But the reason why Team Falcons were able to actually win out is because they have better skirmish potential. Now they're jumping on Troll though.
Onto the front liner, final slash in the back line, finding one. Ding again with a dive onto the back line with the furious dive, but unable to find the Petrify on the Sano. Troll still kind of away, but the Terrify actually displaces him enough to dodge away from the Eternal Guard. Good Night with the flicker forward and the recalls on Sano as he takes him down. Team Falcons with another winning team fight. 4-0, and the Lord's up in 13 seconds, but Team Falcons, they don't even care about the Lord. They're gonna go straight for these turrets, maybe cracking the base turret open with this push. Cuffin, can he defend? No Eternal Guard. Good Night gonna be able to zone him away with the Ghost Bursters and the Stampede, and the Curse Blast can only connect onto that minion. only to the range minion in the front. Cannon minion still tanking that turret up for them to take the base turret, and only now do they make their move onto the enhanced Lord. And still, there is no way for Twisted Minds to retaliate.
And look at how fast they cleared out that Lord, man. It took no time at all. That's the carry true damage, max HP damage. And Team Falcons, they're maintaining their pressure right here. The fact that they immediately went for those fights, they know that Twisted Minds have a chance to win out the fights, but they have to land a massive final slash, or I'm offended, the way we saw in that one fight that Twisted Minds were able to actually win it out. If Team Falcons can dodge from everything, and more importantly, can play around Lark and allow him the space to do damage, like earlier, with the addition of that Purify to just cancel out all these ways for Twisted Minds to stall out his damage output, it's a done deal. And with the Lord, they might go for it.
Lark sieging it down, but remember, Twisted Minds, one thing that they still have in their lineup is amazing wave clear. They've got the Vexana, they've got the Natan mainly, and they've got some tanky frontliners, some beefy boys, who at this point, I think have gotten to a point where they shouldn't be able to get one-shotted, right? Even though Goodnight and Kenji are so far ahead, I think at this point, Team Falcons will have to rely on their damage to poke here and there, back and forth, and then Lark, if he's able to stay in range, maybe he can shred down these frontliners. But again, for Team Falcons, it's more of this slow gameplay again. They want to just try to play discipline. The gold lead is 10k, but for some reason, this threat of this Natan is growing by the second still, despite that 10k gold lead.
That's always a very relevant situation. A hyper carry in the late game, like a Natan, who's getting close to doing true damage, right? With all the penetration, with the Starlium that he usually builds as well. But the thing is, he does not have a Purify. That's the first thing we talked about when we first got into this game. There are ways right here for, let's say, Super or Ding to make a play onto him. And even if he doesn't get taken out, the fact that he is not basic attacking, he's not free hitting for a good 2 or 3 seconds, that can be enough to swing the fight in balance of Team Falcons. That's why we were quite concerned about it. But we'll have to see how this plays out. With still about almost 10k gold difference, Team Falcons are definitely still a lot stronger. But the big thing is that the level difference between Kenji and Tarzan has shrunk. So now in a proper 50-50, it's going to be a bit more risky, and maybe that will force Kenji to be in somewhere vulnerable for Twisted Minds to attempt some kind of pickoff.
Luckily for Twisted Minds though, right? They can actually find a lot of value with these waves constantly pushing towards them. Team Falcons, this might work against them. The fact that they got the 2 base turrets, obviously that's a big win for them. But in this situation, it might not be the best value. It's tough, right? You obviously still want that, but again, those waves that are constantly pushing back towards Twisted Minds, it has given Sano a way to scale up, and now he has a Will of Nature. So Team Falcons, we were talking about how their damage output layering was going to be good. They have so much diversity when it comes to that damage dealing, but at this point, it'll have to be perfect. Goodnight will have to land the final blow on Sano, because he has a Will of Nature at this point. Falcons, though, do a good job at just going for the Lord, and it's going to be free, obviously, for Team Falcons. That's the advantage you have with the waves. But I think for Twisted Minds, they're also kind of okay with that. They have enough peel with the Final Slash, with the Vexana, and even the Ruby. Dude, at this point, it's Twisted Minds are protecting Mr. President, and Sano is Mr. President. They have 4 members who are just meant to peel to cover for Sano. If Sano can survive in this team fight, it's going to be big.
That's a big if though, especially because Team Falcons definitely also identify that as a problem. And we have to see how Team Falcons use this Lord, because if they can force Twisted Minds to be forced to deal with the Lord initially, spend some spells, spend some cooldowns on it, then they can go for a big play. Sano.
Oh, you reduce entropy. Very early in this team fight, no entropy. That means you won't be able to shred down the damage, and that's going to be the way for Falcons to strike Ting. Finds the Petrify and the Furious Dive into the back line, but I'm offended is able to connect on the Lark, who's still able to kite away forward now. Final Slash, not connecting. Lark going back, getting some HP, but Sano's doing the same thing with a wave clear. Good job by Twisted Minds. And Falcons, they've only been able to take another base turret with the Enhanced Lord. It has worked in favor of Twisted Minds despite Team Falcons being able to bait out the Entropy, bait out the Flicker, and the Wind of Nature. They were not able to take Sano down.
It's a great situation for Twisted Minds, the way they were able to adjust there. Again, no entropy, and they were still able to really kind of match Team Falcons in damage output. I was thinking with the one-dimensional nature of the damage, the fact that Coffin and Sano will be doing magical damage, and even Sanji on the Arlot will be itemizing for defense instead of offense, is going to be only magical damage coming out of Twisted Minds. But Team Falcons, they go for Athenas, they're trying to mitigate that, but that's just how deadly the Natan is with those projectiles hitting multiple times. It's going to be more of a waiting game for Team Falcons, but seeing that output, that outcome, they might be considering going for a different strategy, something like a split push maybe, because it's looking scary with Sano changing an item as well.
Ooh, entropy gets him out of that fracture. But yeah, he's already starting to swap his items, Arashi. Glad you caught that. I mean, right now, that's all he can do technically. He can just clear these waves and bank on the fact that he has the mechanics to swap these items. Let's hope that he does have the mechanics to pull it off mid-fight, because that's when it gets scary. If you want to swap these items, you need to be very, very fast. Knowing you don't have a Purify as well, oh, well, we'll have to see. I think it'll come down to just pure mechanics at this point. And for Team Falcons, they'll still have an overwhelming advantage compared to Twisted Minds, because as the game gets towards a later stage, that Lord will be evolved and it'll constantly be scaling. This time, evolved in the 19th minute of the game. This is the first evolved Lord for Team Falcons, I believe. The last two were enhanced. Let's see if Falcons will be able to just take it for free. It seems Kenji has started it, baiting Tarzan out. They might be looking for a flank, a possible assassination attempt at Sano. And Kenji, he doesn't do the turtle dance, or he doesn't do the Lord dance too well, not on the assassin.
Definitely not. That's the advantage Tarzan has over him. And you can see both teams just waiting for the right moment. Now it's a bit of a dance situation. With the sustain from the Minotaur, Team Falcons aren't too shabby themselves in the situation. But I think Ding, it has to be Ding that makes the play here. If he can't go for Sano, maybe he can zone Coffin away. He needs to adjust some way, because if he just goes for Sano, we've seen how it played out in the previous base fight for Twisted Minds. So either him or Super maybe to really start off something crazy. The wave on the top side is pushing though, so that is something that Team Twisted Minds will always have to have in the back of their head.
And once Sano shows himself up top, oh, luckily for Twisted Minds, Falcons doesn't decide to commit, and now that's the opportunity, the window for Sano to go up top, and it doesn't reset completely. I'm offended onto Ding, who pops in a Furious Dive, but is unable to find anything. The final slash gets used up, but look at the timing, Team Falcons. Crisp, clean macro decisions, utilizing the waves to get another free Lord, and this time it is evolved.
Evolve Lord, the great tool that teams have to use generally to clear out, to end out the game. Conceal, popped by Twisted Minds though. Maybe going for Kenji won't result in anything. Now with the Lord coming in, can they defend?
That's a fracture on the Sano, who still has the entropy, but now the dive into the backline again. That's a 4-man knockoff on from Super. Lark doing some damage, free hitting in the back, and look at the base, just absolutely obliterated by the Lord. And Team Falcons continue to fly high in the skies, leaving Twisted Minds behind.
Soaring further and further, Twisted Minds now are really feeling it, man. What a great way to really end that intense game. It was looking kind of slow at some moments, but it was intense because you have that feeling that there's a chance that Twisted Minds can kind of turn this around. But Falcon, too disciplined, too clean with the execution. And like we said in the beginning, the crowd control tools for Falcon has been important in securing every single one of their victories. That's not about to change anytime soon.
Not at all, Rashi. I think, again, he just played that so well, right? The fact that we were talking about that playstyle, but for Twisted Minds, go back to the discipline route. Go for the neutral objectives, team fight in the neutral objectives, but kite back. Go in, take the neutral objective, and then leave. That was what we were talking about for Twisted Minds, but it happened for Team Falcons. And again, Arashi, you've got, at this point, to question the mentality of Twisted Minds. How have they missed all their abilities in the first few minutes of the game? The flicker final slash from Sanji, the I'm offended, the terrify, the eternal guard, the taunt, even the taunt. Arashi, This is looking bleak for Twisted Minds. Falcons have them at match point. They have them on the ground. It's just time to execute at this point.
They really gotta try and refresh, reset, because there's some moments where skills were not landed, but even in the beginning, against a Yu-Zhong, against a Minotaur, no Purify? Like, really? Is that... You know, for the longest time, we talked about how the gold laners in Indonesia, they always go... what heroes are in the meta are the heroes that can go with the Purify, right? Which is why we saw, initially when the Moskov was rising in popularity, the Purify was surprising, but that's how important it was. And you're seeing it again at that final fight. We're gonna see it more later, perhaps in the highlights. But Ding finally showing up in the MVP category. He was definitely a big factor in the success of Falcons. And considering the composition to begin with, but also how they're able to actually make sure that the fights happen in their danger zone, pulling in the members of Twisted Minds towards them instead of walking into a final slash. The only time that happened, you saw that Twisted Minds got a bit of an advantage. But that aside from that, it's just GG, man. That is a lot of damage. Ding has always been so solid.
And this is where the Yu-Zhong really is able to excel. When they want to go for neutral objectives and then back out instantly, that's where the Black Dragon form is gets the prime position to be the most broken ability, technically, right? I mean, use the Black Dragon form, everybody gets zoned out, you get the neutral objective, then you back away. And every single time, Falcons, they get the timing down to a T. Even here, Ding, acting as a bit of a distraction. He was literally just a distraction there so that Super can find the 4-man Minuan's Fury. And we've got to question that Purified choice, that Flicker choice, not the Purified choice, right, for Sano. Because again, yeah, there's a Yu-Zhong, there's a Minotaur, there's so much CC on top of that damage, and you technically already have a built-in blink in your kit with the Entropy. And in the end, he decided to go for the Immortality. I believe he swapped his items. We'll have to double-check there. But do you think it was also a mistake, Arashi, to sell the boots? Because in a lot of different situations, the boots getting sold, cool, right? It's great. You want additional damage or additional defensive maneuvers, but I think the mobility was important this game up against this composition without the Purify.
I mean, it's definitely a trade-off, but I really feel like for Twisted Minds, the idea was that we have our own combos this time. We have our own AoE, abundance of crowd control. Let's have the Natan just do as much damage as possible to try and match the carry. So I don't think it's a fatal mistake. It's just a choice, right? It's a trade-off that they have decided will be beneficial for them. But yeah, I think every single fight where Sano just gets ping-ponged around, at the back of my mind at least, I'm just hearing like, if only the Purify was there. So that's why I keep, yapping about it, but it's just that important. And so now, being at match point, right? Twisted Minds have tried a lot of different strategies right here. And this one, where arguably it was kind of the closest, right? It went so really far, and you're seeing Falcon almost kind of have to adjust mid-game, even though they have like a 10k gold advantage. It didn't work out for them. So if you're talking about the mental component, after losing a game that looked so winnable, man, can you imagine how you're feeling now with like the double pressure of the match point?
And the fact that they tried to copy the winning formula of Team Falcons, they stole away the Arlet, right? They tried their best to replicate what Falcons were able to do to them in game number 3. It was a Vexana and Arlet combo with the Fredrin. You get so many of those resets on the Vengeance, but it turns out Falcons just played that way better than they did, right? They out-executed Twisted Minds in that department. The Arlet was so clean by Ding. He was able to find these key final slashes to displace the right members. I think in game number 3, it was Coffin for the most part, and then Sano, right? But this game, Sanji, I'll have to say, he really failed to really create a big impact. He was able to find a 4-man final slash as well, but it didn't really end up with them getting a massive lead. They got 2 members, and that one of them was Good Night with full stacks on the Fairman. So he respawned instantly, and it ultimately became a 1-for-1 with Tarzan getting picked off right as the Turtle or the Lord spawned back in. Like, that just went perfect to Falcons. The timing, the team fighting as well. at this point, you're right, man. I mean, we were talking about the mental the whole time, and I think right now, especially with that desperate move of swapping out Hoda for Tarzan, that was a desperate move by them, and it did not work out. At this point, what do they do? Did they swap in Maro for Troll too? Did they try everything that they have?
Yeah, I mean, especially for us who haven't been following as closely, it sure seems confusing. Maybe if maybe some of the fans will have some kind of ideas here for sure. But for sure, something needs to change, right? Something crazy maybe can work, but it's just so risky. And I was about to bring up the same point, Mirko. The fact that Tarzan came in and it was kind of close and then he lost. Is he gonna be okay as well? Because he came into this a bit like, you know, like the power sub, right? He's supposed to come in and look all serious, right? And like win the game for his team, but it didn't work out.
Shout outs to Anthony, right? He's definitely
Anthony, yes.
You know,
I'm glad you caught on.
The vibe, bro, right? The super sub, definitely, right? I mean, definitely. I unfortunately, it just did not happen this time. Maybe they want to bank on another super sub. Maybe they're able to find another way to win this game through pickoffs, maybe instead of initiations, because I will have to say, when it comes down to these initiators, I've been saying this for a long time, especially for Twisted Minds, because they have two amazing roamers. They got Maro and they've got Troll. Maro is more of that pickoff style player. Meanwhile, for Troll, he's always been the flashy initiator. If you want to give him Chos, Tigreals, Numenon Blast, meta, like wild charges as well, you want to give it Troll. But if you want to play the Ruby, if you want to play the Kaja and the Franco, it does definitely fit Maro's profile a bit more. And knowing that Tarzan was swapped this earlier, it doesn't close the chance that we might see another super sub come in. They're 3-1. It's match point, right? At this point, might as well try to go and bank on your super subs to try to find stability again. But will it be too much? Will it be too many players? If they do end up, you know, swapping in Maro, will it be too much of a change, Arashi? Because they've already swapped in Hoda out for Tarzan. Will the rest of the team, the three members that don't swap, find it hard to synergize? It's such a sudden change.
I mean, maintaining the same roster and playing for synergy, right? Just investing the time for that synergy is a big theme right now in our own MPL. So I must say that switching out two members, it's gonna be a whole different team almost, right? It's almost 50% of the team that's changed with different ways of communication, different ways of even maneuvering in the game. So I think it's gonna be a bit too much for sure. But the issue is that what choice do they even have right now, right? It's not like they have a secret pick or a secret strategy they haven't shown. I feel like if they did have one, it would have been exposed by now. And we thought that was Tarzan, but it's still not enough. So I guess it's not the logically solid solution, but it's more like there's nothing else on the table anyway, so might as well go for it.
We'll see if the desperate maneuver works out, or if they even go for the desperate maneuver. At this point, do they even sub Hoda back because Tarzan didn't work? There's so many ways that this last game, this perhaps last game, could unfold, but for them, it shouldn't be counted as a last game. They should play it like any other game, right? That's the mental that they need to be going, that they need to be confronting game number 5 with. Because if they go in knowing that it might be their last game, it might be the game that gives Falcons the championship trophy, it's a lot of burdens, a lot of pressure on their shoulders. So they need to fully reset. I don't know how they'll be able to fully reset, knowing that, you know, their opponents are at match point, knowing that they came into the grand finals as overwhelming favorites. Pressure is definitely crushing them at the moment. They'll have to twist some minds. They'll have to twist the minds of the Falcons, especially at this point of the game, at this point of the series. Because they got to find an equalizer somehow, some way. We've actually seen this before. We've seen a game 3-1 go back to the team that is losing. It was the M1 World Championships, Arashi, right? RQ versus EVOS.
You're right.
3-1. RQ were leading 3-1 up against EVOS, and EVOS were able to come back. So will Twisted Minds be able to pull off that same arc in a best of 7. And hey, it's kind of the same, right? Evos in M1, they came through the upper brackets. And Twisted Minds came through the upper brackets. Falcons, just like our the lower brackets. The pattern certainly, lines up. But will the execution, will the performance, will the mental hold up as well for Twisted Minds?
I guess you have to wait and see, because I'm always the guy who says nothing is impossible, right? In the Land of Dawn, it's never over until it's been official that it's over. So we're definitely excited to see some kind of change, some kind of comeback story. So I think we can always have that in mind. We're definitely not gonna cast as if it's about to be over. So I mean, Twisted Minds, go for it, man. We're rooting for you, kind of.
And Good Night, technically on the other side, right? When we're talking about Twisted Minds, how they can come back, how they can form that mental fortitude to be able to come back in this series, let's talk a little bit about Team Falcons and how they're feeling, because they're definitely feeling ecstatic, especially Good Night and Ding. And I mean, technically everybody, but especially Good Night. He's been on the other side, so close, yet so far away from the trophies for so long. And now he absolutely has probably the biggest chance that he has to secure that win 4-1.
When Mirko starts talking, ladies and gentlemen, it becomes a bit of a concern, especially in Indonesia. But considering we're a pretty superstitious region here, you have to bring up that whole curse jinx situation. We have to see if that kind of rears its head around right now. But I think, especially for the jungles, right? I'm wondering what's the idea there. We saw the assassins. We thought that in a team fight, surely the fighters are gonna be so much more beneficial. But we saw from Falcons that the assassin can work just well. It's about like the whole team synergy. I think that's again where Twisted Minds need to try and shape up when it comes to the drafting phase, because it's not just prio picks. If it feels like they've been trying to just respect ban or pick away a lot of heroes from Team Falcons, when the main issue, to me at least, isn't exactly the picks itself. It's the picks in the composition, right? It's the synergy that pick brings to the team. I feel like that is something that Twisted Minds need to try and maybe get a better glimpse of, right? Get a better picture of the game plan, so that they won't be as bewildered when things don't really go their way. Because that seems to be really one of the root causes. Because whenever Falcon kind of has a setback, it seems like they just kind of get settled back into the groove. Whereas for Twisted Minds, it seems like when things don't go their way, they immediately start getting frantic, start scrambling around.
For Twisted Minds, they've just been playing a different game, I feel. Ever since game number 3, it just looked like they were off, right? A lot of times when they were looking for these mechanical outplays that they were able to find in game number 1, game number 2 as well, they weren't able to find it. And I think it was very, very evident in game number 4. We keep on, circling back to that point, but it's just uncharacteristic to see the members of Twisted Minds, these members that are known for their mechanics, known to be able to perform so well with these high mechanical heroes, with these flashy heroes, perform the way they did in game number 4. They were missing some big abilities like the final slash flicker. Again, we're gonna keep on repeating this, but it's a pattern that needs to be changed somehow, some way. Twisted Minds, they need to form that mental fortitude for game number 5, because at this point, Team Falcons are 1 game away, 1 step closer from reaching towards the trophy, from claiming that trophy for themselves. And Good Night, he can finally get rid of that curse, that runner-up curse that has been hovering around him for the longest time. But it all starts with the draft, Tarashi, the minds of the coaches. Coach Lyric, will he be able to draft in a way that he's been able to this entire playoffs up against Falcons on match point?
I think he has a huge responsibility here, because even if we want to point a bit of a finger to the players of Twisted Minds, like, okay, they're just not landing the skills, something's going on, they're underperforming, it still falls to the coach to try and get a draft that can kind of be at least better utilized by his team. I mean, if the high mechanical heroes really aren't working out, then it's unfortunate. But then he has to try and find different picks that maybe are a bit more straightforward, that are maybe stronger by default in the early game if they really want to try and bank on those situations. Right now, we're going straight back to what could potentially be the final drafting phase, though. And for Falcon, it's always been the same situation. They haven't really adjusted so far. It's Mathilda, Lo Ying, and the chip. Usually, this game will be no different.
Oh, but they leave the Valentina open. That's the first time in this series that we see the Valentina open, and Twisted Minds pick it up for themselves. First pick this time around. Big question for me, Arashi, is Twisted Minds are staying on the blue side despite losing the last 3 games on blue side. The red side has had a 100% win rate so far. You think it's the right move?
I feel like they really could have tried something different, right? Considering how close it was. But perhaps they already tried changing something, which is the player earlier. So they were not willing to change 2 different factors at the same time. But now in the final game, you would think that would be the case, but maybe they're thinking that at least in the drafting phase, it's a familiar situation. Being in the first pick with the more prior heroes, knowing that Falcon won't be changing up their drafts even more, because that could end up being disastrous for Twisted Minds as well.
And it seems Hoda is back, Arashi. Back with Barat's pick as well.
Wow.
Was able to get him a little bit of that early game presence in game number 2, but ever since game number 2, we haven't seen that Barat's at all. No Mathilda as well to grant him that mobility, but Team Falcons, they're definitely backing on that carry and the Minotaur. 3 games, the last 3 games that they've been able to win has been through the carry pick for Lark. And this time, oh, they go for the Claude, which is great against the Minotaur. You can actually blink out of the minion's fury, but in the lane, up against the carry, it is a bit tough. And obviously now the Benedetta is left open. The pick that was able to be used by Ding in game number 2 to such great lengths. And straight up, they go for the Paquito ban, the main counter towards the Benedetta in lane.
So far for Twisted Minds, though, they haven't really exposed that weak, vulnerable backline. But that's the issue with Ding. He doesn't only assassinate the backline. In a proper fight, if there was a big initiation by Super, he can really follow up with the Electro Final Blow as well and just output damage. Try to maybe shut down and burst down Hoda. The Claw, though, against the Minotaur, yeah, it's good because the Claw can dodge out from a lot of spells, but the Blazing Duet can be cancelled as well. So that is the kind of duality of the matchup. And for now, with Twisted Minds banning away the Vexana already, seems like it's once again slowly but surely devolving into somewhat of a front-to-back.
Well, we've got what we've been asking for since game number 2, Arashi. Novaria, Vexana, Feramis, and Valentina Deny. They are shutting Goodnight down. No more mid laners that we are used to seeing from Goodnight. Last time, 3 heroes were banned away from him. He picked up the Feramis and he was able to carry the game. Now up against the Valentina. Usually the choice is the Lilia, but it's so hard to play the Lilia up against the Claude, so mobile. It's also great value though for the Lilia to go up against the Barats, so it's a give and take. Do they trust? Does Goodnight trust the carry to just shut down the Claude in lane? If he does go for that trust, then the Lilia will be a good choice. But another choice that he can go for, yeah, is that Gourd. They want to play front to back with the Minotaur as well. But Twisted Minds, that grants them the opportunity to make it messy, to make it chaotic. The Hellcurt and the Arlet.
That Hellcurt, man, it's going to be deadly. Especially with the Gourd already exposed. He's going to be the prime target here for that Hellcurt to really jump towards and deny in the middle of the game. That will, however, take some attention, some steam away from Lark, though, on the carry. And I gotta say, it's looking quite dangerous, especially for Hoda. He's always been left behind, always caught in the middle of those fights. But against a Gourd, right? They can just spam out those mystic projectiles. He's at risk of getting hit with one of those and getting picked off. Now, even with the shield unity from the Baksha, there's a chance for the combo to show up again. The shield unity into a skill shot to just lock someone down for a long period of time.
A lot of drafts have been locked down, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if the reactive playstyle of Team Falcons, well, do we even still call it reactive at this point, right? They have the Minotaur, which is still reactive, but they have the Baksha, they have the Benedetta, they have ways to stay proactive on the map. Meanwhile, for Twisted Minds, it's kind of a similar situation for them, but they also have big ultimates to play with. Remember, the Valentina is such a valuable pick for Twisted Minds at this point of the game because there's so many big ultimates from Team Falcons. There's a Poissons to give him damage reduction. There's the Mystic Gush to give him damage, but mainly Minuan's Fury, that big ultimate that was able to be the nail in the coffin for Team Falcons up against Twisted Minds in game number 4 in the base. Now it can be held by Cuffin in his own hands with the Valentina.
So in the team fights, you can see a bit of a picture on how it's gonna go, but the laning phase, that's what's been so volatile here for both these teams. With them so willing to brawl it out before level 4 even, we'll have to see how this plays out right now, because especially in that mid lane, that Gord is gonna have such a insane wave clear advantage here. Able to leave the Mystic field to just clear the lanes while he moves around and goes for these ganks. Tempo is something that Team Falcons have had so far, but maybe with Hellcurt in the hands of Troll, that can be stopped finally now in this match point game.
Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the final game of the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5. The underdogs, Team Falcons, with a draft like this. A front-to-back offense is the best defense with the Baksha and the Benedetta looking to dive in deep. But meanwhile, on Twisted Minds, they have their minds set on one thing, and it's to dive in unison, in unity. The Hellcurt, the Claw, the Valentina, Barat, and the Arlets. They want to make it messy. And ladies and gentlemen, well, Team Falcons, the team flying across the sky, soaring beyond their limits, who have their eyes on the prize, that trophy, that MPL MENA Season 5 trophy. Will they be able to get it done in game number 5? Or will Twisted Minds turn the tides once again, twist the Falcons' minds to be able to force at least a 6th game in the series? Welcome to the land of dawn. We shall see for ourselves who gets it done.
And as always, keep your eyes on the junglers, man. Kenji with the Impure Rage once more. I think he has confidence that he can beat Hoda in a clearing battle. He might be just attempting to be a lot more aggressive here, potentially going for more ganks instead of going for invasions into the jungle to try and steal some camps away from Hoda. Knowing that Hoda is susceptible to just walking up and taking some damage. In the mid lane though, this Minotaur Gord combo will clear so much faster, for now at least. I think, once again, eyes are on Ding and Sanji as well in that matchup. Whoever really gets ahead will have so much more impact in the early skirmishes and in the first neutral objective teamfight.
Remember, a whole lot of the success for Team Falcons in the early game was because in the mid lane, they were able to win out in these fights, in these brawls, the small little skirmishes from Troll Coffin versus Super and Goodnight. But this time around, the matchup really doesn't favor them, right? Still though, Kenji was able to find that retribution on the Lethal Wanderer, securing that, getting himself a bit of a lead at the start of the game. I highly doubt that's going to end up with him being one level ahead by the time the turtle starts. But hey, a lead is a lead. As small as it is, it'll build up.
And looking at the gold lane, it's just a very chill situation. Lark has always gotten the better of Sano when it comes to the laning so far, but he's also been in a lot of very favorable matchups. We'll have to see if they both rotate to try and participate in the first fights right here. But as you mentioned, Mirko, especially with Hoda coming in to help with the clear, seems like Twisted Minds are the ones making the first move as Troll gets that level up. If he can go for a bit of a pickoff, that can really start throwing a wrench in all the plans of Team Falcons.
It's a bad matchup for the carry though, as we expected in the bot lane. Lark's gonna have so much of a better time compared to Sano, and that might actually be something that they can use as an advantage to rotate over. Troll goes with the stingers, but Kenji Is it threatened by that? Oh, good fire, eye for an eye to get out of the final slash. Hoda has it at his welcome, but Super just hovering around, and Mystic Projectile gonna be used up as that's his welcome, won't be used there. Kenji wins out the retreat battle. Mystic Gush there with a flicker. Hoda still able to survive, but not for long. Ding gets the basic attack, the final dash to take Hoda out. And again, Team Falcons start strong. Eye for an eye again to escape, by the way, from Cole. And that's a petrified to disengage from Sanji. Ding! Oh my goodness!
It's just such a aggressive, high-paced stuff from Team Falcons. It's a great attempt from Twisted Minds to let Coffin go for the Minions Fury to try and get a chance for Hoda to try and get a steal there. Unfortunately, Team Falcons a bit too clean with it for now. Already losing out in initiative, at least in the beginning of this game. Twisted Minds, they're not really getting a lot of value from this Hellcurt pick. There are not a lot of targets available for him to even threaten in the game.
Now up top, the Arlet that was winning in lane is going to be caught in a tough spot now. Ding is doing really well with the added kill, a little bit of a gold lead up top, and the momentum on his side. He was able to outplay Sanji to escape earlier with a good Petrify, a good eye for an eye to get out of the final slash as well. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you can see how much pressure Sano has been given. Just by Lark alone in this lane, he's freezing that wave real good, and now he's shoving it back with a few of those big cannon minions going towards the turret. So now it actually enables him to go for this gold crab. The Troll's right there hovering as well. Lark's gonna be careful here. It does seem like he will be able to push some damage back onto Sano, forcing the regen. So technically 2 winning lanes, and even in the mid lane, Goodnight and Super earlier, they weren't able to get the prio, but now they're looking good.
Lark especially here is just doing amazing. You would usually think that the Hellcurt will be used in the gold lane. That's the way we've seen it being used in our own region, in MPL ID. But Troll has been on the top side of the map, on the EXP lane and mid lane more often. Now Team Falcons already having the first move, they spot Sanji out.
Good knock up with the Hoda, trying to zone away from this turtle. Final slash, able to pop it away. Mystic Gush going to the back line. It's gonna be Ding who secures a neutral objective. Troll decimated. The assassin assassinated in the back, and Hoda will be caught. Final blow by Ding, and the last shot was taken away by Lark. An all-out win once again for Team Falcons. And what Twisted Minds can get is only a few shots up top with the turret shield. He won't even be able to trade that turret fully. Meanwhile, Falcons are looking to do the same thing, but towards the bottom lane. Sanji, no final slash, and Kenji's already using that shield unity. Wants to go for the dive right now. Goes on to Sanji, able to find the Mystic Projectile there with the final slash connecting. Oh, Troll! Able to find some damage, but not enough, not nearly enough to save Sanji in the bottom lane that gets traded, and even Lark gets another kill. It's a disaster for Twisted Minds.
And Falcon aren't leaving. They're sticking around with the health dispenser Super on that Minotaur, and they're going for this. Coffin has rotated to try and stop the turret take, but he's only one man. Can he actually do it?
If he does, it'll be magical, and certainly he does not defend this. Not well enough. Hoda, though, trying to find an angle to attack, but again, is unable to really find any angle. Twisted Minds, luckily for them, they were able still to find a turret up top. That's at least a trade going even. I don't even know if we can call it an even trade, knowing Team Falcons got 2 kills on top of the turret in the bottom lane.
All things considered, though, it's still like a 2k gold lead, more or less. It's significant, but it's not game-changing. And the big point is that Sano has been able to farm a lot here since that lane swap, so he might be aiming at making a difference later on in the game. But Lark, with the golden staff already, has been participating in the fights, but also keeping up in farm as well. So Falcons, again, showing that that high pace is really suiting them just fine. Now with the turret on the bottom side, is Sano gonna rotate, or is Team Falcons gonna be forced to send someone up?
We'll see with this. Kenji goes over to Unity into the bottom lane. Sanji completely obliterated. Chain CC'd by the Petrify and the Shield Unity Troll. In that bush, he can't assassinate anyone. Final blow by Ding to zone Hoda away, and Kenji picks up the 3rd and final turtle of the game. They want to go for more right now. He's able to blink out forward. Kenji catches him with a Shield Unity. Another knockup onto him. As a Dark Knight falls, but Super smacks him with that Warhammer of his to take him down and to get Team Falcons their 7th kill of the game, only in 7 minutes.
There is no escape when you're up against a Boxia, man. Troll on this Hellcurt pick. Finally, we're seeing something different, something surprising they can use to try and surprise Team Falcons. But unfortunately, it just hasn't been working out. And Kenji with the Brute Force Breastplate, you just cannot get away once he's sticking onto you. Taking away the turret on the top side, Team Falcons, business as usual. Probably now going to try and find an angle, find a way to go for the mid turret and cut away Twisted Minds from their safe zones.
Now what did Twisted Minds do? With a Hellcurt, with a Barats, these 2 picks are meant to snowball, Arashi. These 2 picks are not meant to go 0-3 and 0-2, respectively. Team Falcons, they have a Gord. They have a carry. They can scale up to the late game. And sure, Twisted Minds do have the Claude, but the carry can melt through him. Even if he builds the Wind of Nature, that true damage is going to get through him, and ding. He can go and match the Hellcurt in the side lanes. Even in the 1v1 in the duel, where the Hellcurt is usually used to get a, macro trade, to get a macro advantage. That's what the Benedetta was picked for. It was picked to deny any sort of Twisted Mind macro maneuver.
Especially in the hands of Ding, it's definitely effective. With the outplays you've seen just earlier. 2-0 and 2, having a snowball of his own, winning over Sanji. The mobility difference is gonna start really pressuring Twisted Minds as well. Because for Team Falcons, they can rotate all around. They can send Ding to the far side, and he can join relatively fast. Sanji, on the other hand, if he wants to go and clear that wave on the far side, away from the neutral objective, he's gonna take such a long time to really come and join his team.
Well, for Hoda, still is very, very confident in his Retribution. Still wants to go for it, Super. That's a 3-man. Minions Fury knocking up 2, but Sanji does the same thing into the backline. He goes. Good Night gonna be slayed right now with the Retribution. It goes not to the jungle, but to Cuffin. Ding with a final blow and the Phantom Slash with a Petrify finds another trade. And it's gonna be 2 for 1 as Troll is forced to blink defensively. Finally, Twisted Minds, signs of life. Another hope for them to utilize, but in the mid lane, it's still going to be a turret in favor of Falcons taken away. Can they even use this Lord advantage to get anything on the map?
I think without any frontliners available right now, it's going to be cleared so fast by Lark. And on the other hand, Kenji builds the Sky Garden helmet. This is one of the reasons why Team Falcons are just so good at with this tempo style. They rarely go back to base. The fact that Super can heal everyone up, the fact that Kenji, even on the Martyrs earlier, goes for the Sky Garden helmet. He wants to be on the map as much as possible. He does not want to let his foot get off the gas when he's trying to pressure Twisted Minds into making a mistake. Now the Lord is pushing on the top side though. Seems like Twisted Minds are trying to force Falcons to a fight in the mid lane.
Still unable to really threaten this turret take despite them having the empowered minions. And Team Falcons have been able to manipulate the wave so well. Way better than Twisted Minds, even though the Lord is in favor of Twisted Minds and this Lord advantage. I think it's in favor of Team Falcons. They've been able to get way more value compared to Twisted Minds, and Dig in the bottom lane as well is acting as just a distraction for Twisted Minds, for them to dive in deep up top. Oh, missed the gush, and Lark again able to outmaneuver the assassin himself, Troll and Sanji. What were they doing up top? 3 members of Twisted Minds were down below. They were looking for a trade. And instead, it's Team Falcons who get so much more value, even their own purple buff stolen away from them. A pure disconnect from Twisted Minds that ends up with Team Falcons, again, getting an overwhelming advantage.
They saw Lark walk up and they thought that they had a chance here to make a play happen. But unfortunately, Troll was just too far behind. Only now picking up a Malefic Roar, Lark was able to just stand there and trade blows, and even if he's a squishy marksman, he came out on top. Now with Team Falcons going in, zoning everyone using that Shield Unity, that's once again a free turret, uncontested, taken by Team Falcons.
And now a Wind of Nature, Arashi. On top of the gold lead that they already have, that's still 5,000 despite Twisted Minds getting the Lord, despite them able to find a pick, a turret down below. It's still a 5,000 gold lead. That's building up to be a 6,000 gold lead. And a Wind of Nature for Lark. Twisted Minds, they've only been able to rely on their physical damage thus far. I don't think Cuffin is at a spot where he can actually even threaten Lark. Not just yet. He's gonna have to deal with the frontliners first. He's gonna have to deal with Kenji, Super, and Ding. With a Win of Nature, who can pose a threat to Lark? And now Goodnight gets a winner, Truncheon too.
Oh boy. I was about to say that even if Lark gets taken out, Goodnight is still in the picture, and that's a late game gourd with several items that still can output enough damage to really be a decisive factor in a fight. And Ding with the Malefic Roar as well. He means business, man. He's going for a play though. 1v3.
And he's able to escape. Doesn't bait out any big abilities. He does use the final blow to escape, to retreat, but he does get valuable information. He knows now where Twisted Minds are located, where that Hell Curve was last spotted, and he goes into the bush again, finding Troll, but not able to do anything about it. But at this point, I don't even think Troll can really assassinate anyone. He's 0-4-1, Arashi. Does he have enough damage to even threaten Goodnight, even if he doesn't pop the winner Truncheon? Let's say, best case scenario, Goodnight just stays there. Can Troll one-shot him?
I don't think he can one-shot. Eventually, he can maybe take Goodnight out, but one-shotting, I don't think is in the picture at all. On the bottom side, though, you saw that there was attempts from Ding to really try and set up the waves, but now he's the one making the play. Whew.
Good stuff by Ding. He's going in with the Phantom Slash, dashing back and forth, using the eye for an eye, and good job by Falcons as well. He's on this Lord. Sanji taken very low. That's a knockup from Super. Final blow. No Petrify used up just yet, and he does use it in the end with the Phantom Slash as well. Ding! With eye for an eye, getting out and just baits everyone in. Goodnight gets a good Mystic Gush. And 2 members have been traded in just for Ding. The man was just a distraction, and now he's the main factor as to why they are able to get this Lord. But not just yet. Twisted Minds still want to fight. Now it's a good initiation into the front. Mystic Projectile though stops him. A 3-man Venus Fury, but no one's there to follow up. Sano can't get the Blazing Duet down, and Cuffin gets shredded down. There's a Blazing Duet from Sano, but look at the damage down, and Goodnight again with the Mystic Gush. He ends up falling to the Lord, but still, it's a big win for Team Falcons, who are again soaring in the skies.
It looked so close, but in the end, the Falcons prevail. Look at Ding now trying to clear the wave. Twisted Minds might get a turret for their troubles, but in the end, that Lord fell into the hands of Team Falcons. And with a Gourd up against a Valentina, it's gonna be a very rough defense for Twisted Minds. Team Falcons right now have everything going for them, pushing the gold gap even higher as well. But look at Lark.
Good Terrify right into the eye for an eye, and the Phantom Slash as well. That's gonna be Lark. Chain CC'd. He's going to be taken out just like that. Twisted Minds had found an opening, had found a window of opportunity to stay in this game a bit longer. No Lark, that does mean that Team Falcons won't be able to really threaten the end, or maybe even these base turrets. At max, they'll probably just be able to take these tier 2s.
It's a very unfortunate situation to be in. The fact that Hoda was randomly just in that bush, Lark just got a bit too, a bit too complacent. But look at Ding now, 1v3 potentially gets out though.
Gets the healing as well from Super. Good final blowout. He did commit the Petrify in though. And they weren't even able to take all the tier 2s with that enhanced Lord Arashi. So the game goes on, and Twisted Minds, they're still only just 5,000 gold behind. Man, that bounty must have been massive. They shut down a 7-0-5 carry. I wonder how much gold they actually got with that kill, because it seems like it's a massive amount. They're still keeping the gold lead only at 5k, despite, the enhanced lore, the 2 turrets that they've taken, and a few kills going in favor of Team Falcons earlier.
Definitely is a massive swing though, so Twisted Minds now are having more legitimacy when they're just trying to go for these fights. But Hoda, he tasted blood once, he's looking for some more. Team Falcons are not gonna fall for it just like that. Troll now, Miracle. We were talking about Troll not having enough damage. Almost looks like he's trolling a bit when he's trying to go for a one-shot without enough damage. But now, as the game goes into the later stages, he's gonna be a legitimate threat towards Lark and Goodnight. If he can't one-shot them, he can at least force them to use some of those defensive items that they have prepared. And if they do so, Sano has a window of opportunity to try and make something happen.
Now for Team Falcons, it's all about that slow game that we've come accustomed to actually in this series, right? Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, and the games that they've won, every time they have a lead, it just seems so convincing the way that they've been able to utilize those leads to stay disciplined. Lark maybe got a bit too excited earlier, but now has a rose gold as well on top of the Wind of Nature. So respecting the damage that Cuffin can place onto him. I think he did use the Wind of Nature earlier when he got munched on by Hoda. But yeah, Cuffin can still go through him with that Wind of Nature. Cuffin does magic damage, it won't really affect him. So now with the rose gold, it definitely adds another layer of defense for him to hold on. But let's take a look at this Lord.
Whoa!
Slash, oh, able to bring him back, and that's gonna be Good Knight, who's forced to use the Winter Truncheon. Another Venus Fury getting them back up. Blazing Duet as well to the back line as Lark is able to kite away. Good Knight somehow still surviving. Lark able to kite away. Ding finds the execute. Now the final blow. Good read by Hoda. Right into the death to his welcome with a munch down. But Ding is able to escape and Sano gets chased down by the Shield Unity. Ding, can he find it? Sano goes back to the Battle Mirror Image. Oh no, what? Sano caught in the Mystic Projectile. A blunder perhaps, but maybe it was forced upon him by Team Falcons. And now, what looked to be a great fight for Twisted Minds. It's only Hoda, it's only the Dino in the mid lane that can defend. Trolls up in 8 seconds, and now with the Shield Unity in, they're gonna go in for some damage, and Lark is able to melt him down, just like that. But Hoda still stays alive, and because of that, Falcons cannot end. They have to go for the Evolved Lord that is still available, but they're all so low. Twisted Minds, they're in a few seconds, Sanji's gonna respawn, Cuffin's gonna respawn. Can they burst this in time? They're gonna go straight for it with Lark, with Ding, Troll hovering over, but it doesn't seem like he'll be able to pull off the miracle steal. Team Falcons yet again. That's an Evolved Lord for them.
What a crazy sequence of events right there. The fact that it seems like Twisted Minds were the one pulling the trigger on that play, knowing that the waves has been set up for Ding to push out, to try and go for that Lord. Unfortunately, they just lost control in the middle, and the fact that Good Knight was able to survive in the initial action just meant that it was so difficult for them to try and come back, claw back that fight from defeat. Now with the Lord coming through, Team Falcons are kind of split apart though. They might lose this Lord before they can kind of group around it.
They have the bottom lane and the top lane as well pushing in. Death to this welcome. Great read from Hoda, but now gets caught in the Venus Fury. That knocks all of them up. It's a Good Knight's damage. They go. Good Knight has the immortality even with a dive. It will not matter. Team Falcons, they soar high in the skies, and Twisted Minds will be knocked out. Your new champions, MPL Season 5 MENA champions are Team Falcons. Good Knight, his curse has finally been broken.
Good Knight finally getting his vindication. The Falcons is flying way too high for any kind of mind game to even be a factor. A decisive end to the series there. Falcons, against everyone's expectations, has demolished Twisted Minds.
The overwhelming favorites coming into the grand finals, not losing a single game in the playoffs, to getting dominated by the team that fought, that sacrificed blood, sweat, and tears in the lower brackets, losing to the very team they beat today in the upper brackets the first round, right after making it out of the play-ins. What an absolutely magnificent run from Team Falcons. And we're going to throw it over to the host for MPL MENA Season 5.
من فريق تويستد مايندز وتحلق متخطية لجميع الحدود في سماء المملكة العربية السعودية كأبطال الإقليمين وأبطال دوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال في موسمها الخامس. وينكم يا أبطال؟ وينكم يا تيم فالكونز؟ نتيجة 4-1 في نهائيات البطولة. تخطوا جميع التوقعات وجميع الحدود في نهائيات البطولة هنا في عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية بالرياض في الفوف جيمنج أرينا. ما أظن أي حدا كان متوقع نتيجة النهائي تكون بهالطريقة أو تكون بهذا المستوى. حضورنا الكرام وأعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، رحبوا معي في المسرح أبطال دوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال في موسمها الخامس. أعزائي المشاهدين، تيم فالكونز. حققتوها يا جماعة، الكاس لكم، البطولة باسمكم. كنجي، سوبر، لارك، جود نايت، دينج، والكوتش والتيم مانجر ألفو. الكاس لكم يا جماعة، الأبطال تيم فالكونز. أنا شايف المشاعر والأعصاب وصلت آخرها باللحظات التاريخية. أخيرا حققتوها يا جماعة. ألف 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 مبروك أبطال الموسم الخامس. يعني لارك، أنا جايك على السريع. رقم واحد، أنت كنت البطل الموسم الماضي، والمرة هاي رجعت حققت اللقب، والوحيد اللي عندك باك تو باك تشامبيون. شعورك بعد تحقيق البطولة خصوصا بعد تغيير الفريق؟
والله صراحة ودي أواسي تيم تويستد مايندز، لأنهم كان عندهم 3 بوت كامبات في الفلبين وماليزيا وروسيا، وفوق كذا حتى ما قعدنا نسوي تارجت بان لأي أحد فيهم. درافت عادي ورامي فيرست بيك وخذوا اللي تبون.
يعني حابب أسألك مبدئيا، احنا شفنا فرق شاسع بين أدائكم بأول تواجه أو أول مواجهة بينكم وبين بعض، كانت 2-0 لصالح تويستد مايندز، وهلا عم نشوف 4-1 أول مباراة، والأربع مباريات اللي بعدها فرق مو طبيعي. فايش اللي تغير بينكم وايش تغير مع الفريق؟
اكتشفنا انهم ما يعرفون يلعبون الا كم شخصيه، مثل ماتيلدا، الاشياء اللي مره بروكن بلدناها، طلعوا يعني للاسف دون المستوى.
صراحه يعني انتوا اللي عملتوه لحظه تاريخيه، اخيرا حققتوا الحلم انت والفريق. سوبر، انا بدي اجيك برضه هلا بسؤال. اخيرا حققتوا اللقب المره هاي، المره الماضيه كنتوا الوصيف للنهائي. شعورك بعد تحقيق اللقب وتتويجك انت والفالكونز كابطال الموسم الخامس؟
طبعا شعور جدا حلو، والفوز كان متوقع زي ما قال ألفو، يعني 4-1 وصارت 4-1.
يعني هو ألفو جابها بالتوقع. تعال يا ألفو تعالي، انت جبت التوقع بالمقابله، حكيت لي 4-1 حتصير ولا حتصير، وفي النهايه حققتها. شعورك؟
عادي كده كنت متوقعها. لو انا ما كنتش متوقعها كنت
ليش عادي؟ انت اسمع،
توقعتها ولا لا؟ وحصلت. يعني انت لو متوقع انك هتنجح ونجحت.
صحيح.
خلاص
صراحه يعطيك العافيه. أيوة. وهلا انا يعني بدي اجي لملك التصريحات كنجي. حياك حبيبي، تعال.
أهلا.
كنجي، يعني كان في شويه خليني اقول يعني تراش توك، تصريح على المسرح، وانت حكيت انه الكاس بيختار الفائزين، والكاس بهذا الموسم اختاركم. شعورك بعد تحقيق هذا المركز الاول وتحقيق اللقب؟
جونجل ديف.
جونجل ديف، كلمتين توصف اللي صار بالموسم واللي صار بالمباريات. شباب، بهاي اللحظة بحب أقدم ضيف مهم جدا. رحبوا معي بهيد أوف إي سبورتس للإيكو سيستم في شركة مونتون جيمز، راي أنج، ليقدم الميداليات لأصحاب المركز الأول وأبطال الموسم الخامس لدوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال لتيم فالكونز. حضورنا الكرام مرة ثانية، أعطونا تصفيق لأبطال الموسم الخامس تيم فالكونز. وشكر كبير وmassive thank you to Ray Ugg, the head of the esports ecosystem in Monsoon Games, for presenting the $30,000 prize for first place. $30,000 لأصحاب المركز الأول. ولا حضورنا الكرام وأعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، الفاينلز MVP، رحبوا معي بجود نايت. Now, good night. I have one simple question for you. Is there anything that you would like to say at this moment as the finals FMVP or finals MVP for the 5th season? You know what? I'll allow it. As long as you translate, if that's okay. Okay, here you go.
Unang-una sa lahat, nagpapasalamat ako sa mga sumusuporta sa Team Falcons. Kay Sir Cody, kay Sir Aus, sa mga bumubuo ng Falcons, salamat po. Inaalay ko po ito yung araw na ito sa aking yumaon ng ama. Papa, this is for you pa. I'm so happy now because for the three times finals, I got the champion point. Thank you.
Congratulations once again to the finals MVP. Good night. And now presenting the FMVP check, once again, the head of esports ecosystem in Monsoon, Ray Ung. Okay, and a massive thank you once again to the head of the esports ecosystem of Monsoon Games, Ray Ung. Thank you. وهلا حضورنا الكرام واعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، شباب يعني غير هيك انتم حققتوا المركز الاول ومتواجدين في MSC في بطولة كأس العالم. كنجي سؤال صريح وسهل، ايش يمكن نشوف منكم او ايش الوعد من تيم فالكونز في النهائيات او في البطولة القادمة؟
هو انا اولا وعدت ووفيت، ودلوقتي فالكون MPL سيزون 5 شامبيون، وقلتها ووعدت كل الشباب، فانا ان شاء الله في MSC اوعدهم ان احنا على الاقل هنشرفهم وهنقدم احسن ما عندنا، واحنا لسه عندنا كتير نبينه.
عموما انا عايز اقول ان هي ما كانتش جانجل ديف بس، ده كان تيم ديف.
الصراحة أنا معك، في جونجل ديف، في XP لين ديف، في جولد ديف، في رومر ديف،
والمانجر راشد وكولي ديف طبعا، أحسن 2 مانجر ممكن تشوفهم في حياتك.
طيب نشكركم يا تيم فالكونز على تواجدكم، نشكركم طبعا كأبطال الموسم الخامس، ونشكركم على تواجدكم معنا على المسرح. Thank you very much guys. لا الكاس بضل، لا 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 الكاس إلي أنا. لا 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 هذا لا معلش الكاس بضل دي المرة هاي بس. اسمع انت، يا الشك يا الكاس. للأسف لا، الكاس بضل. وهلا حضورنا الكرام واعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، برحب على المسرح الفريق الثاني المتأهل إلى البطولة العالمية، اللي بطولة MSC، وثاني ممثل للعالم العربي في البطولات العالمية. رحبوا معي بفريق تويستد مايندز. وبهاي اللحظة بحب أرحب بضيفنا الكريم هايمي كروز، Head of Esports in MENA for Monsoon Games، ليعطي الفريق الثاني المتأهل معنا في البطولة العالمية الجاكيتات، ولا أروع من هيك جاكيتات ليمثلوا العالم العربي معنا في البطولة العالمية. رحبوا معي بهايمي كروز. اوكي بنشكركم فريق تويستد مايندز الممثل الثاني للعالم العربي في البطولة العالمية MSC في بطولة كأس العالم لعام 2024 هنا في عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية الرياض. نشكركم تويستد مايندز. واكيد شكر جزيل لهاي ماي كروز الهيد اوف اي سبورتس بريجن المينا لمونتون جيمز. وهلا برجع ارحب معاي على المسرح في الفوف جيمنج ارينا مره اخرى اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين وجميع الحاضرين تيم فالكونز. استعنا لكم يا جماعه معلش مره ثانيه وثالثه ورابعه وخامسه لانه بتستاهلوا بعد الاداء اللي قدمتوه. وبرضه بهاي اللحظة برجع أرحب مرة أخرى بالهيد أوف إي سبورتس للمينا في مونتون جيمز هاي ماي كروز ليقدم الجاكيتات لبطولة MSC لفريق الفالكونز. طيب حضورنا الكرام اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين رحبوا معي مرة أخرى بأبطال MPL MENA سيزون 5 وممثل العالم العربي في البطولة العالمية تيم فالكونز. نشكركم على تواجدكم معنا في هذه اللحظة التاريخية مع أحد ممثلين العالم العربي في البطولة العالمية. نتمنى أنه كنا عند حسن ظن الجميع وأشكر جميع من كان متواجد معنا وأكبر تحية للاستوديو التحليلي ومقدمنا الأسطوري يونس والمعلقين والمحللين دون بيج وياسو. نراكم بإذن الله في البطولة العالمية أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين. تصبحون على خير والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Soar beyond limits. That's the tagline of MPL MENA Season 5, and that truly was what happened tonight for us, Arashi. But my goodness, Team Falcons, all the way from play-ins, making it barely, and then getting knocked down to the lower brackets by the very team that they beat today 4-1. And they were beaten 2-0. They were not given a chance to play. They had to beat everybody. They had to go through the toughest of opponents in the lower brackets. They had to beat everyone, including the team that knocked them down to the lower brackets, Twisted Minds. Yeah. I mean, Arashi, again, I think you might be muted, Arashi, still. But it's all right. Yes. It's all right. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they did, man. They just kept stacking the bodies up, making sure that everyone knows they mean business. And if there's a team that deserves to get that W. I think Falcon's storyline from the beginning up till now is just so good, man. I feel like there's very little argument to be made about like, oh well, they didn't really do that well and all that.
They did spectacular things. They definitely soared beyond their limits. As Team Falcons lift that trophy, ladies and gentlemen, me and Arashi, we will have to say goodbye to the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching the English broadcast for MPL MENA Season 5. Hope to see more of the English broadcast maybe next seasons, but MPL MENA Season 5 has been amazing. Arashi, any last words before we end the show?
I think MPL MENA is looking really cool, really good. We talked about how, oh, we want to see more this, more that, and they've delivered every single time. Every game, they just get better and better. So I'm looking forward to the development of MPL MENA, and I hope we get to see you guys soon.
Here's to soaring beyond the limits. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. It's been Mirko and Arashi, and we'll see you next time.